to finally hear me talk? Here you go. No, I have a proper introduction in mind, don't worry.
I have not introduced myself.
Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Was a good friend of mine. Never uttered a word he said.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, Smeef, talk to me nice.
Oh,
I should really preface could I say this on stream or like that I probably can. I took an edible thing before the stream. So really no, that wasn't even prep. I just took it on accident. The notes just didn't do it.
How you take an edible by accident? What, you added that to some food?
Smeef moment.
Could be in some food. You don't know.
I mean, he could have thought it was medicine.
No, we didn't. We all know we didn't.
I mean, come on.
Oh, we got Smeef.
I'm telling you, that's gonna catch on. Niggas gonna start saying, get Smeef. Like, I'm telling you, you gotta put that on Twitter,
To be fair, it does roll off the tongue.
I'm just sitting here like schmiz is out of my fucking mind. Like just
Shoot out of your mind.
You done
That sounds like Smeef for like past and present.
I'm just sitting here with the fucking booth like right next to me and I can't function right. I need to go get a glass of wine.
I'm here freaking like everyone else is in like it's like 6 p.m. for everyone else and it's like 11 almost midnight for me right now.
Dang. Hey, Zach.
It's
You and me both.
It is great crack. I am here. If you don't know what that means, it's like Irish slang for like good fun. So I'm here for the fun. I'm here for the little good times we are about to have tonight. So oh fuck, this is a spider.
People?
European squad. We love Europe.
Yup, Europe's.
We love Europe. Yeah.
Europe's the elite legends. Oh, I promised myself I wouldn't swear in the stream, but like I'm pretty sure I'm gonna break us soon.
Right, if it's slip out, bro.
It's
Yeah, bro.
Just don't let too much slip out, please.
Hey,
I'm like, the fuck? Like, we can't curse? When that happened?
Wait, no slurs. Okay, fine.
Oh my god.
Here's a little bit. If you get Smeef, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm at least try to keep it PG-13. PG.
PG-13 was not me. You mean, I don't have those rings over here. We just like go by. No, I don't even know what the rings are over here.
And there's technically a slur in my presentation. But...
No, I'm clean. My
Does that count as a slur?
In my old
Chunky
presentation,
monkey?
like, in my old presentation, I had like so many like Irish phrases that like no one would understand. Yeah, no one's gonna understand this presentation.
I feel like that movement would be like 25% like funny. Just left it like that and like never explain
no.
what it meant.
It was basically me saying, what's the story about the Marty Hayes taught when we're looking around? Taught him the
Bless you.
Nigga!
What? Where you see me set foot in Europe?
I'm looking at a gungle.
As Canadian.
Actually, never mind. I'm pretty much already in Europe.
No, you're not. Shut up.
Canada, one thing about it.
Oh, yeah.
I am. Not making. It's not connected.
Didn't do the math on it.
Europe, cool. Canada, not real.
Europe
Girl.
is nothing, man. In Europe, we got the euros currency. We don't have the dollars or whatever.
Yeah.
We have the euros.
Canadians use like flashes.
Canada.
Dude, I don't know what other currencies are. I just
Yeah.
Euro, yen, dollar.
Like in Canada, they use use cabos, Kindos.
Keegs, I think the stream is a little low. Yeah, everyone's audio is like super low.
Like our voices compared to the music.
Chill.
Yeah.
There's music?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't hear music.
Oh, good.
There's
Yes.
music. Can we hear it, or is it only on the stream?
Only on the stream. We can't hear it.
What did you say that Canadians use for currency?
Schmickums? Jalapums? Slippers?
Tyreek.
Tariq, yo.
What's the story?
Indians use
about
loonies
it?
and toonies.
Tariq.
Oh shoot, that's D'Angelo. I'm sorry.
Stamos.
I've been here the whole time. I'm Zeden.
I didn't notice. I'm sorry, bro.
Nah. I see how it is.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Nah.
I've lost my
Man.
script. Where's
Hats
my
off
I've
to you,
script?
already seen your
No.
heart, and I don't appreciate it.
So is that the puppet?
Tariq, are you
Oh
on a
my
different
God.
mic? You sound really different.
What?
Are you on a different
Wait,
mic?
hold. Awkwardly animated. Is that Tower of God?
Am I what?
It is Tower of God, yes.
It's a knock.
Nice.
Sure.
Hello,
Hi.
Justin.
Yeah. Hi.
Great.
Ooh.
Lethal.
Wait, Smeef, don't they use like slammers?
You won. Oh my God. Yes.
Yeah.
62.
Oh, I
Dude,
can't
Creed in here.
Now that's pretty impressive.
Creed. Team Creed for life. The
Creed.
legend himself.
Oh, it's getting a little crowded.
Team Creed.
Creed is in the build.
Very crowded.
It's like,
Oh my
I'm
God,
gonna-
6 people are watching this. I can't find my. I wrote some notes on like what to say, and I can't find the sheet of paper.
Oh
No.
man, notes. You gotta wing it.
I'm
You gotta wing it.
Oh, I'm terrible at
Whatever presentation I've ever done, that I prepared for, it's never gone well. But whenever it's off the dome, A+ is all
Always
around.
better.
Yeah. I'm like,
Yeah.
I was thinking.
I've never been good at presentations. Like I'll always like. Whenever
I
I'm
didn't
about to do a
rehearse, but I
presentation-
do have a basic idea of what I'm going to say.
I passed the
I
college
remember that.
course giving the presentation on the paper airplane. I wasn't ready, but I got an A.
I haven't done a presentation.
That
since,
word
like,
magic.
third
Very
year.
good, very good.
I remember the last presentation I did a presentation on Pixar Animation Studios for my, like, I think it was an English class, I can't remember. And I had a video of it, and I looked back at the video, and I looked so awkward in it, and it was actually terrible to watch. I hated it. Looking
Was
back.
it awkwardly animated?
I'm sitting here like, when is RT? When is like there it is right there.
I was like
Said that,
15 years
but,
old at the time, and I was like saying, I like Pixar Animation Studios because they are a good studio that makes animated films, and I like them very much. Like, it was actually terrible. Like,
I mean, that's all true, though.
It's 100% objective, so there's no
Yeah.
bias.
Well,
Yeah, I was
wait.
like,
What
those
about
two-
Cars 2 though? Cars 2 though.
Nah,
Hey,
honestly,
hello.
I
I
love
love Cars.
What are
I
the-
like that too.
What
I
are the
mean,
chances, Phil? What are the chances?
I hate Cars 2. This might be the worst film I've
Okay.
ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nah, Cars 2. Okay, look, there are some good aspects of Cars 2. Like, I like the music
Don't
in
lie.
it. I think the music's really good.
What about the
And-
eugenics?
I was gonna
What?
I like.
I mean,
actually-
I ain't gonna
I think
lie,
there's a lot of
Finn is,
enjoy. I
like,
think Cars 2
cool.
has a lot of enjoyable scenes out of context.
Yeah. Like Cars 2 is
Yeah.
like a guilty pleasure of mine, but
Yeah.
it's like I
Yeah,
know
nah,
I know it's
Cars
not
3
that good, but it's
Cars-
not as bad. It's like
No,
a
I
Cars
fine,
3
it's not bad.
Is the actual Cars 2. They might as well just
Yeah.
rename it at
Yeah,
this
I
point.
agree with that one.
I just have
Personally, I
so
think The
Cars.
Good Dinosaur is their worst movie.
Yeah,
I
but
know, like,
Yeah.
I used to
I
play
haven't
like
seen
the
that one.
Cars game on the DS all the time. I used to love that game.
yeah, I think
And I used to I'd always I always like remember like Mater's like those like Mater shorts where like it was Mater telling Lightning McQueen stories.
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
I do remember
Don't you
those.
I would
remember?
watch
You was
those
there
all the
too.
time. Don't you remember Lightning McQueen? You were there too.
You know, I wish he was
Is he
here.
working out?
Oh yeah, they're doing more Cars stuff. There's gonna be a Disney Plus show, I think, about Lightning McQueen.
I
and
mean,
Mater
it makes the
going on a
most
road
sense at this
trip.
point.
It's a road
It
trip
makes the
show.
most.
Oh,
Well,
wouldn't mind
that'd
watching.
be-
Why do that? Isn't Radiator Springs like the heart of it or something?
Oh yeah, I remembered something else that existed. Planes. I watched both those.
Planes?
No, what me and my friends did was we watched
The
all the
non-Pix-
Cars. Yeah, we
Oh,
watched all the
I-
Cars movies and the Planes movies. We watched like everything like to do with that universe for some reason.
I was confused if Planes was like a
The
sequel or a
non-Pixar
sequel to
Pixar
Cars.
movies.
Yeah, it's
I
made
mean,
by Disney Toon Studios, not Pixar.
Didn't they like close down recently?
Yeah,
Disney
they
Toon
did.
Studios?
I'm laughing at what Silly
It
Rally.
was
Honestly, I
gonna-
have a hard time
Please forget
conflating
this nigga, dude.
Disney Toon with Disney TV animation because I swear they double dip a lot.
Yeah.
I'm
But
gonna
I remember I heard that like Planes 3 was gonna take place in space.
What?
What could they do with that?
Wouldn't that
no.
just be spaceships?
Yeah.
No, it would be rockets. It would be rockets.
Planes in space. How many
Rocket.
damn sense? I hate Disney.
Yeah, they're not gonna make it though, so you don't need to worry about it. Like Planes movies are canceled. They're done with them.
Oh,
Thank God. Oh no, they're
Benzie.
no.
Oh,
Well,
Benzie
Benzie.
was good.
All the Planes movies are cancelled. No.
Hey, yeah, I've been having some trouble with Discord lately. Maybe I should give it a kick in the pants before I come on.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, my day was pretty good. I just got back from a wedding, so it's been kind of crazy. Perfect.
I've had a fucking weird day. I did some driving lessons, which I did terrible at because I almost crashed, and then I went to a party and it was great. I need to get my driver's license soon, or else.
Oh, sesh.
Sesh at the sesh, lads.
Oh,
I doubt
sesh.
anyone here knows what a sesh means.
I do.
Never even heard of that.
It's basically like party, or like, well, not really a party. You just go outside and like to a forest or a field and hang out. That's what
You'd
it's
be
like.
hanging out at fields.
and you got the
Wait, do y'all not do that?
It's a tradition in Ireland. We go out with a bunch of lads, we get some stuff, and then chill out in the field. And maybe freezing cold, but it's tradition. It's
That
the
sounds
funniest thing I heard in my
dangerous.
life. That's funny. That's funny, bro.
That sounds mad dangerous.
Bro, in Ireland, we hang out with our
Yeah.
lads and go to a field. That's funny.
Nah, I think
wait.
No, now I
No,
know
no.
why they have horror movies with white people. That'd be some
Oh
crazy
no,
stuff.
it was pretty scary. I won't lie. It was
on
pretty
some
scary.
Midsommar shit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Nigga, oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. mean to push.
Midsummer.
Midsommar.
That movie was
Like
so
the middle of
funny.
summer?
That's how it's spelled.
No, it's a movie.
Oh, no. We
It's
don't
a-
have summer over here anymore.
When
It's
I-
not-
when I-
it was honestly so. Oh, I can't swear. I'm not swearing. I don't
I
swear.
should.
I'm not
I
swearing.
swear. I'm sorry. I swear earlier.
I'm not
but-
gonna swear.
Yeah.
I literally promised myself
Yeah,
I
you will
wouldn't
get
swear.
shot.
So
I'm
you
not
swear you wouldn't swore.
I promise.
I'm
promise-
really getting sick of you. I'm
Artiste,
getting sick of
Artiste,
you.
I'm pretty sure you guys can swear. Like,
Artiste, come here. Come
fine.
here.
What? What?
Come here. Get out. You gotta go.
Kick me
No.
I've
out.
just been swearing like so many. I've just been swearing so much. Like the other day, like at like 1 a.m., I like stubbed my toe and I screamed "fuck," and everyone in my house heard, and I was like, "Oh my god!" So I'm just trying not to swear because like I just
Damn,
don't
bro,
want.
you gotta pull out
Not-
those American swears, bro. Darn it.
Darn it!
Dang
Darn
it.
Jiminy
darn it, man!
What the
Sugar
heck?
honey iced
Son of a
tea.
nutcracker.
I stubbed my goddamn toe. God smacking damn it! I stabbed my toe.
No,
I've
you-
had
Hey.
these monkeys,
Oh, yeah.
fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday.
Friday plate.
Oh,
I think I'd have
Those
a bigger
pajamas.
withdrawal. I'd have a bigger
I think-
withdrawal
Pajamas.
of not swearing rather than smoking cigarettes because I don't know how hard I could like hold myself from not swearing.
Ah, Fuddruckers.
No, I have like a bit of a. I'm not saying anything, but like last night I was editing a video and since Adobe Premiere is a piece of shit, it crashed and like I lost an hour of work, and I was so like, just anger was flowing through me, and I just like, oh, I hate losing work. Like I hate it. It's the
No, they
worst.
say that swearing actually helps relieve pain. That's why when you like stub your toe or anything and you like swear a bunch, it actually kind of helps a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
More
if
you
I get
know, ninja.
So,
like,
so
I had to,
Artis, if
I
I
had to,
get
like,
shot, if I swear, am I good?
Maybe it'll relieve a little bit of pain. Ain't no painkiller.
But yeah.
Let me look at my.
Oh,
if I have my,
I think that's Coco in the chat.
Storyteller. Hey.
Chaos Factor, I think, is a Coco of
10
Cartoon
pounds.
Crave.
What's pounds? That's British currency. Ew.
10 pounds. Oh,
Pounds,
British.
quid.
British people.
Oh yeah, but yeah, on the topic of swearing, like I rarely swear, so when I do swear, like my friends are like, "Whoa, Shade said a swear word."
It's
I've
so
gotten to the
weird.
point where, like,
It's rare.
I just swear, and like I've gotten used to swearing where I swear in front of like my teachers
What'd I
and my
do?
dad now, and like no one cares at this point.
What'd you say my name? What'd I do? Am I in trouble? All right.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I hear D'Angelo swear, I
okay.
gotta quit.
I'm just gonna like write a note and put on my
I'm
second.
not
monitor,
against
like,
it.
Zach,
It's just
do
I
not
just don't
swear.
do it.
I need to write a note.
Yeah, he did during karaoke.
I mean, it wasn't me swearing; it was me like singing, and there were swear words in there.
So I guess that
if you hear me swear at you, you probably should run.
I've never sworn in my life,
should
which is a
run.
little convict
That's
for me.
that's
That's
such
a
cap.
lie.
That's
That's a lie. Listen to the Down Bad Boys podcast.
Listen to
man.
one episode of the Down Bad Boys podcast. You're gonna hear
Exactly.
this nigga's gonna hear every word in the dictionary at me for no reason.
I've never said a swear word. You can't.
Yeah,
Like, that's just strike down right about now.
That's
Right
not just
about-
cap. That's the whole lid store.
Okay, no, Artis.
Yeah, don't be mad at me because I'm creative, nigga.
I mean, there's nothing you can really say after that. There's nothing you can really say. You might want to pack it up, bro.
Nothing.
Exactly.
Hey.
Exactly.
Hey, yo, LBM, I'm gonna start tickling. You know,
Hey, bro,
I'ma
we
start
had this
tickling.
conversation, bro.
I'm gonna start tickling my boy.
That reminds me of something that we have planned at the Airbnb for content.
Oh nope, do not say that.
Oh no.
That is definitely not an okay story.
I'm not talking about that one.
Don't
I'm not
say
talking. Oh, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Catch the Ian.
Yeah, and that's
Sketch the
also
sneak.
bad. That's
Cash.
also bad.
No, it's not.
Oh, like money? Like money cash?
No, Catch the Ian.
No.
So bad.
I mean, you said it on my stream too, so you're fine.
Oh yeah, no, I did. I did.
That's
I
up
did
to you
talk-
if you want to say it, bro.
So we have this video idea. It's not a video idea. It's just something funny that we're like just like shooting the shit at. We were gonna grease me up in like a tank top and like swimming trunks, and we're gonna run around the Airbnb and see the first one who could catch me like a squealing pig.
The night we came up with this was really funny. I'm just saying.
So it's like that South Park episode.
Literally,
Yeah.
that's literally what I was. That's literally it right there. That's where the idea came from.
Oh,
No, it was Chris who made the idea. That was Chris,
I
right?
swear, he had to be influenced by that because that's too specific.
That was Chris. It was so funny.
Oh, 53 people are watching. Oh god.
Ready.
Ready as I'll ever
Ready.
be.
Yes.
All right, what's up, lads? How we all doing? My name's Zach Quinn, obviously. I make YouTube videos on like tunes and TV shows and films and games and all that such, and I plan to talk about more about like stuff I'm passionate about and stuff that I hope other people will be interested in, and just have a have a good time and enjoy what I make, and hopefully other people will enjoy what I make as well. Again, hopefully. And my socials are all there, they're all there. So yeah, let's get on with the presentation, shall we? Yup, get on with this. So like I said, this slide is meant to be an introduction, but yeah, I already introduced. What's up? Zach Quinn here, and yeah, I didn't really plan this, so next slide, I guess. Sorry. Today I'm going to be talking about, helping out and supporting others and just being a good person and just being nice by me, Zach Quinn. So let's go to the first thing, shall we? Let's go. So first of all, I'm going to start off with, starting off on YouTube, because, we all start off on YouTube, and some of our like beginnings can be a bit cringe, but I'll get into that. So next slide. So first of all, when you make videos, your first videos, you're not going to be good. Like, accept that. Like, when you first start off, you're going to be a bit kind of clueless in what you're doing. Like, you won't really know, like, how to do, like, let's say you won't really know how to, like, record that well, or you're not going to know how to edit that well. So, like, just accept it. Like, don't, like, your first videos aren't going to be amazing, Like, I first started making videos when I was 11, and they were terrible. I think only a few people in the stream have seen my old videos, and they were terrible. They were god awful, and sadly they're still on YouTube, and I hope no one finds them. But yeah, I can log into my old account because I forgot the password, but they're still up there, and I'm terrified that someone's gonna dig them up. So let's hope they stay forgotten. And don't work yourself to death, for God's sake. I've had the like pleasure of working myself to death when I make videos, and like it ain't fun. Oh, by the way, yes, this is the GTA font, price down. This is the font I always use. I love price down. But yeah, never ever work yourself to death, because it can get tiring, and it like just like work work the best you can. Don't overwork yourself, because when you do, you'll get unmotivated, and it's best to just like work with what you have, and also make what you enjoy. Like, don't make something you hate. Like, don't make a video on like a topic you're not interested in, or something you don't like. Make what you're interested in. Like, if you're passionate about it, or you want to talk about it, just enjoy it, man. Like, enjoy what you make and have fun, bro. Like, have a good time. Enjoy yourself. Have the crack. Have a good old time, Enjoy it and just have good old fun. Next slide, please. And there are also like plenty of programs to start with. There's Audacity, which you can record audio with, obviously. I'm assuming a good few people already know all these programs, but like these are programs you can easily start off with. Audacity is obviously easy to use. VSTC is fairly simple. And DaVinci, I actually I got was like my first stream, was the first editing software I used, and I had no idea how to use it, but I mean it's free, so it's good. And so if you want to edit, then VSTC and DaVinci are free, so you can use them. Go ahead. And then there's Sketchbook, which I actually use to draw art, and it's a pretty swag software. It has all the stuff you need. It can make you do the art, so that's good. And then let's say if you need to download YouTube videos, then there's 4K Video Downloader, which is free to download, I believe. And there are other like programs you can use to download stuff like notube.com, which is fairly good, and other plenty of softwares. And next slide, please. And I'm not saying you should do this. I'm not saying piracy is good, but I mean piracy is bad, obviously. But I mean, let's say these companies like Adobe, they already have lots of money. So I mean, if you were to pirate a software like Premiere, no one has to know. No one knows. So I mean, no one will just if you pirate, it's all fine. No one will rat you out. So I mean, like if you really want to pirate, then like there are ways. I'm not gonna say like how, but I mean there are ways to pirate. I'm just saying I'm not condoning piracy at all, but just know there are ways. Yeah, next one. And don't be afraid to be weird. Be yourself, but don't be too weird. Like be yourself. Enjoy, just be yourself. Don't try and pretend to be someone you're not. Just do you and do what you enjoy. Just make the content you like. But like I said, don't be too weird, just be you. Just be you and have fun, Don't try and don't think that since you're around people you got to pretend to be someone that you're not, just be you, do you and just have fun, Like be yourself. Next slide. And also help other people out, like give constructive feedback. Like if someone says, "Hey, need feedback on this or that," don't be like, "This is terrible, this is god awful." Be like, "Oh well, this is okay, but you could improve on this aspect." Like you need to give them feedback. So if you basically just say this is terrible, like that might demotivate them a bit. So you need to be like, "Oh well, you need to work on this, you need to work on that." Just be supportive and don't be a dick. Don't be like like a complete asshole to someone. Be like, "Ah, fuck you, this is terrible." Like try and be nice about it at least. I mean, if you're doing it a joke way, then that's grand, but don't be like in a serious "fuck you, you are terrible at this." Like be nice. Oh, and I broke my promise of not swearing. Great. Well, that's great to know. And first presentation. And be kind of nice, just be nice to people because that's what we want. And I see people are saying Vegas is the best program. I don't agree with that. Like Premiere Pro is always the best way. Premiere Pro is the way. Yup, Premiere. And also help others out if they're confused. If someone is confused with, like let's say how they make a thumbnail or how they like something's like if they're confused something simple like how to export audio. Like I remember I had no idea how to export audio and put into a timeline or even do any of that, but just help people out even if it's something that seems simple. Then just help them out. You need to give them help, feedback, because people don't know how to do certain things, like things that seem easy to you maybe hard for others. So just help people out. Next slide. And just have fun. Like I said, have the crack, have a good old time, enjoy yourself, don't overwork yourself. And oh, that PNG is completely screwed. Oh god, I'm just seeing that now. God. That's a great thing. Yeah, this is the GTA font. All right, I'll just look past that terrible PNG. But yeah, have fun. Yeah, have a good old time and enjoy yourself. And I'm not saying, okay, when I say have the crack, I don't mean the drug. It's just an Irish thing that, it means fun. Have fun, have a good old time. Next slide. Oh, and that is it. Apparently, I thought that would be much longer. Yeah, that is it. This has been my presentation. I hope you all enjoyed me rambling on about stuff and stuff. And yeah, I hope you all enjoyed it. On this point, I don't know. Yeah.
Woo! Yeah. Good job,
Yeah,
Zach.
that was really nice. That was really nice.
Well done, well done.
Yeah, good job, Zach.
That was cool.
That was a
Noise
home
suppression
run.
on,
That was good.
so the claps can't be completely heard.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
I would clap for myself, but it's midnight now, so I can't. I need to be really quiet. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Real cool. Have the crack.
Wholesomeness.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's I thought you meant that literally. It's like, bro,
Nah.
I am sober. I'm sober. I can't do crack.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well,
Yes,
Yeah, hi.
sir.
Yes, geektoon. Yes, sir.
King Geek.
Yeah, hi. I'm
Geektoons.
geektoons. Uh, I'm geektoons semi-competent cartoon reviewer. Happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Uh, I'm here to talk about a particular topic that I've kind of seen as a bit of an issue in this particular community for a long while,
Let's
and I
go,
feel
Geek
like it
Tunes.
should be said, should be mentioned. Please, next, can you open up the first slide, please? All right. Honestly, serious because I don't know how to make jokes.
mine's off.
Okay, so what I'm talking about here is an issue I've noticed with a few issues that I feel like have been happening over and over again in this community, and I feel like have to be fixed and have to first of all be mentioned and have to be at least stated again because I know it's been stated a bunch of times, but it has to be stated to a bunch of people who apparently can't get the message. Please, can you just open up the first slide? So what I call this is the dilemmas of a cartoon reviewer. What do you mean by dilemmas? Is that the issues that a few recent figures or a few new figures in the cartoon community are faced with. What I mean by this is that it could be with any issues regarding social media, with their own content, whatever. This is what I mean by it. Next slide. So just a bit of a disclaimer, this isn't aimed at everybody. It's aimed at just a few people who don't seem to get the message and keep doing this, keep messing up over and over again. Kind of a big issue because a bunch of these creators do suffer through this. And I just feel like, as one of the smaller guys, I kind of feel like this is an important topic to just reiterate for people to know. It's kind of important. Next slide. So issue one is with opinions. What I mean by opinions is that um, there's this trend going on. I mentioned this in one of my videos, a recent video, but like there's this trend going on where if one, particularly a reviewer of any sort, you can just do whatever you want, like on the platform, and just put out any content you want. Whatever opinions you decide to show on that video or blog post of yours doesn't really mix well with the audience, and some people take it as like a personal insult that you like one thing and that you don't like the exact thing that they like. Because I've seen this a bunch of times. I've seen other people go through this, and it's kind of a really big issue. Next slide. I have a few examples of this where these kinds of videos. I'm not pointing them out as like pure examples, but they are like just general examples where these type of videos that show kind of an unpopular opinion, they get constantly slammed down with comments saying, "Oh, you don't like this, well I like it, why don't you like the same thing that I like?" It's kind of a really big issue that I've kind of seen with a bunch of the creators. And a bit of a fun fact, next slide. Fun fact, you go to their channels for their opinion and not yours. People kind of see this as a way to justify their own opinion, and I know this has been said multiple times, but let me just reiterate: their opinion, not your opinion. You guys are all human at the end of the day, please. Okay, so what I mean by this is that these people are actually human at the end of the day. People keep forgetting that, and their opinions are not always just gonna meld well with yours. But I've mentioned this before, where if someone else shows their opinion and people kind of take it way too seriously, it ends up being a very big hassle for the creator to make their opinions, uh, you know, actually have to be hidden behind text such as Ellis Mark has done this before, where he said, "Oh, my opinion in what's it called, brackets," and that's not really necessary, because if you go to their channels, then you have to be aware with the mindset that you're going to their channels for their opinions. So it doesn't really make sense to go out and harass the creators for essentially just speaking what they think. Next slide, please. Yeah. Issue two would be creator harassment. I say harassment in quotes because this isn't really something happening in real life, but it's happening mostly in the online realm, mostly doing with social media like Twitter, sometimes Patreon, sometimes Discord. It's nothing really consistent, but it's something I've noticed with different creators that I do actually respect, and it's ended up ruining a bit of a hangout space for some of their fans of their work or whatever supporters they have, and it's kind of ruined the idea of people having a social media presence. What I mean by this is that a few certain select people will go out of their way to go out and harass the creators for essentially, for example, not doing a review that they want, or not doing a video topic that they want, or not covering, or not having, again, the same opinions as those people. I see this everywhere. Next slide. I've seen this on places like Patreon, Twitter, Discord. People have Discord servers, they get harassed on those Discord servers. I've seen an example. I'm not going to point out names, of course, but I've seen an example where some person has actually gone out of the way to subscribe to somebody's Patreon to just go into their Discord server and harass them in there. And that's not a good thing. Never do this, please. Next slide. Like, don't do this, like, ever. This is not a good idea, like, at all. Not only does it end up being a real hassle for the creator, they have to go through a lot of stress having to deal with your issues, you essentially going out of your way, spending the time out of your day to ruin their day because of what they're doing, and because, you know, you're kind of ruining a thing that they like doing, or we're just led to believe that they do like doing, but we're not so sure. But essentially, at the end of the day, it kind of does ruin the creator's mental state when you're just going out of your way to do this kind of stuff. So just respect the creator, don't do this at all. Like, if you feel like they should do one thing, just leave the comment there and you're done. There are like, this again, this isn't aimed at everybody, but it has happened a bunch of times, where to a point where this has become a very big issue. Next slide. So part three is kind of something aimed at general reviewers. I'm also guilty of this to some degree. It's misinformation. What I mean by this is that certain topics or certain facts will be shown in one person's review or video or blog post, whatever, and because people don't go out of their way to do proper research, or, you know, go in depth into the topic, they'll be led to believe that, you know, this is the one true cemented piece of information. You could mess up. It's easy, or it's normal to mess up in these kind of stuff, and I'm also guilty of this. Other people I know are guilty of this. But you do people don't realize that if you do mess up at some point, then somebody will actually take that information that you have shown them, and maybe they could end up in maybe like a few years, a few days, or whatever, whenever they decide to actually join in on the YouTube trend, they could take the information that you've shown them and then, you know, regurgitate it essentially to other people. So then that misinformation keeps growing and growing and growing, spreading over to other people, and that's just not a good thing, because it's not a good thing to have, because you want to show the best opinion, or not the best opinion, or the best facts, you know, the most right facts, the most concrete facts to everybody. So if you mess up, essentially you're not just messing up for yourself, you're messing up for that creator and other creators who end up using that information for pretty much anything. Next slide, please. A common example of this is, as always, the emoji movie type thing, because people always just assume, or, you know, they're still assuming that this certain movie was, you know, the one and only excuse, or their one and only excuse for the Popeye movie by Genny Tartakovsky not being made by Sony Pictures. That is not true, and because the fact that this one statement has just not been thoroughly researched. It has been researched, but not thoroughly researched. It's actually, you know, kind of been misinformed, and every other person now, whether it be they be a fan, a reviewer, a blog poster, pretty much anything, if they write any information on this type of stuff, they will be led to believe that, you know, that one piece of misinformation is always just going to be true. This isn't a good thing, and, you know, it actually does have to stop at some point or another. Next slide, please. That's essentially it. If you just follow these three steps, you know, you'll be completely fine. And I just kind of hope that, you know, these issues do get resolved at some point. I know that, you know, completely they're not aimed at everybody, but there are some certain people who have to hear this over and over again, because this does become not only a dilemma for creators but also fans of these works as well, because they just want to enjoy their stuff from the creators, and creators just want to enjoy what they're making. Thank you for listening. Hopefully this has been informative in some way.
It indeed was
Yes,
informative.
That was amazing.
Yes,
You did great.
That was amazing.
Good job. Good job.
He was spitting the whole
Yes.
car.
Yes,
Amazing.
You were spinning
Very
out
important
back.
conversation.
That was good.
Let me get a
Very
geektoons tat on my bicep.
Nigga, what?
You know the vibes.
I'm gonna get geek
I
and
love
you
you
get
too.
tuned.
I'm waiting for the geek.
Yes, sir. Yeah, too.
You need some merch. You need some merch. Oh,
Yeah,
no,
you
we
got
need
merch.
geek
Sell
merch.
that.
We need
Sell
geek
that
merch.
on Maple
right
Leaf
now.
shirt. Sell that. Put it on Teespring.
Yeah.
Oh, I got tons of questions. Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
Got tons of questions. Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's go.
You go, Keeks.
That's right. Yes, sir. That's right.
I get it because
Milky
it's ghosts.
ghost.
That's a good one.
Oh, boom! I get it.
Who doesn't love casting people as ghosts?
You're welcome.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Oh shit.
Points all around.
Your voice is muted, Kiki, on the video.
Dude, what? Oh, that's
I was confused. I got the video muted.
Oh no.
I can hear everyone except you, I think.
Oh, that's rough.
Oh
Why is that?
F.
That's rough, buddy.
Oh my god, there's a spider. Spider.
No, I think they heard during the I was listening during the intro, and they definitely heard that.
You heard the intro? I hear you, but I don't know. I think the chat's saying they didn't realize it. Miles said he didn't realize it.
Maybe it's because it just wasn't obvious when they were talking.
Oof.
I mean, the joke was so good. The joke was really good.
I'd have to print F in the chat for that.
Oh.
Check
Have you ever been able to hear me ever?
My roommate bought me chicken.
Who is
Oh
that?
my god, if this is really the
That's
first
sweet.
time the entire stream that
Wait, hold
the
up.
stream
Wait,
could
is
hear
that
my
Harry?
voice, that's hilarious. Oh my god. Okay.
Geek is a
Wow. Wow. I'm a queer disaster, guys. Okay, well hey, I'm Offbeat Kiki and I'm a queer disaster. This is my presentation. All right. Once again, I gotta fix this real quick. That's so fucking funny. Okay.
Good old funny crack.
Oh my god.
Stomach's sore. My stomach's sore.
Oh my god, it's almost. Oh my god, what have I been doing all day? Can you remember?
You're doing great, Kiki.
Doing
Y'all have no
great.
idea. I'm so overwhelmed.
You're doing
Okay.
great.
You're doing great.
At least people were able to hear the presentation.
That's so.
Yeah.
Wow.
At least
Okay.
I heard the
Showing
joke. The joke was
Yeah.
good.
Yes, jokes are.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they can hear
My presentation is casting the cartoon community as Danny Phantom Ghosts. Why are
Oh,
you booing me? I'm right. Oh my god.
guys, let's
Okay.
hear them
Well,
out.
for
Let's hear
some
them out.
reason, that fuck up actually made me not nervous anymore. So, freak show. Toonrifictariq. And here is my justification. Toonrifictariq feels like nobody understands him. Toonrifictariq wears fucking cool outfits. Toonrifictariq attracts big crowds, just like a circus. And he also ringleads a circus of freaks.
He's a freaking clown.
I'm a clown.
Okay.
You the clown nigga, damn.
Real hot clown shit.
You got a hat on
You really
too.
said
Shit.
clown time.
Real hot clown shit.
You got a hat on.
All right. All right. Ember McLean, that's me. I play the guitar. I'm kind of goth. I like purple. I have horrible abandonment issues. And really, I just need attention.
Yes.
They just need attention.
If you say my name, my hair gets bigger. All right. Johnny 13 is Johnny Tucello. Because how old is Johnny 13? I genuinely have no idea how old he is. And until I found out how old Johnny Tucello's was, I just thought he was ambiguously youthful. He's also a smooth talker, a hopeless romantic, and he's named Johnny. So it just makes sense.
Woo, yeah. I see it now.
I can see, yeah.
All right. Kitty is... Actually, this is supposed to be... Wait. This is supposed to be Whitney Vision because I put Artiste on another one, but I fucked up. So Kitty is Whitney Vision. She could blow a kiss to remove all men from existence on a whim, is inherently likable, and has chaotic energy.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous, really. Very jealous.
All right, Fright Night is Nintendo because he doesn't come around too often, but he is powerful as fuck.
Wow.
Only he can make a Looney Tunes show video get 350,000 views.
Exactly.
I'm afraid to see who's the box ghost.
You ain't no way.
I swear.
No way.
All right. Box Ghost is Tune for Thought because he shows up everywhere and he's really invested in his interests.
Hey man, how you do that? Hey man, how you do that?
What the fuck was that timing?
It was just
Love you, Tune for Thought.
Well, looks like I'm the one that no one likes.
No.
No way.
Nah, don't take it like that, bro.
Don't take it like that.
Is awesome.
Yeah, no.
I'm not. I'm not.
That just means you get cool in the future.
Everyone remembers the Box Ghost when they talk about Danny Phantom.
Yeah.
All right. Spectra is Artiste TB because they're both hot.
You're not wrong.
I'm right here.
Skulker is Review Your Life because he seems to be terrifying on the surface, but he's actually an ineffectual blob in a supersuit.
What did Dub do?
Yeah, that's the
No, I showed this to Dub and he actually loved it.
That explanation low-key fits when you think about it.
You kind of look like him a little bit.
For the record, I showed this to Dub beforehand since he wouldn't be here, and he was very happy. Skulker is his favorite ghost.
That's true. That's good. That's good
All right. Technus is Benzie Johnson Jr. because he's actually super talented and smart, but he just talks too much.
Valid.
Stop giving away your master plans, Benzie. Come on. All right. Undergrowth is Man of 1,000 Thoughts because he fucking hates capitalism. He's very close to taking over the world, and they're both voiced by Mark Hamill.
That's true.
He's a
That
witch.
is true.
That's true.
True.
That can.
We did learn that. It was weird.
All right. Vlad Plasmius is hatsoffmedia because they're both.
AD.
Because they're both deranged sociopaths who want to take over the world but act very pleasant in their human forms until no one is watching, and they would
man,
both
that's really
definitely trip people.
Oh, I have tripped people. It's really funny.
Relax.
Hello.
No.
All right.
All hits, no
And
misses.
Walker is Geektoons because he's underrated as hell,
Yeah.
looks cool in a suit, and is Snow White.
No way. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Bad thing?
All right. Valerie Gray is Harriyanna Hook. She could kick your
I
ass if
knew
she
it.
wanted to. She's charming and cute, and 10 out of 10, I would raise a flower baby with her.
Oh,
This is
Oh, I knew it. I was like,
That's
well,
accurate.
because I'm black. Are you just doing this because I'm black? But no.
yes.
No.
That's exactly why.
Exactly.
I pulled the race card.
There you go. Put it back in the deck.
All right.
Kick your ass. Dang, somebody was about to get their ass whooped this week, and he knows who he is. He knows who he is.
All right, and Youngblood is chillixion because he's a mischievous cowboy pirate kid, and for some reason he hangs out with all adults.
Accurate.
Yeah, Chillixion
Very
be on the
accurate.
pirate.
All right. All of this was in jest, and I love all of you people very much. That's the end of my presentation.
I love this
I was usually wondering, like, what were you gonna give me? I was like, oh, damn. But every point you made, I'm like, damn, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Everything you said was
mine.
perfect.
I love how my only description is I'm hot.
Listen, you don't like suck the souls out of young people, but I wanted to put you in there, so I just gave you the hot character.
Wait, did mine say psychopath or sociopath?
It said sociopath.
Okay, cool. Just making sure you got it right.
I mean, we know that puppet can definitely kill people.
I have. I will.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Very soon.
Oh no.
All right, our next speaker is oh, I forgot to change the next speaker thing. Whatever. Sorry.
Well,
Our
that
next
was a good
speaker is
presentation,
rodsvariety.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I'm rodsvariety. I am a new YouTuber, new to the cartoon community. Thank you, Kiki, for allowing me on here. Mine is, I want it to be a little interactive, so you guys in VC can answer any question. I have like a couple, but today I'm going to talk about Kiki. The slide, please. The similarities of Eye to Eye and Two Worlds, One Family, and the Great Disney Rabbit Hole. Next slide. All right, first let's look at the movies in topic. Tarzan and a Goofy movie. They're both classic 90s movies. Goofy movie came out in 1995 and Tarzan in 1999. Despite differences in character and setting, they both share a lesson in bonding and coming together despite many differences. Kiki? But what if, in a little theory, what if I told you that they were both similar? Kiki?
You just say next.
Now.
I got
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now, you're probably asking, what do you mean by that? Next slide. Well, let's talk about the two songs in the title, Two Worlds and Eye to Eye. Next slide. All right. On the screen, you see the chorus to Eye to Eye. If you listen to each other's heart, find it will never too far apart and maybe love is the reason why for the first time ever we're seeing Eye to Eye. Next slide, please. If you've seen a Goofy movie, which most of you, including chat, you probably figured out how Eye to Eye connects with the movie. In the movie, Goofy wants to take his son Max on a fishing trip, thinking Max got in huge trouble, I put in quotes, at school. Max, however, lies to his dad to get to California to see Powerline. They get into a fight after Goofy finds out that Max lies, and it leads to Goofy telling Max that Max will always be his son, and it leads to them reconciling later in the movie, with Eye to Eye displaying the two coming close together as a family. Next slide. And this was supposed to be a gift, but the bond was built upon, and the two were dancing. So next slide. Now we get to Tarzan and the song Two Worlds, One Family. Next slide. The chorus is actually at the beginning. It goes, put your faith in what you most believe in. Two worlds, one family. Trust your heart, let fate decide to guide these lives we see. Next slide. This connection is with our two main characters, Tarzan and Jane. And they're both from different worlds. While Tarzan is human, he was raised by gorillas in the jungle. Accidentally put apes in there. A little error. But Jane is from England, which means different looks and personalities. And although the journey wasn't easy, The two fall in love in the end and slowly bring their worlds together. And it leads to Jane staying with Tarzan. Next slide. So the similarities are they both focus on a relationship. They show the different lives and characteristics of each character coming together. And we see a backstory and development of each relationship. Next slide. But as I was doing this presentation, I had to go deeper. And there's another theory in this tangled Disney web. Next slide. Now, as you see, Goofy movie and Tarzan both came out in the 90s, both considered cult classics in today's generation. But do you know what era came out in the 90s that was from Disney? Anyone want to take a guess?
The Renaissance.
I think it was Disney
Well,
Renaissance.
I mean, he already
The Disney
spoiled
Sorry, I'm
Renaissance.
spoiled by accident there.
The Disney Renaissance. Next slide.
Jeffrey Katzenberg.
Let's see.
Probably also correct.
And they both came out in the 90s, we know that. But what other movie came out before these movies was a huge success and focused some time on a couple? Quick guess, anyone?
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Nope.
Heracles.
Dirty Dancing?
The Little
Nope.
Mermaid.
Dirty Dancing.
Nope. Dirty Dancing. No.
Dirty Dancing is the answer.
Yeah.
One
Dirty
more.
Dancing.
One more.
Shrek.
Castle
Nope.
Dance.
Emperor's New Groove.
The
Angels of
Beauty
the
and the
Outfield.
Beast.
Okay,
Yup,
next
yup.
slide. Next slide. It's
Oh,
Lion
it's
King.
Oh, Lion King.
In 1994, it made nearly $1 billion and had the song "Can You Feel the Love Tonight." Next slide. And you see the chorus is almost simple. It's the world for once in perfect harmony with all these living things. The chorus by heart is a bop. We all know it. But see the lyrics? Peace, perfect harmony, just like Tarzan and Jane and Max and Goofy. Next slide. You see the connections with that. Next slide. And here are the singers, songwriters: Phil Collins of Tarzan, Elton John of The Lion King, and Tevin Campbell of A Goofy Movie. Take out the last names of each of these songwriters, and you get Phil, Elton, and Tevin. Pet for short. Next slide.
Wait, what is this nigga doing?
I like this.
Oh my god.
All right. What animal is most notably owned as a pet?
Cat.
Nope.
Dogs.
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
It's a dog. It's a dog. Next slide. Next slide.
I'm about to throw the hell out.
What the hell? Film theory episode.
And-
It's a film theory episode.
And what
now
Disney
I'm locked
character
in.
in this conversation is a dog?
I'm locked in. Doug.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Pluto.
Goof-
Does this have to do with Goofy and Pluto?
Max.
It's
Goofy.
Goofy.
Goofy's mom.
Max,
That's
Goofy.
right. Next slide. Next slide. It's Goofy. The answer is Goofy. So with all these answers, and with what I said earlier, I've come to a conclusion that a Goofy movie is and should be a Disney Renaissance film and should be a part of that era. Please,
Yes,
out of
sir.
respect, put some respect on Goofy name. I'm tired of this.
I
It
respect.
ain't Mickey
W.
getting no more.
Yes, sir.
It ain't
Yes,
Mickey
sir.
getting no more. Next
fucking-
slide. But hey, that's
Ain't no
just a
way.
theory. Film theory, baby.
It's like the nasty nigga right here. What the
Big ol' sigh.
That's it.
Pretty,
That's it.
pretty good.
You know
Oh my gosh. That was
Great job, Rod.
I had no clue where that was going
Good
at all.
job.
I love the sharp left turn that presentation takes.
When you pulled up pet,
Yeah, that was a
that's the
long
most
haul.
common
Yeah.
pet, and you show up people go
You were,
fucking
you were
cat.
waiting for it for a little bit, but then it just didn't come when you were expecting it.
Homie said. Homie
Fabulous.
said, "What animal is a pet?" Lost my mind.
It's some film theory type shit.
I told y'all it was going in a direction.
Yeah.
One direction. It went in a direction.
right off that cliff.
All right. If you have any questions for Rod, drop them in the chat. And our next presenter is Chillixion. Chili Zion.
That's right.
Chili Zion, yeah. Hello, my name is Chillixion. I'm a cartoon sort of reviewer, discusser, analyst sometimes, but a lot of times I also do music based on different cartoons, movies, games, anime, anything on my YouTube channel. So yeah, that's my introduction. Next slide, please.
Good music.
Yeah. So my presentation is on drip in cartoons.
Yes.
Oh boy.
It's an analytical.
I'm
It's an
excited.
analytical presentation on fashion and Western media. Next slide, please. What is drip? Drip defined by Urban Dictionary.
I'm sorry.
Adjective to describe your outfit similar to swag, sauce, steez, swank. Drip man.
I'm sorry, Steve.
No, Steez is valid. Steez is valid.
Steez is valid, yeah.
When
You never heard.
Nah, let him talk. Let him talk. Let him get shit over it.
Continue.
Drip main.
We gonna talk
Main,
about
my
it, but we
outfit
go-
is dripping right now. Friend, your outfit wet as fuck. By Splashed and Kutcher.
What?
Next slide, please.
Splashed and what?
Who comes up with these names?
That's a good name.
right now.
So essentially, drip is how good an outfit is, but drip does not equal swag. Next slide, please. See, you can have drip but no swag, and swag but no drip. Lil Dicky has swag but no drip. This is garbage.
Don't do it like that. Don't do it like
This
that.
might be the best presentation this night.
Yo, you're a goat, bro. What the
Who the fuck is Greg
Bro.
Kelly? Wait.
Greg Kelly is like he's like a conservative. He kind of got drip. The pants kind of hard, but no swag. No swag. No swag.
You the goat, bro. You the goat. Yo, you the goat.
Next slide, please. Here are my credentials in drip.
Hey. Look at the lean. Look at the lean.
Hercules, Hercules.
Yeah. So I know what I'm talking about. Next slide, please. So on to cartoon drip. Next slide, please. Let's start with Daria from Daria.
I already know what's about to be said.
Go ahead,
Good
bro.
composition. High top, dark Martens, right? Jacket is a standout piece. The jacket color matches with her dark red hair. Orange, a little bit of an odd color choice, but medium drip, very, very passable. It's alright. Next slide, please.
I get the feeling Luz might be on here, but we'll see.
Max from a Goofy movie. He's rocking an oversized hoodie. He's rocking the baggy jeans. He cuffed them too, which is a W. Always cuff your jeans.
Yo.
Even rocking the gloves. But the shoes, garbage. They're black. It doesn't match the fit. He has a light color. He has a light color fit. It doesn't match. Black shoes don't work. It's mediocre drip. Only a sliver of liquid. Next slide, please. Lose from the house.
Not the Grom.
Amazing blazer, amazing hair. Kind of wild for the leggings with the blazer, but that's a pass. She got on brown Chelsea boots. Them expensive. I don't know where she got those. Right? But that skirt, come on. Why is it pink? It could have been purple and it could have been okay. Mid fit. You know what I'm saying? Minimal drip, not passable at all. Next slide, please.
Get out of here.
SpongeBob. Nothing amazing, but it's a really good. It's a real.
Oh man.
It's a really good. It's a really good norm course.
Oh my nose.
Norm course. Yeah, norm core. It's like normal. It's both business and casual. It can work with any occasion. It fits his personality. He's dripping underwater. It's insane. Great fit.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god damn it.
Period.
I'm crying.
Yeah. Period. Anyway, next slide, please.
Bro, you got
Francine from American Dad. Terrible. Didn't get the memo that attractive doesn't negate bad fits.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Good shoes and necklace, but I don't know what's on her left wrist. I don't know if that's a hospital band. I don't know if she goes there frequently and she forgets to take it off. I don't know what's going on there. That dress is atrocious. She's wearing some pajamas, some grandma type beat. You know what I'm saying? She really is the American mom because this got to be racist in some way. So,
I'm just saying. Every time I go on the new website, it says otherwise.
Yo, you a funny nigga, bro. You a funny nigga.
Today is a beautiful day.
absolutely no drip. Next slide, please. Lance from Voltron Legendary Defenders. Great color choice. Blue mixed shirt, pants, shoes. I like those shoes. These shoes are actually kind of high. I don't know if they're like some like Jordan something. I don't know if they're like a new like collab or something, but they're great. Over the brown orange jacket, it matches the skin tone. That's magic. When your skin tone matches with your fit, that's beautiful. General great fit. It's pretty average for fashion. Nothing flashy, nothing outstanding, just general good. But it's not mid because it's not average because most people can't dress. Anyway, it's a good fit, dripping normally. Next slide, please.
Yeah.
Sam from Danny Phantom. Like a subtle goth, styled her leggings with not only her shirt, but her lipstick and her eye colors. I don't know how she did that, but she's really lucky for that. The green bar graph almost got me, but her hair tie is the exact same color, so it really works. Yeah.
Bar graph.
Yeah.
You mean skirt?
Called it a bar graph. That's bar graph, bro.
Yeah.
He said she wearing homework, basically. She wearing statistics.
Grid paper. Got an Excel spreadsheet. I'm sorry.
About to scan some prices.
Bonus for the dress, fit is a consistent color palette. Drip the fuck out. Amazing fit. Next slide, please.
She's the blueprint.
Yeah. Gus from the Owl House. Oh my god. Godlike fit. Tucked in shirt with the jean button up with some ripped jeans and
Does he
black
even wear
socks. This is an official art, so I'm gonna say yes. He wears every day when he's not on the show. He wears black socks.
He's not on the show.
Damn, like
you all watched that episode of Arthur.
Roger Rabbit rules.
Yeah. He wears black
all
socks,
filming in
which are
space.
really expensive. Black socks are way too expensive. And he ballin'. So, yeah, they're more than white socks. And the shoes, oh my god. I don't know if they're like some Vans or some Converse or some like Rick Owens, but Christ, they're amazing. Drip King, this is peak fashion. You cannot get better than this. Next slide, please. April O'Neil from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now this is how you style a jumpsuit. I could really do without the boob window, but you do you, girl.
That's the whole outfit.
Yeah.
The window.
Everything else is perfect. Some neutral white boots, a belt, and a watch. Excellent yellow, not too dark, but not too bright either. Is this the best fix ever? No, but it's still really good. Drippy Supreme, great fit. Next slide, please. Jeremy Johnson from Phineas and Ferb.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, so what is this nigga wearing, yo? Some booty ass brown color scheme. Terrible. Terrible block composition. Look at his body. He's like it's not working, right? Like, oh, too long. He's like, I don't know, it's terrible. Some Adam Sandler ass shorts. And then
That's a good burn.
And I don't know what's on his feet. I don't know what brand that is. I don't know if he got that from like the Walmart, but they're probably some fake Yeezys. Probably got them for resale and got scammed. But yeah, some fake Yeezys, dripless, the worst fit on planet, ass fit on Lord. Next slide, please. And that is the end of my presentation on drip and cartoons. Thank you very much for listening.
That was incredible.
Great job, Jill. That was hilarious.
Oh my god, bro.
That was awesome.
That was good.
That was really good.
Dude, when Jill sent me this,
You gotta be the funniest nigga on the planet, bro. There's no way. Bro, like tears came out my eyes. Like I was crying.
I had to mute. It was too good.
That was hilarious.
Good job, Chill.
That was a
That
that was a
was
really,
really
good.
good.
presentation,
That was so
man.
good.
Amazing.
If,
Oh my
if you have questions for Chili Zion, leave them in the comments. And
Yeah,
we
can I
will
get
move
like a
on.
can I get like a 30-minute video about this?
Yeah, literally, I want you to make more content about this.
Gotta make some on that.
Do a video on this. This presentation was
It needs
hilarious.
to be done.
That was fucking amazing, man. Like,
We're
good
gonna get
job.
that to 100K.
Yeah.
Any love to Gus Porter is good in my book.
Yeah.
All right. Our next presenter is Tune for Thought. Tune, this is a serious presentation, right?
Well,
A little bit of both?
I marked it as goofy, but it's kind of in the middle.
Okay, do you want people to turn their mics on or turn them off or keep them on?
Yeah, on would be preferred.
Okay, we'll do that. Would you like to
Am
introduce
I
yourself?
coming off okay in the mic?
Yes, sir. Ski.
Like I have a few mic presets. I'm not sure which one is better.
You sound great.
All right, so
All right, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Name's Tune for Thought. You probably have seen me on Twitter. Like Kiki said, I am basically everywhere there's cartoon talk, at least on Twitter. And some of you may know I have a Discord server that a few of the people here are in. And I've also been making a Wix blog for about a year now. Maybe I'll expand into making videos one of these days when I'm actually have the confidence and time to do it. But anyway, all right, go ahead, Kiki. All right, so my presentation is about a topic that most animation fans seem to know about, but few rarely seem to really look into in depth. At least in the way I'm talking about. Comparing and contrasting different animation studios. So, alright, go. Now, this obviously, like any other role in animation, studios play a very key role in the production process, because they have to translate the animatics or board drawings, depending on the project, into the proper movement we see. Now, usually there's a specific vision for how things should move or flow, based on the direction or tone decided for the show, or just what kind of studio they think lends itself best to the kind of writing presented. So, obviously, Titmouse and Jamfield are popular ones. You also see Flying Bark, who you know from Rise of TMNT and Lego Monkey Kid, of course. So, obviously, those had specific visions in mind. Now, the quality can vary a lot. But this is much more true of older shows because they had looser storyboard rules, as far as I can tell. It's like they would make boards and then all the animation would be done by the studio. But then in later shows, they basically made it so that all the keyframes would basically have to be done by the animatic and storyboard artists, basically. So even though it's less varied across multiple studios, there can still be a visible difference. And I'm going to show you a few examples as we go along here. Now there's a main reason multiple studios are often used, because for many shows, they simply have really big orders to go through. There's like, Disney Channel has like 20 episodes a season, and they have like 4 or 5 different shows going on at once. So they like to pool the studios they commission over to various episodes of these shows, instead of sticking one to a specific show, although that still happens on occasion. Oh, I thought I heard someone.
Yeah,
But
alright.
anyway,
If you got noise going on in the background, please mute, guys. Alright, sorry.
This was much more common with syndicated cartoons back in the 90s because they would be expected to turn out literally 65 episodes a year. Sometimes as much as 78 if they also got a Saturday morning deal going on. And this leads to a company kind of shopping a single studio, kind of shopping many different studios to the same different show just to get the output in. And sometimes, and in very rare occasions, the value, vision, or priorities of a show can also change over time, which also necessitates a change in studio. So, now one of the biggest examples, as I said, was syndicated cartoons, such as the Disney Afternoon, if you can go to the next slide. Now, Disney afternoon shows had many different studios employed, but many of them had. But there were like two main ones that stood out the most because Disney had studios of their own situated in Japan and Australia. And you can see these compare and contrast pictures of various shows here. Japan puts a lot more emphasis on sort of line work and just making everything look nice and colorful, whereas Australia has all these really extreme angular expressions and stuff, and the characters just kind of pop in and out all over the place. You can see just from these pictures how different they are. And just to drive home this point, go to the next slide. These two pictures are both from Return of Jafar. And you can just guess which one is from Australia and which one is Japan.
I'm gonna say
The right
Japan's
is
probably on the
Australia?
right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Sadie's on the
say.
right.
Wow.
Yeah, the right.
Nah, I think the right is from Australia and the left.
Yeah, I think
The
Australia.
right is from
I think
Australia,
the
the
right's
left is from
Australia, yeah.
Japan.
It's Return
The
to
right
Jafar.
is
Interesting.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. Now, one of the most popular examples of a syndicated show getting multiple studios. Go to the next slide. Actually, no, I gotta say this first. There's many other studios that Disney afternoon shows commissioned, like the stretchy Hang Ho Huang Up, the very bouncy and expressive Wang, and the generally bland-looking Sun Woo. But I don't have time to discuss those today. So, Animaniacs, definitely one of the most popular examples of multiple studios being shopped over, and you can tell just from how these three studios, of the 5 they had in season 1, drew the Warners. TMS is the main one people remember. They did the theme song and most of the most memorable stuff. They drew them in a very kind of very roundest, almost angular style, and they always have these little zip lines. Startoons was much more homemade and organic since it was a very small studio in Chicago. Every animator basically had their own take. And you can see they put much more emphasis on the expressions and stuff. And Wang just puts so much emphasis on the heads and the eyes and stuff. Note those little half lids there. And there are 2 more studios that I could discuss, but I can't go into here. And yeah, Startoons is pretty popular among Animaniacs fans. All right, go next slide. Now, the Owl House, going to a much newer show, the Owl House also uses multiple shows, but they're used a bit more differently than other cartoons that did this, because obviously most of the drawings before sending them out were much more final. So there are 2 main studios that get the Owl House, Sugar Cube and Rough Draft. Most of the episodes go to Sugar Cube, but some of the higher priority ones go to Rough Draft, and even though they both look really good and you can tell they both earned their place in the show, there's something about Rough Draft that looks more varied overall. Sugar Cube can get a little bland in places, but Rough Draft always gets these really confident poses and so much more emphasis on making the expressions stand out. They get sort of that extra push. However, in early season 1, there was a 3rd studio that got a few episodes, but I think there's a reason why they only got 4 episodes before they kind of got ditched. Go to the next slide. They got another studio, Sunmin, and they look like that. It's not terrible by any means, but looking at the other 2 studios, it's such a downgrade that I was able to notice it on my first viewing, and it's like, look, the eyes are kind of flattish. A lot of the times they're separated wrong. It felt like they struggled just to keep them on model half the time, and it's just... And I don't know why this happened, because the same studio was considered the better of the 2 on Steven Universe. They kind of nailed the line weight and getting the storyboard styles down. So I don't know what happened here. Maybe it was budget problems or just getting sent to an inexperienced team. I don't really know. But it does show that there's often multiple factors at play than just the studio. Now, and the final example I'm going to bring up is one of the more interesting cases, Star versus the Forces of Evil. Now, let's ignore our thoughts on the show itself and just talk about how it was animated. It's pretty famous at this point that Mercury Filmworks, who I mostly knew from Wander Over Yonder at the time, started working on the first 7 or so episodes of the show, and they had a very bouncy style full look at all the various line weights going on, and everything was just really expressive. But then sometime they changed to Toon City, while Mercury continued to do some of the keyframes, and there's less of the variance and interest there, but it's still pretty much present. But then in season 2 onwards, they decided to completely ditch this concept and decided to instead go to other studios, go down. This is pretty much night and day compared to the 2 studios seen above, probably because this is reflective of what the show ended up evolving into, for better or for worse. Rough Draft and Sugar Cube, as mentioned with Owl House. Rough Draft has much more thin lines in comparison, and Sugar Cube tries to keep some of the line weight, but it's still it still emotes less overall. And it's not bad at all. I think it does fit the show's ultimate direction, but it just feels like a downgrade overall compared to what they had at the beginning, in my opinion. And it really shows how big a difference animation styles can make sometimes. Now, in summary,
Sugar Cube literally looks like Teacher's Pet. Sorry, I just wanted to say that before we move on. Like, that looks like Teacher's Pet.
And in closing, obviously none of this should be read deep into. It's all just for amusement, and I think it's fun to compare and contrast to anyone who decides to pay very close attention to these different styles. I think doing so with Animaniacs was one of the big reasons I really became interested in animation in the first place. Obviously, you shouldn't undersell the difficult job these studios face and the constraints most of them have to work with, because there's obviously other factors at play here. So often they're overworked and such. And besides, past disastrous mistakes can make for a good laugh, like when Tiny Toons got animated by Kennedy and became famous for a joke in OKKO. I am done.
Awesome.
All right, great job, Todd. That was awesome.
Good job.
That was so interesting.
Good job.
You said you don't do.
That was amazing. Like,
yeah.
Honestly,
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys.
You said you don't do YouTube videos?
Great job, man.
No, I don't right now, but I do make blog posts.
We're waiting for the first YouTube video tune.
It just felt like a video.
Yeah, that's like a good video.
Yeah,
you could easily make a video on
that. That would be a great video topic. Like, I don't think
editing would be too much of a time. Editing would be too much of a time sink for me right now.
I hear ya.
No, but
that's understandable.
Yeah, editing can be pain.
Editing takes a long time. Like, it takes me like a week or so to get like a to get like a 20-minute video edited.
Totally.
Oof.
I saw I got praised attention when I brought up
Editing
Startoons.
takes lots of motivation.
There's also the scripting and the voice recording, so there's that too. So yeah, it's a long process.
Yeah, but like it can be rewarding once you're finished. So
yeah. Whenever you do get into it, Tune for Thought, I'm sure that you're gonna have a lot of people who are interested in what you have to say. You're very knowledgeable, and even this PowerPoint was awesome. So great job.
Thank you.
Fantastic job.
Yeah, good job.
Coming from you, that means a lot.
All right, our next presenter is Whitney Vision. Whitney, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, cool. Hi.
All right, go ahead and introduce yourself. I didn't know if Brett was with you, so I put his pronouns.
Yeah, he is.
Okay,
Brett and John are here. Brett just ran outside to greet the Postmates man, and John is in the bathroom, but they'll both be back with me shortly.
Cool.
John.
Hey, everyone.
All right.
Oh, it's John.
Who are you?
Oh, look, it's John. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm Whitney Van Lanningham, and I have a channel called Whitney Vision, and we talk about cartoons, and it's pretty fun, and it's nice, and it's cool, and I like it.
All right, are you ready to get started?
Oh hell yeah.
Okay, let's go. First slide. Oh, you know
All
what?
right.
I'm gonna have to adjust stuff real quick because yours is a different aspect ratio. So just give me a sec.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's gonna get heated.
Mine definitely looked weird also when I sent it, so I apologize. But you know what doesn't look weird? Pugs, because they look perfect.
What's the dog?
Yes.
Doing though?
Get
the dog doing.
Be a nice presentation.
All right.
Love the dogs. What are they doing though? What the dogs?
What the dog doing? Is that a reference to that amazing YouTube channel?
What is the dog doing?
Everybody
What's
asked
the
what the
dog
dog
do?
was doing, but they never watched.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Whitney.
Okay, cool. Before we get started, the most important thing to remember is that they are all very good boys. Even if they're girls, very good boys, because that's just what we say to dogs. Okay, number 10, Percy from Pocahontas. All right, the reason he is ranked the lowest is obviously because he comes from a very problematic friend group. He's friends with a lot of
Oh my
white
God.
dudes who exhibit extreme toxicity, extreme racism, extreme anti-feminism, just like absolutely fuck them. And we don't like that, but what we do like is taking bubble baths and eating snacks. We really like that. So Percy's still on the list. He's still cute, but I think it's time for him to rethink his friend group.
Yeah.
He does fight too.
Come on, Percy.
Okay, we can go to the next one. Okay, laser puppies. Technically, they never say that they're pugs, but look at them. They look like pugs. So in my head, they're pugs. But they are also lower on the list because obviously they might not be true pugs. I just believe that they are, and what I believe is cool. So they have many useful skills. Not only did they come to star in her time of need when she was trapped inside Marco's beard, and they showed her the way out of it, they can also perform sick-ass laser light shows. And one time they did light a dog park on fire, but in their defense, they're really adorable. So I'm not mad at them. Okay, next one. All right, Barrel of Pugs, Gravity Falls. Again, still a little bit lower on the list, not because they're not adorable, but because we don't really interact with them a lot. All we know is that they are illegally trafficked by Grunkle Stan and Santiago. What have they seen on their journeys? The stories they could tell if they could speak English. It would be amazing. We can go to the next one. All right, number 7, Frank, Men in Black the series. This guy is a classic pug. You can't get any more classic than Frank the pug. He's an alien. He's a dog. I mean, oh man, what more could you want? So in the show, technically, a fun fact that I found out when I was on the internet the other day that I did not realize is that the Men in Black animated series is not considered part of Men in Black canon whatsoever. And I thought that was pretty cool. So technically his alien form here is not canon to the rest of the series, but I still think that he is so cute. Okay, we can go to the next one.
Good boy.
All right. Mel, Secret Life of Pets. This dude is really dumb, and I'm really sorry, and I hate to have to say that, but he's not the brightest crayon in the box. He's not the sharpest potato in the shed. And really, mostly all he does is get his butt scratched on the floor. He likes to do the scoop maneuver. He likes to bark at squirrels out the window. And he is voiced by Bobby Moynihan, who I think is fantastic. And he makes a fantastic pug. Bobby Moynihan just gives off pug energy in real life. And so I think that this was an almost perfect casting. Also, I love that at one point, he has a little milkshake. Look at him. Look at that little milkshake. He's pretty sweet. He's a pretty sweet little milkshake. Okay, next one. Okay, now we have Pagoon from Naruto. And although he's not technically a battle pug, he is absolutely the most agile pug in the entire universe. Most pugs are very lazy. They can really only do one thing, and that's lay down and get belly rubs. And they can't walk very far, and they can't breathe very well because they have little smushy faces. And so I am endlessly impressed with this pug. This pug has the strongest sense of smell out of any pug. He can sense danger. He can sense who's coming, whether the person coming is good or bad, what they're wearing, who they are. He can run as fast as a human ninja, and he can clone himself. So that's just crazy. That is so much more than most pugs can do. Most pugs really just like to sit around all day and fart. So I'm very impressed with this pug. Okay, we can go to the next one.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Obviously, she's high up on the list because she has great boobs.
Oh my god.
And even though, you know, she's a little bit spacey, she can be a little bit of a ditz sometimes, she is so sweet, and she did not deserve to be cheated on by Mr. Peanut Butter. And as a fellow content creator for the internet, I think that we should all support Pickles because she's technically one of us. We do cartoons, she does like makeup tutorials and shit like that, but at the end of the day, we're all in the same team. So I think that we should all support Pickles.
Respectfully.
I just want to point out. I just want to point out she has pie and a hot dog as shoulder pads.
Oh yeah, she does.
Yeah,
She's the greatest wrestler in the history of the world.
Honestly,
The ghost.
this should have been in a drip slide.
Exactly.
Yeah, that should have been in the drip slide. I agree.
Jalil, remember when I told you what my type was? Scratch that.
No.
What?
Yo, hear me out. Hey, hear me out.
Oh my god.
Okay, next one. Okay, this is Precious. She's from the Nut Job. I watched this and was like crying the other day because she has like the most tragically realistic story out of any of these pugs. So she's like, except for the part where she's like adopted by a bunch of bank robbers, but she gets adopted by these robbers and then she loves them so much that she'll do anything for them. And so she's kind of a bad girl at the beginning of the movie, but all she wants is friends. And so even though her owners are kind of mean to her and they keep threatening to take her back to the pound, she is eventually able to find a group of friends that does support her and does want to take care of her. She makes friends with a bunch of squirrels. And then in the end of the movie, she gets adopted by one of the robbers' girlfriends. So she does get her happy ending, but she faces the reality that a lot of pugs in real life face because a lot of pugs are just looking for love. A lot of pugs don't find the right owner the first time around, and that's why it's very important to adopt, not shop, when it comes to little baby pugs, because you could save their life, and you could be the friend that they need. Okay, next slide.
Yup.
Okay. Now we have Monchi. Mitchells versus the Machines. Is Monchi A, a pig, B, a dog, or C, a loaf of bread? If you answered D, all of the above, you're correct. Man, this guy is a full-on potato. He is so good at fending off lower-tiered robots. I can't believe that the fate of the entire world was saved by a pug who was just confusing to look at. I mean, that's amazing. That's pretty much all you need out of life. He also makes an excellent police officer, ACAB, except for Munchie. And we can go to the next one. Psych! It's my dog Pugsley! Ah, you guys fell for it. I'll show you a picture of my dog.
I was wondering who the hell would be able to be
propaganda.
Propaganda. So he's a very good boy. I would say that out of these pugs, he's the most like Monchi and Precious, with just a little bit of Pacoon mixed in. And he is 5 years old, and he's my best friend ever, and I love him very much.
Aww.
Happy birthday.
What a good doggo.
Yeah.
Yup, the dog.
And then you can go to the last slide if you want, but it's just, thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for paying attention to pugs.
That was a lethal presentation. That was amazing.
Great presentation,
My
Whitney.
interest in pugs has spiked 3,000% because of you.
All right. Thank you, Whitney, for that enlightening
You're
presentation.
welcome. This was so fun. Thanks for putting this together.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Gladly. All right. If you have any questions for Whitney on dogs, feel free to drop them in the chat.
Ask away.
Our plan was to take a break for a few minutes, so any like presenters or stream people or anything, if you need to go, like, just stretch or like use the bathroom, get some food or something, do that now, and I think we'll just chat for a couple minutes, and then we'll pick back up and shadex will take over.
All right.
Let's go. Good vibes, man. Good vibes, man.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully everyone can just still hear us. I'm gonna put it on. Be right back, just so that people know that we're waiting for a sec. All right. How How we feeling after the first third of our presentations are done? The first chunk.
All those presentations.
Been a blast so far.
Great presentation.
Really wonderful stuff.
Pretty cool. I like it.
Doing well so far.
I'm having fun. It's fun.
I really wish I did.
I'm definitely gonna host another presentation night this winter. This has been so fun. It was I know it was work to put together, but like it didn't kill me. So yeah, I definitely want to do another one.
I feel touched by how much you people all like mine.
It was amazing, man. Like Jackson.
Oh here, let me turn the music off again. Sorry about that.
You didn't do one big black guy?
Big, don't talk to him
Big.
like that.
I haven't talked to you in like forever, and the first thing
Don't
you
talk
say
to my man like that, yo. Don't talk to my man like that.
That's the new small black following.
That's my man. Man, don't talk to him like
I
that.
can't control it. It's happening already.
It's happening again. It's
I've
happening
always,
again.
to be fair, I've always called you that.
That is
Big
true.
black guy. Oh my
I
god.
got I do got a question.
Said, come on, let me tell you about my best friend.
Yeah.
How much do I have to pay you to make videos again, my nigga? Because that shit was crazy. I need that. I need that. You ain't answer my question. Nigga said, yeah. How much do you want?
how much Corona, whatever you use down there, do you need?
Yeah, right. You need a crumpet or something? Wait, that's the wrong area. What do you mean? You need a waffle? Like, what you need? Like,
Trying on the wrong side of the English channel.
You need a waffle? Like, I need a dude, I can make Eggos. Like, I can get you a waffle, bro. Like,
Eggos are gross, my boy.
what you mean?
What you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
First up, they're frozen.
What do you
Not
mean
made
by that?
fresh.
Wait, hold on. Well, that's, you gotta toast them.
I mean, once you have real waffles, Eggos
Make
are
them
kinda
fresh.
You can make them in the oven.
No, like start from scratch.
What syrup
So-
do you use?
no.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That
But
is true.
sometimes I don't have start from scratch time.
Well,
If you want
get
to
it.
make
I don't know. Get it or don't eat a waffle.
Who has time for
If you
who has
wanna make-
time in the ingredients, huh?
Nah, if you want to make people from England happy, all
Either you
do is
have
make
them or you
some
don't.
tea.
I don't know what to say.
If you want to make people from England happy, you just make them some tea, and then you start praising the hell out of England. Like, just praise them so much, and they will love
You're
that.
never gonna catch me praising England in my life.
They haven't done anything but lost.
Oh no, I have nothing.
Hey!
I don't think.
Wait, what'd you say?
Hey.
Hold up, bro. Name
Oh my
twice that
God.
England has won. Name twice.
Look, all I'm saying is, as an Irishman, I have opinions on England, but I'm not going to say them. But just know I have opinions.
Yeah.
As an
Don't worry.
Irishman.
Hey, can anyone name 2 times England has won? No.
There was one
I'd
time in
spend-
America, the motion picture, where the king almost won, but he didn't.
I'd rather spend like 5
They were
years at
they were first
Guantanamo
place in
Bay
losing half their
before I
population.
set foot in Europe.
I've
Smells
never
like
been
ye
outside of
old
Europe.
Axe body spray.
I've never been outside. I was supposed to go to America, but the
Oh
corona.
no! Stay where you are.
You don't need to
this-
come
yeah,
here.
you don't need to
By all
come.
means,
never-
you be better. You really are better
I've
off
only
where
been
you
to, like,
are. Or
I've only
anywhere
been to
else.
four countries. I've been to New Zealand. I think I went to Australia and Portugal. I've never been outside of Ireland. I've like been stuck here for fucking years.
You went to Australia?
Wait, is New Zealand?
Yeah,
Ireland? You said
On
what?
purpose?
Yeah. No, I'm part New Zealand, so I like visit to see my family occasionally.
Part New Zealand?
Cool.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah, he's part of the
The
country.
reason why.
Shut up!
Which part? North Island or South Island?
Northern
got any
Ireland.
ancestors
Let me
in
say
New
this: there
Zealand?
is no Northern Ireland.
Zealand?
The way it works is it's south, east, and west. There is no North Ireland. That
You
is
gotta deal with it.
Go
We-
north.
We don't talk about North Ireland.
No, no,
just
no,
does
no,
not
I said
exist.
I said North Island, New Zealand.
Oh, I thought you. I think. Oh yeah, I think that's where I go to. The North Island of New Zealand.
Have any
I haven't been there.
ancestors from Old Zealand?
Yeah, I think I have some. I think my grandparents are
Arties.
still there. It's been a
No.
while. I haven't been to New Zealand in fucking years, man. I haven't left. Oh, it's been a fucking while. I need to go back there. It was good old crack. I just
I'll
remember
take
when I
you.
went there. I just remember when I went there in summer. When I went there in like Christmas, it was fucking boiling over there. Because like I think that like the the summer and like winters are different. I don't know how it works.
Yeah, they're different. They're like the opposite, like Australia. It's like summer, winter,
Yeah,
winter,
it's
summer.
Wait,
yeah, I don't know
Zach,
how it works. Yo,
what does oiling mean? I'm gonna need some clarification on that. What does oiling mean? Boiling? Oh, I think it's oiling. I was losing my mind. Yeah, oiling. What does that mean?
Oiling is something. Oiling is some. I don't know. I'm tired. It is. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. I thought it was like 12. God Almighty.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
too late for you by now.
There, I'm just chilling at the moment. I'm literally like just vibing.
Yeah.
Vibing with my. Where's my monster can? I lost my monster.
You check the fridge.
No, I don't have a fridge. Oh my god, where is it?
Tell him an ice box.
You don't have
You
fridges.
don't need a fridge. No, you don't
It's
need a
true.
fridge. You just put your
It's
food
true.
outside.
You
It's
don't go
freezing
around
cold outside.
Ireland with a fridge?
Yeah.
Nah, you just put your food. You just put your food outside and it's ground because it's already freezing cold outside. So you know you're grind. You
Oh
don't need a fridge.
my. Wait,
don't
how do
need a
you warm
fridge.
food up? How do you warm food up though?
You don't.
Put it
We
inside.
eat food cold over here, and we
Oh,
get
you said you
used
eat feet. I'm like, what?
Eat
You
Yeah,
feed
you
fried
eat food like that.
toes. Toes.
We don't cook stuff. We don't put it like in microwaves. We just eat it cold and raw.
That's pretty cool.
It tastes lethal.
No, it isn't.
Nothing like
It
Nothing
tastes
like a-
lethal.
That's
It
Irish.
Tastes
slang.
like I might die.
That's Irish slang.
Is it? I
For
thought like
what?
everyone uses the word lethal.
I've heard like lethal and I've heard like lethal and deadly in class.
It's lethal.
Okay, hey guys.
Really?
I think we need to start back up so that we stay on schedule. Everybody keeps their time slots, or at least we stay within 10 minutes of whenever people signed up. So, let's get back into things. I'm gonna switch back over to presentation night and adjust this again. And then we
There's two
will get
flies running
started.
right
And
now.
Shade can give us his prezzo.
All right.
Yup, shadex.
All right,
Let's go,
sweet.
Shade.
Shade, who are ya?
I'm shadex, and I do videos on media, whether that be animation and sometimes music. Anyway, my presentation is gonna be on a little bit of both. I like virtual bands. This is my presentation. Next slide.
Okay, sorry, I gotta adjust it again. It's like
Okay.
freaking out on me in between states or slides.
Okay.
I think it's just 'cause
yeah.
combining a bunch of PDFs. There were a few things that were different sizes.
Yeah.
It's all right. Okay.
Okay,
There we
but
go.
yeah, I like virtual bands. And these are all of these images. They're like considered virtual bands. I'll explain.
Cool. All right, go ahead.
All right. What is a virtual band? Basically, a music group is comprised of fictional characters who are animated. Alvin and the Chipmunks were the first example of this, despite the term virtual band not being used at the time of their creation. All right, next slide. Archie was in a virtual band. This surprised me when I first learned about it. Sugar Sugar was a song that was made by Jeff Barry and Andy Kim under the Archie's name. The band made 5 albums during the 60s and 70s and then released a Christmas album in 2008. So like they came back. All right, next slide. Did you know there was a British virtual band that existed before Gorillaz called Prozac that started in the 90s? Next slide. Actually, never mind. They faked being British. They are complete frauds.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Shocker.
Prozac is actually a Canadian virtual band. The band was started by Jay Levine and James Ryan McCollum. They sing a comedic song called Europa in a British accent that didn't fit their R&B band, the Philosopher Kings. They then decided to use the song for a new music project, that being Prozac in 1998. All right, next slide.
Who would want to fake being British?
What are the themes of Prozac's music?
A lot of people.
The songs of Prozac are love songs sang by Simon, a dude with a floating head who wants to find his soulmate. Also, the Prozac lore is really weird. Simon was a knight who was enemies with a Viking named Milo. They both got transported to the 90s, and after that became a musical duo. Yeah. All right, next slide. Yeah, and Disney almost made a cartoon based on the band. The band made the song Get a Clue for the DCOM of the same name.
Oh my
However,
God.
Disney told Jig and James to drop the Prozac name, which is understandable. It's the name of a drug. And they were gonna make a cartoon. They redesigned Milo to look more like a Chad, I guess. And but the show didn't happen because Disney said the phrase "sucks to be you" couldn't be in the show, which is the title of a song of theirs. But yeah, what is odd is Disney didn't cut any inappropriate lyrics from the songs in the Disney issued compilation of the album, the song Strange Disease specifically. There might have been more, I don't know. But yeah, next slide.
That song, Get a Clue, is an absolute banger.
Yeah. They do a lot. They have a lot of great music. They did a lot of great music. The project ended in 2019. Their final album was Forever 1999. And there were plans for a cartoon. A pilot exists online. It's really good. I forgot what it's called, but it was actually written by the guy who made Forget About It, but it's actually a good pilot. Like the show was gonna integrate the songs the band made into episodes. Like each episode would be themed around a certain song. But like it didn't get the views to warrant it getting picked up for a full show. Anyway, Prozac is underrated. I highly recommend that people check out the band's music and videos out. And now it's time to talk about Gorillaz. Gorillaz was created by Blur lead singer Damon Albarn and Tank Girl comic co-creator Jamie Hewlett. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know that already. The band is still relevant today. Also, they aren't pretending to be British. They actually are British, unlike Prozac. All right, next slide. On the top of Gorillaz, who is this mysterious green guy, and where is Murdoch?
Ace.
Next.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But yeah, if you can't tell, I really like Gorillaz. I spent a big chunk of this presentation talking about Prozac because I know everyone knows about Gorillaz already. The Now Now era was when I really got into the band and started talking about it on YouTube. Okay, next slide. This has been going on for quite a bit, so now I'll end the presentation soon. Okay, next slide. These are final words. My favorite Gorillaz album is Plastic Beach. I figured I'd mention that. On Melancholy Hill is my favorite song of the band as well. The Feed Me remix is amazing too. Search for the Feed Me on Melancholy Hill remix on YouTube. It's great. Virtual bands are cool. Vocaloids like Hatsune Miku are cool as well. That Domino's pizza ad with her is iconic. Anyway, before I go, I have some bad news. Next slide. The Your Favorite Martian album isn't coming out. This situation is the reason you should never sign up for a multi-channel network. YFM was a casualty after William Johnson left Maker Studios. A compilation of the band's music was uploaded to Spotify with stolen art, and Maker Studios is listed as the uploader, so that's not cool. Also, Disney technically owns Your Favorite Martian, and I doubt the band will return, unfortunately.
Disney owns Mr. Douchebag?
Yeah, they do.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
do. All right.
Disney was preparing to acquire FX way before they acquired FX.
Nice.
Okay, next slide. Thanks for watching.
Woo.
Great job,
Shade.
Good job.
Well, Shade.
Cool. I learned something too.
Mm-hmm. Well, Shade, you're my favorite Martian, so if that makes you feel better.
Thanks.
It was used as tap music in the Gravity Falls pilot. Does that count?
No.
Vertus Joe said this project is retired.
Oh. Yeah.
Let's go.
They gone.
All right.
No more big old biddies.
If you've got questions for Shade, drop them in the chat.
What?
Our next presenter is Isiah /
Yeah.
Aisha. And I spelled your name wrong. I'm so sorry, Isiah.
Look, it's
they in
okay. That's why I am in here. Hello.
Hey, Isaiah.
Hi, D'Angelo. My whole life, my name has been spelled wrong. It's okay. But hi, I'm Isiah. I'm Aisha. And I am a friend of Kiki's. I'm actually I'm making a couple scripts for some YouTube videos, and I'm hoping that they go well. I'm gonna be talking about like cartoons and games and just like other stuff I like. But yeah, and then I hope my presentation makes y'all laugh.
All right. Shall we get started?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so I'm.
Oh my god, this nigga! Oh my god!
Look, I can I can explain. I can explain. So before we get into it, right? Let me give you a little. So the seagull. But I'm I'm not a furry myself. And these are all characters from cartoons that I just love, and I feel like they just make a perfect spouse, perfect partner. I'd love to be with them.
Someone said this is a presentation that I would make.
I mean, they're not wrong. They're not wrong.
Isaiah does have an adorable voice. I agree with Drea.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right, you ready?
Yes. Next slide, please. All right, so we starting off strong. Gotta go with Goofy. I mean, come on, look at
you right.
Look, Goofy's actually just my type. He's goofy. I love it. He's the best dad. I get to have Max as a stepchild, who I feel like we butt heads at first, but then it'd be like, we bond over Tevin Campbell. It'd be perfect. And then he has great taste in music, and I know Goofy will always make me laugh and smile. So the next slide, please.
Huge Dilf energy.
James P. Sullivan, aka Sully. This man, this monster, if you will, is clearly husband material. Like, look at the way he looks at Boo. Like, just that he's gonna be a good father. He put his career on the line. That means he'll stick up for what is right. It means he'll put you first, even if it's not in his best interest. You know what I'm saying? And I get to have Mike Wazowski as a brother-in-law. Like, come on, like who wouldn't want that?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
This is a big brain choice. I like this.
Isaiah is 2 for 2. Let's go.
Next slide, please. Louis the alligator. All right. No. Yes, sir. Look, look from this beautiful. From the second. From the second he sang his song, sang the song "One Way Human" and Princess of the Frog, I fell in love with him. Look at his smile, look at that face, beautiful. Look at the look he's giving as he plays the trumpet. Look at the look he's giving Naveen. Like, come on. I feel like, come on, he's just fun to have around. Like,
let's go.
All right, next slide, please.
Tell me why he built like LBM.
Hey,
all right.
Hey.
Oh my god.
Calm down.
Right here.
Come on, bro.
I mean, look,
Isaiah's right, and we have to hear him.
I feel like I don't need to say much, but if I do, just this is a random thing, but I love her color palette. Like, it just goes crazy. Like the purple and the greens, everything's popping.
Yeah.
I love just the difference in her looks, like from when she was a student versus like the powerful like Spider Queen. And she's a sweet person, but if you mess with her, she gonna hate you, and I like that in a person.
You got a dumpy too.
I didn't say
that. That's her egg sack, actually.
Next slide.
Yeah, I like that.
Say more.
Tina Duck.
Here we go.
Come on, y'all know about Tina Duck. Y'all need to come on. Look at the look. Look at the look in the eyes. Look, she does hair. She puts up with Daffy Duck. That's incredible. Daffy Duck's not on this list, by the way. But I think I think I can make it work. I think I can make it work with Daffy. But back to Tina. Come on. She's funny. She's just like a great personality. She might be my favorite character in that show. But yeah, Tina Duck. Next slide, please.
I'm trying to join that relationship.
Tina Resource.
Look, all right. So we have some honorable mentions before I get to the last one. Goliath from Gargoyles. I love Goliath. Yes, Goliath is the husband. He would carry me into the moonlight, and then I just and look into his eyes, and everything would be okay. Roxanne was definitely, when I was younger, I was like, yeah, that's the one. And Scully from Scary Godmother. He is not. That's not really furry, I don't think, but I just love him. Come on, like, he's good. And speaking of scary godmother, this is the last slide.
That was under the bed.
You guys have been picking up the pieces. This is where it led to. This is
pieces.
Look, I mean, look. If you're making the connections, there's a different like monster. He hides under the bed. Sully hides. You know what I'm saying?
Chekhov's gun.
But if you see Scary Godmother 1 and 2, you already know who Bugaboo is. He's a sweet guy. He scares, but that's just his job. He doesn't do it to hurt kids, except for Jimmy. Jimmy deserves it. And then
You're real Bugaboo.
I'm still on Bugaboo. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's you.
That's
adorable.
me.
It's so.
That's two characters I've been called. How many more is gonna be?
Look, if you're Bugaboo, call me. That's all I have to say. He's adorable.
Oh my
God. He would give the best hugs. I feel like he loves pizza, Halloween, and his friends. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say about Bugaboo. I hope y'all enjoyed this presentation.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
That's right.
That was great.
Yeah,
That was hilarious.
It was an eye opener.
I don't know why, but I personally like it. I don't know.
Honestly, I think I can agree with you.
No, I totally agree with you. I totally agree. No misses.
No misses. Easy diff, low diff.
Yeah, like I said in chat, 6 for 6. They were 6 for 6.
Pretty good.
Great job, Isaiah.
I thought that was number 7 or 8.
Oh,
I
Dan
must-
the
I
Man
must have
Show.
counted. I'm sorry.
Dan's muted.
All right, Dan,
Yeah.
you ready?
All right, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
All right,
sorry
cool.
about that.
Your
I am
turn.
good to
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
All right.
Oni, if you have
I'm-
questions for Isaiah, drop them in the chat. Very important. All right, go ahead, Dan.
I'm Dan. I didn't really prepare anything, but just let me there we go. All right. So I like to I review stuff on my YouTube channel. I'm a big Adult Swim fan, huge American Dad fan. Artiste knows what I'm talking about. But today I'm not going to be talking about either of those. I'm going to be talking about something very close to me, very close to my heart, something very, very serious. So if you could just go to the next slide. We'll be talking about Brian Griffin and the talking animal phenomenon of Family Guy, or subtitle, "Oh my God, you can talk." A deep cut investigation. And feel free, by the way, this isn't actually serious. This isn't serious. You can keep your mics on all you want.
I just want to let you know
Brian
that I would
McCall-
normally not allow Family Guy on my channel, and I have made an exception for this evening. And it's Alterique's fault that I don't allow it.
Now there's a crack in the armor.
You slowly getting what we want.
Yes, let's do it.
Family Guy.
All right.
Family Guy.
You can go to the next slide now. All right, let's talk about their dog, Brian Griffin. Let's go over some key facts about Brian. We know that he was separated from his mother as a puppy, and I apologize, it's going to be a little wordy, but I need to kind of show off my intel and facts to kind of prove this theory that I'm about to build up. You can see that in Season 2, Episode 13, Road to Rhode Island. He was taken into the Griffin family by Peter when he was a stray, Season 1, Episode 7. Last time recorded, he was 8 years old, which is 56 in dog years. He is the father of 8 children, Dylan Flanagan, Season 6, Episode 11, and 7 human-dog hybrid children that he had with his... We don't have to get too into that.
Thanks for reminding us of that.
Well, now there's only 4 of them, so don't worry about it too much.
Oh, yeah.
He has written 2 books and a stage play, Faster Than the Speed of Love, Wish It Want to Do It, and a Party Fancy, which, by the way, technically, he may have written a 3rd book, Football, Swishy the Football Baby, but that's still debated whether that's a book or a book within a book, and I didn't really want to officially count that. You got to know the meta a little bit to understand it. He's a Brown University dropout, an alcoholic, a Prius owner, and you can go to the next slide.
A Prius.
And he can talk. Now, I'm gonna ask. I need your suspension of disbelief
Breaking
till
my
the
brain.
end, because I'm gonna go a little bit deeper into this. I understand that this is shocking, but you gotta let's just ease into it. All right,
Brian's surprised too.
You can go to the next slide now. So Brian is a dog, and I mean that like a dog. He does dog things, like he chases squirrels. He hates cats. He chases his tail, buries stuff, plays with dog toys, uses the bathroom outside, hates the mailman, wears a collar, sleeps at the front of the bed, sniffs other dogs' butts, yada yada yada. The list goes on. But he also does things humans do. He walks on his rear legs. He uses his front paws as hands. He reads, writes. He went to college. He doesn't go to college anymore. He votes. He eats at the table. He gets together with human females. I was going to write something else. I didn't know how PG I was going to make it, but I made it PG.
Quote unquote gets.
He sings. He smokes weed. And yes, he even talks.
Wait, he talks? Oh my god.
I know. Shocking. You can go to the next slide now. Something's not quite right here. Not every dog in the Family Guy extended multiverse acts like Brian. See, because Brian can communicate with dogs that have the same qualities as him, like Ellie from that one episode where he pretends to be a show dog to get with Ellie. But is unable to commute with dogs that act exclusively like dogs, like Seabreeze from that one episode where he tries to get with a race dog named Seabreeze. Yeah, so you're noticing a little bit of a trend here. Other animals in the Family Guy extended multiverse follow the same limitations as Brian, i.e. they're either like humanoid and communicate with other humans, or just a normal animal, like Billy the Dolphin, or some random donkey that's some guy's roommate in a cutaway, just for example. So what exactly is going on? And if you haven't noticed by now, you'll notice like a running theme with a certain picture in some of these slides. You can go to the next slide if you want.
I love the way you designed this slide, by the way. It looks really good.
Oh, thank you. So here's my hypothesis. Brian and every other animal in the Family Guy extended multiverse that can talk to humans, you can go to the next slide, are actually humans in the body of an animal. You can go to the next slide now.
Oh, I'm gonna
Yo,
throw up.
Oh my God. I'm shocked too. I know. When I made this discovery, I was like, what is happening? My mind, completely blown. You can go to the next slide now. How is this possible? I lied, by the way. We're talking about American Dad. In order to prove this, we from Rhode Island to Virginia.
Liar.
Good Morning USA. I'll proudly be a liar if that means I can talk about American Dad. I will wear that as a badge. Liar, #1 American Dad fan. All right, you can go to the next slide. All right, now we're going to talk about Klaus Heisler. He's a goldfish living...
Oh, wait, hold on. You just
Wait
a minute. No, you ain't do that. You ain't do that. Wait.
Oh, can't transition to Klaus.
No, I know what he's doing. Go ahead.
Actually, it's a German man in the body of a goldfish, season 1, episode 1 pilot. Ability to participate in many human activities, like reading, writing, drinking, and talking to humans, while abiding to the limitations of being a goldfish. He must be in water at all times, he has a fishbowl cleaned, and is attracted to female fish, while also being attracted to human females. And, you know, does it sound a little familiar? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
All right, we can go to the next slide now.
Anybody.
How is this possible? Now, Stan Smith works at the CIA, and it's been made clear that the CIA has access to an abundance of sci-fi technology, including a body switching machine. And you can kind of see the body switching machine right here. It was made clear in the very first episode of American Dad that that's how it happened. So, you know, you can go to the next slide now. So, just to expand on the hypothesis, they're humans in the bodies of animals thanks to CIA intervention. Now, I know I'm getting my tinfoil hat on because I'm about to go into a bit more deep diving, as it would seem. So you can go to the next slide now. In order for this theory to even be considered, the following questions must be true. So, The first question, you can go on the next slide. Do the events of Family Guy and American Dad take place in the same universe, within this Family Guy extended multiverse? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
As seen in multiple episodes, but concretely confirmed in American Dad Season 8, Episode 2, Hurricane. There are a few instances where it's like a dream sequence, or like a visual gag or something, or a virtual simulation, but this episode right here concretely confirms it. You can go to the next slide now. Question: has the body switching technology been used on more than one occasion than class to similar effects? Like, is this a one-time thing? If it is, then maybe, we can't really go any further than that. The answer is, you go to the next slide. Yes. With Reginald the koala. Anyone who's an American Dad fan knows all about Reginald.
Love Reginald.
Season 5, Episode 10, Family Affair. That's where it was confirmed. He has a whole theme song with him. I highly recommend looking it up. It's great. It's a banger. And Stan as a horse, Season 6, Episode 10. Don't look a Smith horse in the mouth. There's a lot of other examples. Those are the two that definitely come to mind. You can go on the next slide now.
Of course.
Assuming Brian isn't a threat of sorts, have they used the body switching technology for non-emergency use? And the answer is yes. See, Klaus was originally an East German Olympic ski jumper, and the only reason that his body was switched was so that the Americans could win the gold medal at the 1986 Olympics that year. So I would say that's definitely not an emergency, so that answers that question. You can go on the next slide now. This would mean that Brian's memories have been fabricated. Does the CIA have technology capable of altering someone's memories? And the answer is yes. Season 1, Episode 4, Francine's flashback to erase her memories.
My nigga, what are you doing?
Just saying.
This theory is crazy.
All right, you can go to the next. Okay, perfect. What motive? This is a really important question now. What motive would the CIA have for putting Brian's brain in the body of a dog? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. There's not enough information to make this point. Next slide.
Yeah, his reaction matches ours.
However,
Yeah.
you can go on the next slide. Stan knows Brian. In Season 7, Episode 7, Stan discusses his top 10 favorite fictitious dogs. Now, I understand when I say fictitious, now you're like, oh wait, now it's all fake? It doesn't make any sense, and now the whole theory's out the window. I'll get to that. His number one pick on this list, Brian Griffin. Brian then appears and the following exchange occurs. As you can see in these photos, not fabricated. Well, except for that one image on the right one, to keep up the illusion. Now, as I mentioned, fictitious dogs. Now, based on that phrasing, you would think, oh, well, Brian's fake in the American Dad universe. So that kind of puts the whole theory into sort of this gray area. Like, now what do I do? But in universe, in both Family Guy and American Dad, it is confirmed that both are fake TV shows where the actors know that they are on TV shows. Seen in, I think it was, depending on how you list it, it's either Season 1, Episode 8 or Season 2, Episode 1. The one where Stan's boss gets with Stan's daughter. At the very end, they have in memorial for an actor that died on set, and it was beautiful, and it was really sad and touching. But I mean, yeah, there you go. If they're both fictitious, then they both still exist in the same universe. You can go to the next slide now. Question: have Brian's memories been tampered with? Now that's very important because while they have this information, they have the ability to tamper with his memory. We don't know if they actually tampered with his memory. We don't know if his memory's been tampered with. And the answer is yes. In Season 7, Episode 5, the number 2 Brian is seen as a puppy living with the Griffins, which contradicts his origin story from Season 1. And in Season 19, Episode 16, who's Brian now, it's revealed that Brian originally belonged to another family before the Griffins found him, the Hendersons, yet Brian has no recollection of this at
that
all.
was dog Brian, not person Brian.
I'm about to lead a call, Chris.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Exactly. Which also, a little bit unconnected, but the Henderson family, there's another character in American Dad called Henderson who acted as the fake imaginary friend of Stan when he was younger. no connection, or maybe ... to be continued with that one. You can go to the next slide. Now, okay, so all this is great. All this is great. But nothing has actually ever really been confirmed in terms of Family Guy putting human brains in animal bodies, whether directly mentioned or indirectly mentioned. So, has that ever happened with Family Guy, even if it was indirectly mentioned? And the answer is yes. In season 5, episode 15, Boys Do Cry, Peter's horse is Gilbert Gottfried. And it's not a horse played by Gilbert Gottfried.
That's
he
right.
acknowledges that the horse is actually Gilbert Gottfried. And there are deleted scenes from Family Guy where you see Gilbert Gottfried as himself. So, sometime between those two, his mind has been transferred into the mind of a horse. Now, does that sound like someone else? Maybe who else transferred their mind into a horse? I wonder who did that. That's,
Keeps going.
All right, you can go to the next slide. So
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
These are questions that I still have. I'm doing research, but I can't put a pin in it yet. What motives would the CIA have to put Brian's brain in a dog's body? Who was Brian before the body switch? Where is the body of Brian now? And why is the CIA putting random people in the bodies of animals? You can go to the next slide. In conclusion, as of now, both Family Guy and American Dad are still producing new episodes, so there's really no concrete way to prove this theory despite the information shown to you today. There are other theories that help prove and disprove the body switching theory, like, for example, Brian's played by a guy in a dog suit. You could see this in sort of an American Dad episode where they have like a Klaus model, where they have like this whole off-screen thing where Fran and Stan and Francine get a cell phone. It's this crazy B-plot. It's amazing. And he can talk and has human-like qualities because of something that Stewie did to him. Again, this is another theory that I don't have time to explain right now. At the very least, I hope that you've recontextualized everything that you know about Family Guy, so that the next time that you see Brian on screen, you'll know the truth that he's not what he seems.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god.
Yo,
Dan, dude, Dan, you need.
Genius, bro. Can you just make this your whole channel?
Yeah, Dan, you need to make that into a video, Dan.
We're gonna have a long conversation later.
Dude,
That
that
was
was awesome.
awesome.
That's the most
Ready.
insane yet awesome thing I've seen all month.
Yeah,
Bro, that was the
month.
craziest
All
thing.
month.
It all makes sense.
That's gonna be the first.
That would be a good video. Like those SpongeBob theories do well. So like a Brian theory, that'd
it's
do
gotta
great.
be.
Yeah, I think I
to
said
do
at
it.
one point in the chat, someone send us to MatPat pronto.
No.
Dan needs to
Get him
capitalize
out
on
here.
this.
No, Dan's channel, bro. MatPat does not deserve
film
this.
theories.
Dan,
That's two
Dan,
film
need-
theories
Dan
right
needs
there.
to do it. Dan needs to make this a
MatPat
video.
film theory. Have
Yeah.
I
These
got
are
the theory
own
for
film
you?
theory.
Get Matt Hack out of here.
I was on the edge of my seat for 10 minutes.
Yeah, Dan, that presentation really is
That
excellent.
means a lot.
Great job.
That was good, Dan.
That means a lot.
Very good.
All right,
I just did all
if you've got questions for Dan, drop them in the chat. Clearly,
I
he
do.
knows everything about
Several.
A lot of people do.
I want to ask. Wait, Dan.
Our next presenter is
multiverse
Smeef.
episode is the human Brian? Is that an animal in the human body?
Okay,
That's before that happened. We don't know when that happens yet.
Dang
We
it.
have to kind of see.
listen.
Smeef time.
All right,
Let's
Smeef.
go.
Like before I get started, how y'all doing? How you doing?
Good.
You doing?
I'm good. I'm better now, Shmeef.
I'm waiting for you.
I need to, before this starts. I need to preface that. I started this last night. I made one panel and then I stopped. And then like 20 minutes before the thing started, I took an edible and just started doing this so I don't remember it.
Oh my god.
Okay. You could start now. You can start now.
There's music.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Is that copyrighted? I feel like it is.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
Keep going. Wait, fuck. Keep going. Next slide.
Oh my god.
Let's start off with a little introduction, okay? I am Smeef / Ian. Wait. / Ian Ingram. I come from a small town in Canada. Yes, I go by he, him, and I do YouTube in college full time. My main interests are Scott Pilgrim, Godzilla, Mysterious Girlfriend X, and video essays. Disregard that bottom text. Next one. Go, please. Go. Here's why people watch my channel. Okay. This is the entire reason. These are the reasons you should subscribe to me and give me your money. Here's why
I'm just
people
waiting
do
for
it.
the greased up pig thing.
No, okay, keep going. Go next.
My God.
Where's the steak at, bro? I don't know where the steak at. I don't know where it went. Okay.
Nah, you gotta show the steak. What happened to the steak? Come on, man.
All my life, I've studied the culinary arts and researched a lot of foodology, and I've outlived my cultivated my own method of cooking by using already existing strategies. I soon hope to open a new cooking show on my channel in regards to the reaction I get here. Let's hope it's good. Here are some examples. Wait. Okay, next slide. I have 2 channels. Me and the boys. I don't know where I went. I think I left. But here we are. There was supposed to be a joke here. There was supposed to be a joke here because I had another channel called The Worst Generation, but it didn't happen because everybody left and no one did anything. And then we started down Bad Boys, and yeah. Also, look at that funny cat meme. Hey, cat. Yeah? Can you walk like me? Haha, hell yes! Not bad. Win. Keep going. Go.
I'm funny.
Watermark.
What?
I really don't like money. Okay. Here at Smeef Inc., we do it for the youth. We do it for the needy. We do not like money, materialistic things, and again, money. We just want to please. So we did this. We started a startup company. We did a startup company. For only $5 a month, you will receive exclusive benefits that won't get you anything. And
that just sounds like the Patreon.
Wait, what are you?
What's that tiny text say?
Don't read the tiny text. Don't read the tiny text.
Nah, what does that say?
Don't read the tiny text.
Zoom in.
Cheeks enhance.
Enhance.
Wait, it's going to get
Oh my God!
I enhanced it too much.
Spoilers.
Don't read it.
I'm
Please.
sorry.
Don't read it.
I can't. It won't let me enhance.
He
made it enhance proof.
We'll never know. It'll be one of life's mysteries. What that text is.
It's still a mystery.
I make okay videos. Here are some reviews from like people on my channel.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
I literally hate the way you talk. You're too quiet, but this video is great. I'm an amazing review, although a little bit shady. After I watched the video, this sucks, but interesting. You know what? That's my channel. That's what we do here. What the fuck did I watch? Amazing, right? Please don't swear. That's a good criticism. It's a good criticism. And then we have the final one. Smeef queefing me. See, of the entirety of my channel, I have never seen something so elegant, so well put, and so all over the place. And that just embraces true. Okay, next slide. I know when to shut up.
What is that?
Next slide.
That's like your sense of dignity.
What? Another tiny text?
No.
I see.
Because he shut up.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
There are 2 slides of this, by the way.
What?
Okay, I guess he's done.
Dedication, I swear.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, wow, Steve! Oh my God, it's
All right, thanks, Steve. That made so much sense. It was very coherent.
Yeah.
How do I subscribe to your?
I don't know what Smeef does now and why he does it.
I like to invest in the startup.
I would like to give $5 to Smeef.
I also don't like money, so have mine.
I'll take that.
No.
All right. If you have questions for Smeef, which I have a lot of them personally, drop them in the chat.
I just want to preserve this.
That was good.
Okay, and our next presenter is arteicetb. Arteis, feel free to introduce yourself.
Sup, Streaks? I'm Arteis. I also answer to Arte, Queen, Your Majesty, Batty McBaddington, the Eminem of the cartoon community, etc., etc. And I'm presenting on why we should. We need to stop saying we need more women in the cartoon community. Stop it. Get help. Stop it. And I'll explain. Next slide. Let's start with some cartoon stigmas. So even though there's adult animations too, cartoons are commonly misconstrued as just for kids.
Got that right.
Which then creates that stigma of it's either adults should or don't watch cartoons, which we all know is just not true.
You got that right.
And you see, and somehow we have seen this as becoming more acceptable for men to watch cartoons, possibly due to the more visibility, the more visible presence within the cartoon sphere. But where does that leave the women and non-binaries? Presumably that they don't watch cartoons either, right? Obviously wrong. Which leads to the rise of, next slide. Which leads to the common rise of, we need more women in the cartoon community on Twitter. This is a common statement I've been seeing, usually by men, said on Twitter. It's become commonplace. And I hold nothing against the men who say these statements, and I want to believe that they're saying this from a good place and that they genuinely mean it. But ultimately, these are just empty words, because the fact remains that they don't even mention non-binaries in the statements just furthers my point that they're just missing the real issue here. It's not about needing more women and non-binaries. It's about being more inclusive of these groups. Now let's put this into, next slide, perspective. Think of this from a perspective of a woman or a non-binary person within the community. Or let's say myself as a woman. Every time I see this statement, this tells me that no matter how hard I work, I'm not seen unless I've accomplished as much or more than my male counterparts within the community. So how about we start saying we need to be more inclusive to women and non-binaries in the cartoon community, and this should go without saying, include women of color and ebonies of color too. So I would recommend, highly recommending, start reaching out and inviting non-men for collaborations or projects within the community, gauge their interests from their content, and make an effort to reach out and just, I don't know, communicate with them, talk. We're all adults from here and there. And let's keep that in mind. Wow. Next, please. Moving forward. So the next time you want to tweet, we need more women / non-binaries, how about just posting a thread of the ones we currently have and uplift their work and presence? This helps break the stigma of the cartoon community being a quote-unquote boys club and invites more potential women and ebonies to join the community. Next, please. Thank you, Kiki, for letting me have this time and for hosting such a fantastic presentation night. I appreciate it. You are the best, and that is my time. Thank you.
All right, great presentation, Arteis.
Amazing. I understood the assignment.
Love it.
Great going.
That was good.
I understood the assignment.
The assignment has been understood.
Oh yeah, it sure has.
Understood the assignment.
Also, this isn't a joke, but did you say NBs or ebonies?
She said
I don't know how to pronounce
ebonies,
it.
but it's NBs. It's okay.
Okay.
Because I'm like, ebony's a whole different thing.
Okay. I thought it was pronounced ebony or envy. Sorry.
You're good. We can read it. Yeah, great presentation. Totally agree. Support your message. Appreciate you saying it. I'm glad we could give you this platform.
Thank you.
If you have any questions for Arteis, drop them in the chat, and we will move on.
I have a lot.
Oh yeah, and Arteis, me, Carrie, and Nicole need to collaborate with you on something that we've been planning for a while. Okay. And we'll talk about that later.
Looking forward to Mans.
All right, and I forgot to change this name thing again. It's really not that reliable, but at least there's the thing showing who's talking.
right, do your best,
man.
I'm doing my best. There's like 5 things open on my computer right now. It's crazy. All right, Man Lightfoot is our next speaker. Man, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, TOON. Nah.
Nasty.
You can't even spell it. You can't even spell it.
Pretty good.
Hey,
Pretty good.
we'll go after the N. Nothing. That's what.
I think I got after in.
I digress. Okay. But you all know me. It's Man of 1,000 Thoughts. That's MANN. You can check my channel. Recently did a Rise of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video. Go check that out. But I digress. We are here to talk about a very important issue that is plaguing this nation and our planet as a whole. Keeks, next slide. I'm talking about stupidity. It is a blight society and academia. It is something that is hurting us in some aspect of our lives, even if we think it's not. It's something that we absolutely need to strike at. Otherwise, we are facing destruction in our futures. Keeks, next slide. The definition is, of course, obvious. Being unintelligent. Prime example, Flat Earth Society. Dumbass niggas who think the world is still flat, even though we've disproven this bitch on a regular fucking basis. And you tie a motherfucking camera to your fucking balloon, fly it up into the atmosphere, and see that it is clearly a round sphere.
Wait, man, can you touch the ground for me?
What?
Can you touch the ground real quick?
You am ignoring.
I think it's flat.
Hey,
I muted him.
Can't argue with that.
You can't argue.
But see, that was a prime example of stupidity right there. That is one reason why we need to address this. This is a problem among us. We have a shit like the Flat Earth Society, something that should have not been eradicated long ago, but somehow we let it to completely erode our systems. Next slide, Geeks, please. It is the stupidity that we allow to exist on our planet is creating the downfall of intellectual pursuit. It has bred nothing but pain and suffering. Wars were started over the dumbest reasons, like fucking World War I. A archduke got shot, yet everyone on the fucking planet had to fight each other because one dumbass nigga couldn't keep himself alive. That's one thing where it's a matter of stupidity. No sense. We all should not be fighting for some random nigga nobody fucking knew. But somehow we had that happen. But that's just your problem.
Talk about some drip or something, bro.
That's one problem. When it comes to stupidity, scientific theories that have been proven, such as the round Earth, has come into question because of stupidity, and it's freedom to grow completely unchecked. We've allowed freedom of speech to grow to too much of a level where we have dumbasses poison our children's minds on whether the fucking Earth is goddamn round. Okay, that should not be a thing, yet it fucking is. Not everyone's opinion is right, okay? Sometimes you're just wrong. Opinion is opinion, my ass, okay? It's just wrong. You can be wrong. There's a such thing as being wrong. We need to say it more and more in classroom when people are fucking wrong. It just is what it is. Fuck being nice. Fuck the feelings. You're wrong. That's just how it is.
But what's wrong though?
It's kind of flat.
The next,
oh my god!
Again, prime examples of stupidity right then and there. Moving
I don't know about you, but I fell off.
Another big example, and the reason why we have the fall of intellectual pursuit is viruses. Certain viruses have been eradicated because we have managed to have intellectual pursuits into scientific theories to creating new vaccines or creating vaccines that have been able to eradicate shit like polio, mumps, and shit like that. But we allowed stupid people to not vaccinate their goddamn ugly ass children, and somehow we now have this problem for us, and now brought back that was eradicated. This shit was eradicated, and yet somehow we let them bring it back from the dead. They managed to break physics by bringing the dead back to life. because we couldn't vaccinate people, because they want to believe somehow that they're important enough that the government's going to track them, even though their dumbasses have a phone which is easily trackable, and they're saying this shit on social media, which is also trackable because it was also done on a fucking computer on the fucking internet through a fucking router.
Did you guys like the pandemic special?
It's just a matter of we have literally gotten to a point we could have been curing a lot more shit. But now we're in a point where we have to quarantine because dumbasses had to listen to some orange face monkey say some shit like vaccines are
Oh my god.
Get him.
Wait, no, he not talking about. Hey, no, man, shut up. I ain't in this.
Like this orange orangutan had to fuck everybody over by saying vaccines need to come into question, even though he was in charge of the whole fucking thing. In fact, that brings us to another big problem. We elected a reality TV show star as our goddamn president. I'm getting political in this bitch. The fact that we elected... The fact that we allowed an idiot like that to come into power, that alone says we clearly are uneducated. This is something we need to combat. It is getting niggas killed. People are dying, okay? People have died because of this, because we've allowed stupidity roam free. Again, opinion is opinion, but opinions can be wrong. You can be wrong. That's what it is. We just need to fucking say it. Solutions to problems have been ignored due to, let's get real, conservatism. Yes, I'm bringing it to that level. Conservatism is one of the biggest things that hurt all intellectual pursuit. You want to know why that is? Because conservatism literally is all about keeping things the way it is without moving forward, without allowing things to progress. It literally is the reason why gay people had to take so fucking long to be able to just marry the person they fucking love. They're just loving themselves. They just want to love. They just want to love. Is that wrong? No. Yet we allowed conservatism to control our shit. We took forever just to be able to get the civil rights movement together, and that shouldn't have even taken that fucking long. In fact, we had shit like the fucking Jim Crow, and that should have never happened. And then we had slavery before that, and that damn sure shouldn't have happened. But it did, and it took forever. And that's because conservatism, it's one of the stupidest things, the stupidest mindsets to ever plague existence. And yet it still roams on this fucking planet. It hurts us to every single degree. And we just have to stop it. It's one of the biggest things that continues to plague us because of how stupid it can be. Because it literally is all about not moving forward and not making the best out of your life. Because all it is a coward's way of thinking. Next slide, Keeks.
Jeez.
Eradication is needed.
Jesus.
Eradication, yes. What is the causes of stupidity spreading? Obviously, the lack of education, allowing conservatism to just run rampantly without proper checking and thinking, oh, there's both sides. No, the fuck there isn't. There's liberalism, there's middle ground bullshit needs to get the fuck on. It's what gave us Trump in the first fucking place. It needs to fucking die. We need to be willing to say niggas are wrong. We cannot do this middle ground crap of maybe this person's right, maybe that person's right. If I say the fucking earth is round, the fucking earth is round. There ain't no, oh, that other person has the other opinion. Fuck your opinion and fuck your life. Okay? It don't matter. It don't work that way. There's one person is wrong, another person is right. That's how it should be, and we should not be doing this whole maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, because most likely they're just wrong. That can always be the case, and that's what happens when we allow people to have the same platforms, or we allow them to say their stupid shit and just spread stupidity upon everyone and hurt everybody. And
careful with that last line. That was a little fascist. You gotta be careful with that one.
Dangerous theater. We don't want to dip into something else.
The biggest thing that causes the spreading is allowing the intellectually impaired a seat at the table and platforms. We cannot allow this anymore. They cannot be allowed to speak if they are clearly lacking of certain intellectual properties. If they are showing that they cannot move past cannot progress in life, that they have to stay stuck in the past, that they have to stay stuck in one mindset. They should not be allowed on platforms. They should not be allowed to make videos. They should not be allowed to educate our children. They should not be allowed within 50 feet of our children. They should not be allowed within schools because they clearly don't have the brain cells to be able to teach others. We should not be allowing them a seat at the table. We should not be allowing them a fucking equal platform. How can we fight back against it now, you may ask? And it's simple. Constant beratement and shaming. If someone is being stupid, you call that bitch right the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay? Let it be known that they are the biggest dumb shit on the fucking planet. Do not be afraid to call them shit. Do not be afraid to call them a dumbass. Call them every name in the fucking book, because that is what they deserve. They do not deserve your sympathy. They do not deserve any ounce of your IQ. They just deserve beratement. That is it. The next thing that we should come into, obviously, funding schools properly and educating kids behind conservative parents' back. Let's face it, sometimes kids are just born into shitty situations of conservative asshole parents that they just cannot get away from. That's why we have some kids who are unvaccinated. They probably want to get vaccinated, but guess what? Dumbass parents. And it's also resulted in some kids dying. That has happened, sadly, because they believe in, religious medicine. Fuck your religion. I'm getting the vaccination, okay? That kid needs to save their own damn life. They need to get saved, okay? And that's just the biggest problem. So I say we need to educate children behind their backs. Fuck a permission slip, okay? If we need to teach sex ed in schools, fuck a permission slip. Kids need to know this shit. It's what saves lives. It is what stops dumpster babies, okay? It will stop the spread of dumpster babies. If children are properly educated on shit. That's just how it is. We cannot have this crap of, it's all dependent on the parent. Fuck no. Some parents just weren't meant to be parents, but somehow they just couldn't keep the dick in their pants or keep the coochie in the pants. Fucking bullshit. Where now
ARTs. Relax. Hey, ARTs, relax. Hey, turn down.
Save it for the after party.
Oh my god. You heard? Calm down.
I digress. We need to be educating our children. We need to make sure they are smart. They need to be prepared to be able to shame their idiotic parents and get away from them when they can, and have the proper arguments to be the proper arsenal in their brains to be able to properly argue against their idiot parents, and also just idiots in general. And another thing, putting idiots in their own little space and let them hash it out with each other until none remain. Let's face it, idiots can be pretty violent. And so that's why I'm arguing we should put a lot of them in their own little space. It's a little, maybe you say it's a little harsh, but let's face it, they're idiots. They don't care. They already don't give a shit about us. So let's just make it so they just have to deal with themselves. You know what's most likely to happen? Total eradication of themselves. They will probably realize they all suck and kill each other, in which case we don't have to deal with any of their stupidity. We never have to deal with their stupidity because it's all culminated into one spot for all of them to just fuck each other up as much as possible, and we don't have to deal with none of it. It's out of sight. We can put it underground, and we won't have to hear none of it.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Wow.
These are the dumbasses.
Is that B.O.B.?
Is that Bob?
B.O.B.?
Okay.
Airplanes fly around the world, though.
Here's the biggest thing we have that helps in the spreading of stupidity. Influencers. Something we need to absolutely do proper quality control. We should not just allow any random jackass with a camera or microphone to just get up and make whatever and say whatever, okay? Fuck First Amendment on some things, okay? Freedom of speech is only goes so far. So the first person, obviously, who is a terrible dumbass of influence, is Ben B.S. Shapiro. This is a man who pretends to be an expert on things, but has no expertise on what he talks about. He's a total idiot, but has influence that got people killed. This is a man, and I'm being dead serious right here. This is a man who spread such terrible lies to the point that neo-Nazis take what he has had to heart and shot up places and killed people, and said in their manifestos that Ben Shapiro was one of their inspirations. He has literally gotten people killed. That's how disgusting this man is, and we should not be allowing him on any place. We should not be allowing him to speak anywhere. I know we want to believe in freedom of speech, but there's got to be a fucking limit. There's got to be a limit to everything. That's just how life is. Ben Shapiro is not somebody who should ever be taken seriously because, first and foremost, he's not a fucking expert. He's some nerd boy who was privileged enough to go to Harvard on law, and that's about it. He just has a degree in law. That's all. You should not ask him about whether or not about gender studies, about biology, about economics, about politics, about anything. You should not ask him about anything or listen to him about any of these things, since he is not an expert on any of it. He does not know shit, and he's a crybaby bitch who will easily cry when you correct him. He will just easily, the second you correct him, he will easily just brag about having fame and fortune. That's enough. That's how you know he's a bitch. That's how you know he's wrong, and why we need to keep him away from all platforms. And there's a reason why his initials are BS. Next up is an idiot flat earther. Now, the prime example in this picture is B.O.B. Currently, he's a nobody. Nobody knows who he is. But he's a perfect example of what happens when we do proper eradication of stupidity. He's a good example of what can happen when you're too stupid. He lost his relevance and nobody acknowledges his existence anymore. Prime example of what needs to happen with these idiots is that we need to just simply shame the fuck out of them. This man was dissed by a physicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And now ain't nobody talking about this nigga. Ain't nobody listening to the albums. Ain't nobody trying to hear what he has to say about the lizard people or some shit. He's done. He's over. He's out of our minds. He's out of the zeitgeist. This is exactly what we need to happen more often. This is why we need people like him to just go away. This is why we need to implement that type of planning. We don't have to hear shit from him ever again. Next up, Coonarella, aka a bitch named Candace Owens, aka Auntie Tom. She basically is a climate denying jackass who's just a conservative talking head for money. She sells out her values for profit, ultimately hurts others by sprouting lies. She's someone who has influence. Now, she thinks she has black influence, but niggas ain't giving a fuck about her. And so we really don't have to worry about black people because we're being smart on that front. But sadly, conservatives want to believe she's right about this just because she's black. But here's a lesson for you. Not all skin folk is kinfolk, okay, folks? That's just how it is. That's just how it is. That's why most of us ain't fucking with this bitch. Because she says some stupid shit. And when you challenge her on it, she don't know what the fuck she has. She don't know what she's saying. She don't know what she means. She's just all about the bullshit, or it's just spreading some bullshit. And we don't need to be listening to her coon ass at all. And that's why black people do it right. We do not give her attention. She tried to do the Blexit thing. An idea of hers that she stole from someone else who was trying to, help black communities. She stole the idea and made it so it's about black people moving away from the Democratic Party. You know how well that went? She had a rally for it. No niggas showed up. All white people. That alone was enough to tell you, clearly this wasn't about, clearly black people ain't listening. And that's just how it is. And we clearly need to stop letting this bitch have her way. She got to a point that she was meeting with Congress on shit, and that should not be fucking happening at all. Okay. Next slide, Keeks. People are dying. This is what I have to emphasize. People are dying. There are too many solutions in the world that don't get implemented due to the stupidity of our current leaders. We don't have much time before this idiocy consumes us all and destroys the planet we live on. Climate change is real, people. There's been scientific studies constantly proving it. We're at the point of no return. We're going to die. We are going to die.
We are going to die.
It's just what is going to happen. We cannot stop what is going to happen. The most we can do at this point is at least lower a little bit of the damage, or just be a bit more prepared for the damage that's coming our way, because the apocalypse is coming, people. We ain't ready for it. And so stupidity is keeping us from doing things proper right now. We have politicians in charge that damn sure should not be fucking in charge, but we let them be, and it's fucking us up the ass to no extent. To every possible extent, I should say. We need to stop, eradicate stupidity, people. We don't have much time. I cannot stress this enough. Niggas are dying. Next slide, Geeks. Be smart. That is what I ultimately could say. Please, be smart. We just need this, people. We need to be smart. We need these solutions right here. We need to shame those that choose to be ignorant. Do not give them a goddamn platform. We don't need that crap at all. They don't need any of that. Nobody needs to hear an idiot talk, okay? You're just giving yourself a headache. Educate those that want to learn, okay? People who want to learn, they need to learn. It shouldn't just be a simple want, it's a need. We need to fund our schools properly. We need universal education, damn it. We need to fund colleges properly so everyone can attend. That's just what it is. It should be just like how elementary through high school is, where it's paid for by your tax dollars, and it gives us everyone has a means of access to it. That's just how it needs to be. People need to be fucking educated. Give zero credence to grifters and those trying to stoke anger, obviously. If you see a jackass online trying to bait you into some dumbass, fake-ass debate that's not about to mean anything, don't take it. Be smart. Don't talk to them. Hit the block button. It is your best-ass friend, okay? Please, if you have to, make love to the block button whenever you see stupid people being dumb and trying to challenge you on some shit that they don't know shit about, or are clearly coming at you from a place of intellectual dishonesty. Please do not take the bait. Do not debate. Plain and simple. Don't believe any random nobody on the internet, especially if they have no background in what they're talking about. Do not take everyone's word as just a simple opinion. No, look at it as you are probably wrong. Accept that these people are wrong, and we should not be giving credence to them. If they have no expertise in this shit, by all means, it shouldn't even be taken with a grain of salt. Take it with truckloads of salt. Assume they are clearly wrong. Do not take any of the shit they have to say as actual fact, and just take it as this is someone just talking some dumb shit. I'm assuming they're wrong because they clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Look up evidence. Look through sources. Don't just trust them because they linked a source. Look through the sources, because chances are it's a link to one of their dumbass websites to spread even more of their lies. That's how a lot of these people like Ben Shapiro get by, or some shit like that. Or they'll even post the actual links, but you need to check it yourself just to be sure, because sometimes they'll say something and the link they posted or the source they posted ends up actually being a contradiction. Like, it actually disproves their stupid ass. So be willing to properly check sources, okay? Don't just believe any random person on the internet. I bid you, we need to be smart. Niggas are dying. We ain't got much time. Please, be smart. Next slide. Thank you for your time.
All right. Great
Wow.
job, man.
That was
Thank
really
you for
upsetting.
educating the
You know
masses.
what, man?
You spoke for like a solid 20 minutes.
That was quite the presentation.
Hell, man.
That was
drink some water, bro. Take a break.
Take a break,
you did, bro.
That make yourself a sweat rag.
No,
That's so real too.
Hey,
That's
let,
what really
let me
got
let
me
me, let me
there.
make you a real let me make you up in like a nice flat bed. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
So you can get some rest.
That was good.
All right.
He said. It needs to be said.
Yeah.
To the person saying that they wish that we could be more on BreadTube, it's fucking white BreadTube, fucking Wonder BreadTube, okay? And that's why they don't think about us.
Wonder BreadTube.
Leftists can talk about other topics.
No,
We are
speaking
our
of
own
BreadTube, Why when a person of color say some shit, they get dragged, but when a white person say it on bread too, they get praised for it. I just had to throw it out there.
Harry, leave it. Okay.
Let's
so
save it
there's
for
this
another
thing.
presentation
Okay.
night.
Okay,
Another-
I'm sorry.
another
I'm
time.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Place.
sorry. But
All right.
About you, Harry.
We are pretty much exactly on time for Patricia's presentation, Old School Lane. Patricia, please introduce yourself.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Oh, that's-
hi everyone. My name is Patricia Miranda. I'm the co-founder of the blog and YouTube channel Old School Lane. I cover all types of media on podcast and video form. Some of my most viewed in terms of podcasts and videos were I talk about Hey Arnold and As Told by Ginger. Some of you guys might know content such as What Makes As Told by Ginger a Groundbreaking Nicktoon, The History of Jungle, and also my podcast series We're in Between, where myself and Casey Reed and Ashley Wittenkeller from the Nicktoons podcast discuss about every episode of As Told by Ginger, and we did it on a weekly basis. And yeah, that was a great time. And so I thought that tonight I would present my PowerPoint presentation on this live stream and talk about, next slide please, the importance of slice of life animation. Next slide please. So what is slice of life? Now, there are definitions to the term slice of life, boiled down to a depiction of everyday life in a book, a TV show, or a movie. The term slice of life may have originated in the 1890s by French playwright Jean Julien when presenting his play The Serenade, when he was quoted by saying, "A play is a slice of life on stage with art. Our purpose is not to create laughter, but thought." Now, to put it into proper context, he had written this play around the time when the realism movement was still around, but on a decline. To give a quick refresher on art historians and enthusiasts, the realism movement happened around the mid-1850s as a reaction to the Romanticism movement around plays, paintings, sculptures, and literature for about years prior. The movement emphasized emotion, appreciation of nature, and the importance of imagination. Main protagonists in literature will be focusing on higher class societies beyond paintings such as Sunset, Jean Delacroix, Austen's, or Bronte sisters' books. The realism movement was to be a reaction to that, where they emphasized close, detailed, and comprehensive portrayal of reality, the importance of character over plot, characters having complex behaviors and motives, and social. Examples of this would be such as the Stonebreaker, Gustav, or Leo Toy Story stories. Next slide, please. So what qualifies as a slice of life? It varies, depends on who the writer, what's the vision, and what time period it comes out in, and more goes in criteria. Now, for the most part, slice of life presents stories and plot, conflict, exposition, or very rarely, if at all, it features family. Now, this can be a bit tricky because sometimes to coming of age. There's a difference between the two. Coming of age stories have their protagonist teen or child to adulthood with an emphasis on personal and mental cultivation. For example, Charles David Copperfield is considered a coming of age story because it starts off when he was born, to when he's a full-grown adult, and we see the story. An example of a book series that might be considered slice of life would be Astrid Lundgren's Pippi Longstocking series, where it focuses on various adventures. Each chapter focuses on a completely different story with no connection to the previous chapter. It's very light on plot, but very on friendship and characters and just the overall setting. One chapter you would have Pippi to school, circus, and there's no slice of life plots usually round up and describe to someone what it's about. For example, it's about a girl going to school with her friends. Another example, it's about a village full of animals and their lives living in the countryside. Another example, it's about a group of kids who hang out and play games. Another example, it's about a girl who wants to be a... They may be basic in terms of plot, but it's the characters that gives them life. Which brings me to my next criteria. Sometimes slice of life stories delve into harsh reality by ordinary people, whether that the harsh reality popular or being recognized by your school peers or going through body changes like puberty or moving to a new location. These common problems are what people go through regardless of what generation
that you are. People are flawed and they go through serious problems. Other times, slice of life deal with relationships, both platonic and romantic. Because the characters are the must play, we have to be timid. When we see them, we need to feel like they are reminders of our friends or they can be our friends. If the characters don't work, then the package mostly suffers. Next slide, please.
All right, Patricia, before you go on, your audio's cutting in and out. If you have your noise suppression turned on, can you turn it off? It might help.
Okay, sure. No problem. Okay, I think that might be better. Is that better?
No cutting out yet, so I hope so.
Give me 1 second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's way better.
Okay, great, wonderful.
All right, go
okay,
ahead.
thank you for going to the next slide. Okay, so there are a lot of examples of slice. One of the most common takes place in a suburban area that is kids going bike riding, hanging out,
It's
playing
still
games in
doing
the
it.
street. Shows such as Doug, Arthur, and Crooked the Creek emphasize the common setting of suburban life. The next one is urban setting, which things such as busy people going around with work, or loud cars, or diverse locations. You have the school setting. Spend their time mostly at school, hanging out in the library or cafeteria, playing outside, or dealing with tests and home. Most slice of life cartoons are like this, but an example that I can think of says. You have the comedic slice of life show, whether it be gags, wordplay, or physical comedy. While it does take place in a realistic setting, like in school, humor is the main focus. Example I can probably Ed, Ed, and Eddie. This is where things get a little bit adult sitcoms. Instead of it being about kids, it's about adults, and it goes through adult situations. Them going to work, hanging out with their friends, dealing with adult problems such as marriage issues, paying bills, parental relationships, and family, etc. Next slide, please. What is the appeal of slice of life cartoons? Now, I'm going to mostly be quoting from somebody, Loudtooth Man, from the website Artifice, on the article titled "The Appeal of Slice of Life." The first appeal of slice of life is relaxation. The person who wrote this article delved more into anime when talking about the facets of slice term Iyashike, or healing, that came around the mid-90s when provide people a break from the affections of everyday commodities with a personal space, leading into relaxation. Atmospheric. You notice when watching a lot of slice, the colors are very eyes. There's a lot of light blues, reds, yellows, greens, and whites. They make up for the lack of fast and sporadic animation, colors of the backgrounds. Not only is the animation slow, the pace is usually slow. Characters would have scenes where they're words, but the words they do say are very impactful with its wholesomeness or its sense of reality. Another thing that plays into the programs or films, because it tells the story where plot. Very similar to animation and pace, music is mostly melancholic, slow, upbeat, nostalgic, and heartfelt. Another appeal to slice of life, those real problems, down to earth approach. I read an article that came out around 2015 in the website The Guardian, where it was titled "Dystopia is Done, Fantasy is Finished, Why Realism is on the Rise of Books." They brought up an interesting discussion. Books was a great protagonist. Actions and dystopian fantasy and dystopian novels such as the Harry Potter and Divergent series became popular in the course of a decade around the 2000s to the 2010s, but then around the mid-2010s resonated with a lot of teens and adults who talked about taking tests, peer pressures, and the gain of slice of life animation caters to an audience realism. The tone, for the most part, are both whimsical yet realistic. Character quirks in their personalities is what gives it its appeal. It's a very inviting presence that's very easy to get into. Going back into that article, another slice of anime is Nichi Do Kei, or everyday type. It became super popular in the thousands, starting Yokama manga Azumanga Daioh by Kiyohiko Azuma. The premise of the plot is that it's about 5 girls who go to high school, but the characters and everyday activities they did was presented in a fun, quirky, and whimsical way. Then it started a trend of anime such as K-On!, Hidamari Sketch, and Lucky. Finally, the last appeal of slice of life up is that it's wholesome. There are exceptions to this, where slice of life can sometimes be cynical and harsh, but the most part, the wholesome nature into a familiar and comforting setting that is a complement to the music, the atmosphere, characters, and the overall setting. Next slide, please. While realistic stories in films, plays, and comic strips were around for hundreds of years, whenever people bring up when slice of life animation became popular, they always bring up what they consider to be the golden age of the slice of life. 2000s. I'm sure you probably they always pinpoint Doug as like the originator of all the slice, as told by your girl Doug, Charlie Brown and Peanuts, Primordial Doug, and so on and so forth. But almost every network had their slice of life shows to present, whether it be from Nickelodeon, MTV, Disney, Fox Kids, PBS, and more. Each of them were able to present their characters in stories that were realistic and groundbreaking in very unique ways. Doug, Recess, Phil, Weekend would take into the mindset of a group of kids in either a school setting, common everyday problems. Beavis and Butthead and Daria were social urban life and social conformity presented in 2 completely different ways. Pepper Ann, as told by Ginger, race phase puts into the perspective of a teenage girl going through school, puberty, and family problems. Hey Arnold gave us a group of kids and adults with various everyday problems in a large suburban setting, when delving into subtle references to alcohol, substance, peer pressure, family neglect, references. While there were other cartoons of different genres, cartoons like Batman, have the wacky gross out cartoons like Ren and Stimpy, and animated sitcoms like The Simpsons, slice of life cartoons had their spot in the limelight for about a decade and a half. Next slide, please. Now, there's something that has been debated for quite a while. When and why did slice of life cartoons decline? There's a lot of factors to this who felt that slice of life cartoons died around the mid to late 2000s. A reason was that the older Adult Swim, Comedy Central, and Fox were dominating the lineup with shows such as South, Futurama, Family Guy, C-Lab 2021, 14 Hunger Force, Home Movies, and The Ventures. Another reason was that the audience taste drastically changed when anime became a lot more mainstream. Now, anime did have its first introduction, helping out with utilizing Astro Boy, Gigantor. This was back when it was called Japan, and it wasn't until around the 90s popular with Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, Digimon. Toonami was premiered of Cowboy Bebop, Yu Yu Hakusho, and then Kids W along with Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Power, Sonic X, One Piece, and Disney also even acquired the licensing rights on Studio Ghibli, and we had films such as My Name is Totoro, Kiki's Delivery Service, Princess Mononoke, and Spirited Away having English dubs and becoming available for a mainstream Western. Because of this huge abundance of anime in the Western culture, a lot of show creators became inspired by anime to create their own series. Gendy Tartakovsky, Chrissy Hui created Shaolin, Glenn Moore and Sam Register created Titans. Speaking of, there is a large superhero cartoons that came out around the same time. Well, there were superhero cartoons that came out around, you know, even like back towards like the 50s and 60s. But for a new generation of kids, partially thanks to Blade and Spider-Man, it introduced the comic book genre for a new. There were a lot more superhero cartoons such as Justice. You have the Batman, you have Static, mentioned earlier, Titans. Even still to this day, there are a lot of show creators who are very, very inspired by anime. You see in a lot of homages, references, and Easter eggs. Now, when people were looking back on these slice of people felt that it was too slow, boring, and uninteresting. I read an article recently, Decent Films from 2003 by Jimmy Akin, titled "Hey Arnold's series is good television," and it was quoted by saying, "Hey Arnold is a cartoon produced for the children of Nickelodeon by the Sneenosh Animation House. Unlike most cartoons that are produced today, it is both low-key and entertaining. Most cartoons today strive to be by throwing mile-a-minute plots, dialogue, animation, and jokes at such as anime. Cartoons that take the other tack strive to be key. PBS's Arthur being their exemplar. The trouble is, these cartoons are boring. In an effort to be kid-friendly and safe, all of their storytelling, energy, and humor." I want that to be sitting with your minds for just a minute. I'm going to read it one more time. "The trouble is, such cartoons tend to be boring. In an effort to be kid-friendly and safe, they lose all their storytelling, energy, and humor." Now, a lot of people did feel this way around the time. I personally remember I was in high school that I would be watching As Told by Ginger. Everybody was watching, and the reason why they didn't watch it was because it was boring and the characters were going through the issues. They themselves, why would they watch something that they wanted to watch TV as an escape, and they wanted to go into another world that wasn't their. Now, again, going into context, high school 2002. Now, other than Arthur on PBS, slice of life animation. But did it really? Now, you notice that I have a question mark on this title slide. Maybe the reason was that it didn't really go away. Maybe it was just hybrided into other forms of media. Now, if you've seen my videos, or if you I like to compare slice of life cartoons to 3D platformers. Where back in the 90s, Nintendo had Super Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Sony had Jak and Daxter, Clank, etc. However, around the mid to late 2000s, MMORPGs such as World of Warcraft and first-person shooters such as Halo and dominating the gaming and 3D. Now, one of the people that I was in Alexander fighting, he did a video talking about how you appointment and how even though it was back to platformers, he thought that maybe there was a reason why that game genre died off because of how dated it was. He then did a follow-up video on how platformers they would mix other genres. He brought up that Jak 2 integrated by Grand Theft Auto 3, Ratchet and Clank integrated person shooting, Sly Cooper integrated stealth. So platforming never really went away, just evolved. Now, I read another article was doing pros, cons, and aftermath of, where one of the people who praised the film was saying back to when shows used to have melancholy pace and atmospheric settings, and he hadn't seen this in modern cartoons, with the only exception being Steven Universe. And that got me thinking that maybe live cartoons die out. They were just integrated into other shows. Now, take it what he said about Steven Universe. Let's take that as an example. Let's just take away the sci-fi elements and, the characters most crystal gems. You have a show with light colors, atmospheric music and settings performed by Becca Sugar, Ivy, and you have realistic problems, peer pressure, depression, stress, and family. And I guess you could say that it does have the underlines of a slice of life cartoon. Nowadays, that's not too much of an Creek, have the loud house. At the same time, mixing in into it. I guess the reason why this was kind of brought back was because people just needed a sense of realism. Going back to what I was saying earlier, people were just hungry for a slice. Next slide, please. Okay, one more, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I want to give this a conclusion. Why are slice of life cartoons still? Well, because they're able to tell stories, showcase characters, and have a familiar and comforting setting to gravitate to. It's a very soothing, calm, relaxing experience that you can be able to go back through. You can be able to see the characters going through everyday struggles and triumphs. I want to close this presentation Jean Jou. He recently showcased art titled Home Slice. He did paintings of everyday mundane events with his wife when they were under lockdown during the COVID-19. If you're interested in checking it out, it's www.home. The article that reviewed the showcase. What is nice about the overall story of Home Slice is that you can relate to the daily motions with they're taking walks, convenient lunch, maybe reading, inventing chores, playing, and sometimes just talking at all. These mundane moments became profound with together both his words and painting together for a satisfying experience. As the old saying goes, the more things experiencing realism in our life, and slice of life animation, great. So thank you.
All right, great presentation. All of us are begging you to make this a video on your YouTube channel.
Please do so.
Yeah, because it's like that was such a great
Absolutely.
presentation, and I wanted to enjoy it more, but the inconsistency in the audio cutting and analysis made this really hard for me too.
Yeah.
It sucks because I heard so much confidence and enthusiasm in your voice.
Yeah,
It's like,
please make this a video.
You had confidence.
For real.
Yeah. We need it.
All right. If you have any questions for Patricia, drop them in the chat. Our next presenter is hatsoffmedia.
Oh boy. It is?
Yeah. Yo, let's go.
I thought it was a break. I was looking at the schedule. I thought it was a
Okay.
break next
Do you guys need to
Benzie.
take a break?
I don't really care. I just it was whatever.
I don't have to go anywhere.
Okay. Let's just actually Benzie is in here, but I don't think I got his presentation put in.
I know I sent it to you.
Okay,
earlier.
so yeah, it must have just been because it was today. So why don't we take a break for a couple minutes? I'll drop Benzie's presentation in here, and then we can keep moving.
Okay.
That's good.
All right, sorry about that.
I'll just stay here and look at me.
Yeah, this has been fun so far.
I'll be waking up and I'll be seeing this picture.
I said, that's what you gonna do, bro? You gonna look at that little drawing that you did a couple years ago?
Yeah. Facts. I'll be waking up and I'll be seeing that.
You said it holds up.
No one's
If
seen
y'all
it.
got questions in the chat,
Get
let
through
us
that.
know.
Get through what?
Oh, I see. Well, the way D'Angelo starts his presentation, I'm already excited.
I start my presentation?
No.
No, it's Benzie's turn.
No, I saw how he starts it from
Oh,
that
no.
little view there.
My secrets.
Yeah, get through that.
Spoilers.
Oh yeah, sorry that you presenters saw the screen. There's too much going on for me to change it.
I'm sorry about the connection.
You're doing.
It's all right. It's
You're
totally
doing
not your
okay.
fault.
Okay, Patricia.
I don't
think that was the
I'm not bothered by it. I think it's interesting.
If
seeing,
anything,
like, out of context.
if anything, we. No, and
Being
no,
out
you
of
don't have to.
context
You don't have to
words.
apologize. We just felt bad. We just felt bad for you.
Don't say
That's
it
all
like
grand.
that.
You're probably gonna get a
Say
lot
like
more
that,
subscribers
okay.
because everyone wants to hear that presentation as video.
Ew.
Yeah, I'll record it now.
I
I'll
literally
post it up
sub-
on my channel. No problem.
I literally
Okay.
said to her on the spot as she was talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I subbed like because
Yeah,
we need this video.
Yeah, I need it. I'm
Yeah.
gonna.
All right.
I'm a subscriber.
Benzie, if you're, I'm sorry, I don't have an intro card for you. But if you're ready to start, then we can go ahead and start.
All right, let me grab my script.
Oh, this nigga got,
You got a
a script.
script?
Oh,
I
You know where my boy is.
I couldn't go with that one, to be honest.
no, yeah.
Totally fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's research involved. Because I'm
No,
just
This has been really fun so far.
speaking
hard.
on a tangent. So that's what this is.
It's about to be hard.
Hey, yo, freezing.
No phrasing.
Arteis!
Oh, wait, are we bringing phrasing back?
Yeah, I had to watch all that art shit for that podcast, man.
Hold
So,
up. You said it, Tariq. Now that's
hey,
Oh,
yo,
gosh. All right, you can get moving.
yeah,
Benzie fucking-
What?
Who are you, though?
Oh, I'm Benzie Johnson Jr., and I talk about all sorts of television topics, lots of analysis, some series reviews, some just general discussion about the nooks and crannies that really interest me. And this is one of such nooks and crannies. It's not necessarily video material, perhaps. Well, maybe it is. It has been rolling in my mind a lot, but just wanted to share a tangent with you all tonight.
Wait, what about TV? How do you feel about it?
I'll keep you in suspense.
That's how you keep him around, bro. Good job. All right.
So, what's in a name, you guys? Everyone's got a name. It's a basic part of how society works. Everyone knows you as so-and-so, that person who does the thing. Of course, names aren't just for people. Everything is a name. Again, kind of how society works. Okay, next. Oh.
Whoa.
Other direction.
Oh, what? Why did that happen? Why is it going backwards?
Whoa.
I'm hitting the down button.
Whoa.
What happened?
Television
Sorry about
channels have
that.
names too. Some of them tell you what they do, others more what they used to do. Okay. But sometimes television channels literally have names, like people names. Britain has Dave, Finland has Jim and Ava, New Zealand has Jones, among a handful of others. Dutch-speaking Belgium had Jim once, but that was 4 rebrands ago.
Jim.
All right, just say next when you want me to go to the next one, Benzie.
Yeah.
What you watching, Jim?
All right, next. Oh. But by far the most enduring media brand with a people name was one by the name of Veronica. Not to be rude, but in the Netherlands, Veronica got around. Managing to mingle with just about every broadcast media venture in the country. But fittingly for the Netherlands, a country that has had to pump out half its landmass, Veronica's journey began at sea. Next. On April 21st, 1950, an assortment of independent electronics retailers launched VRON, or Vrije Radio Omroep Nederland, or Free Radio Station of the Netherlands, a pirate radio station broadcasting off the Dutch coast from a boat formerly used as a lighthouse. The station soon changed its name to Veronica after a fitting Dutch poem entitled The Black Sheep Veronica by Annie M.G. Schmidt. Veronica was such a black sheep because, like in many parts of Europe at the time, commercial broadcasting was illegal, and where this was the case, only the national public broadcasters were legally allowed the airwaves on land. In the Netherlands, this meant Radio Veronica was trying to shake up the monopoly held by the constituent organizations, the Dutch Public Broadcasting System, nowadays collectively organized as the NPO. The Dutch Public Broadcasting System, and why it has constituent broadcasters, is a story for another time. For 14 years, Radio Veronica broadcast pop and rock music, at the time when the two were the same, and managed to attract advertising, despite the occasional bit of competition, which Veronica gained a reputation for sabotaging. As they became the most popular station in the country, they couldn't outrun the law forever, and the Dutch government, like the British government several years earlier, plotted legislation that would ban the likes of Veronica. Despite its best efforts against it, Veronica would succumb when the Dutch enforced new anti-pirate legislation on September 1st, 1974. Veronica's staff said tearful goodbye at 6 p.m. that August 31st, but their story would be far from over. Next. With their pirate careers squashed, Veronica decided that despite being them, they would join them. Veronica went legal. Former staff of the radio station said the Veronica Omroep Organisatie, or Veronica Broadcasting Organization, and after much legal hand-wringing, got their license to broadcast within the Dutch Public Broadcasting System and made their first radio broadcast as such at the end of 1975. Again, story about how that works is for another time. They cut their teeth as a PSB, not with the flash of their pirate days, but by launching the Netherlands' new classical radio station, Hilversum Vier, now still one as NPO Radio Vier. But however, such an indignity wouldn't last for long, and just like before, Veronica would grow through the 70s and 80s into the largest broadcaster in the public system. Next. However, just like their old success, old habits die hard, and Veronica was up to some mischief. Having to share airtime with all the other public broadcasting groups apparently didn't keep Veronica the happiest of clams, and in the late 80s, the VOO secretly worked with CLT, a broadcaster from Luxembourg, now known as the RTL Group, to finance and launch RTL Veronica, which would become the first commercial channel in the Netherlands by way of Luxembourg's laxer broadcasting laws. which had already helped CLT enter similarly closed markets elsewhere in Western Europe and establish itself as a continental juggernaut, but that's another story for another time. While the channel did get off the ground in 1989, the youth skewing format struggled to attract audiences, and so CLT decided to finalize arrangements they had also secretly been having with Joep van den Ende, a TV producer who had been trying to set up a commercial channel on Dutch soil at the time. With his stars and their know-how, the channel was retooled into the journalist RTL Vier in 1990. Veronica's little secret wouldn't go unnoticed, and once it was found out that they had supported the new foreign commercial upstart, the Dutch media regulator of the time stripped them of their public broadcasting airtime for 7 weeks. But with government proposals brewing to finally allow commercial broadcasting in the Netherlands in 1992, Veronica was undeterred in their journey to get back to commercial broadcasting in a channel space of their own. In the meantime, a few employees at the organization would leave to launch a hit radio station in 1992, Radio 538, so named for Veronica's old pirate frequency for its last few years on air at 538 meters, or 552 kilohertz when tuning in. Next. On August 31st, 1995, mirroring their departure from the seas 21 years earlier, Veronica left the public broadcasting system, reorganized as the Veronica Association, and joined with CLT to launch Holland Mediagroep, a new venture encompassing CLT's RTL Vier and RTL 5, and Veronica's new TV channel and radio station. Like previous incarnations, Veronica was a youth-skewing format through and through, now showing the hot American programs today, as well as some Dutch content. Veronica also continued to pioneer, breaking new ground in reality TV by serving as the home of the original Big Brother, starting in 1999, now one of the world's biggest reality competition franchises. How John DeMol, the creator of that show, and his company turned reality TV from an occasional fling into a globe-spanning genre of its own is yet another story for another time. Next. Despite Veronica seemingly reaching all its long-standing goals of being a commercial broadcaster again, they decided to strike on their own again and announced intentions to leave the HMG venture in 2000. They would get into talks with the group's commercial rivals at SBS, who purchased the Dutch version of Fox, yes, that Fox, from News Corporation in 2001 and renamed it V8, or V8 perhaps, in advance of Veronica's arrival in the fold. HMG in the meantime would rebrand their Veronica as Joren in 2001 and relaunch the station as men's channel RTL 7 in 2005, swapping formats with RTL 5, which had been one during Veronica's tenure as the group's youth outlet. Next. It would still take 2 years for SBS and Veronica to reach a deal, however, and it wouldn't be until September 2003 that V8 could finally rename itself as the long-awaited heir, Veronica. The radio station, which they also lost after leaving HMG, was also reestablished a few weeks earlier as an adult contemporary and rock format. There are some ironies in the modern TV channel, though. SBS's Veronica now operates with a male bent, putting it in direct competition with RTL 7, the next channel over, and despite their decades-long longing for it and attainment of it as a part of HMG, Veronica doesn't have a 24-hour channel space of its own anymore. Nowadays, it only runs from 6 p.m. until late, time-sharing with the Dutch version of Disney XD in the daytime, now one of the last feeds remaining of that brand, the timeshare dating back to when Fox Kids launched on the space in 1997. Next. Despite its diminished position these days, the Veronica name has a storied legacy in Dutch broadcasting, its innovative and pioneering spirit ultimately leading the way to the mainstreaming of the now competitive commercial broadcasting market the Netherlands now enjoys. At least for the time being, that is. RTL Group now intends to sell RTL Nederland, the successor to HMG, through a merger with Talpa Network, owned by John DeMol and the acquirer of all of SBS's Dutch assets in 2017. That breakdown is also another story, subject to approval by competition bodies. From making commercial broadcasting viral in its pirate days to its time honing its skills, innovating as a public broadcaster, to finally pushing boundaries as a commercial outfit again, Veronica has seen a lasting success for itself, and its pedigree have launched many a new venture and TV career as well. While the salty sea air is just a memory now, the waves Veronica has made certainly have left a lasting impact in the Netherlands. One more. I'm Benzie Johnson Jr. I'm enthusiastic about television, and tangents about media like this one are kind of my thing. If it's up your alley too, I have a YouTube channel where I talk about television happenings, and you can also support me on Patreon. I'd also say you can head to my website too, but it's been down for a week because my web host has been having some trouble. But that's there too, once everything gets sorted out.
That's right, bro.
Yeah, he said it.
Great job, Benzie. That was really interesting.
I learned
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
lot.
it was,
That was actually
yeah,
really good.
Really good presentation. It's interesting learning about international TV and broadcasting.
I learned so much from that.
I want a pirate
Anytime I
ship
talk to
TV
Benzie,
channel.
I
I'll
always
use it.
learn like a lot of shit. I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing in my opinion.
It's a good thing.
I just wanted to tap into my sort of topical home turf somewhat.
Yeah, great job, Benzie. I feel like your knowledge of television and like broadcasting history is just absolutely phenomenal. You could be a professor on this topic.
I mean, I wouldn't say all that.
You know more than anyone else I know about it.
I just keep my eyes open.
All right, if you've got any questions for Benzie, drop them in the chat. And our next speaker is hatsoffmedia.
Yeah.
Who are you, hatsoffmedia?
Oh, I'm D'Angelo Edwards, and I run a YouTube channel called hatsoffmedia, where I talk about TV shows, cartoons, and movies that I think were either not looked at enough or were judged unfairly. I like to show people things that I think they should watch, and maybe try and change their mind on things that they think they shouldn't. I also post a lot of my art on Twitter, which is what I'm mostly focused on right now. So you can find me there also at hatsoffmedia. I make it simple by naming my things the same thing. That's just the kindness I do for you guys.
Wow.
But anyway, let's
Remember
move
when
on
I
to my
said this man is a
presentation.
sociopath?
I am. I mean, I never denied
And would
that.
trip people?
Where's the DJ?
All right. I mean, didn't I say his puppet killed people earlier?
Yeah.
What do you mean his puppet?
All right, you ready, Dean?
No.
All right, let's go.
Slide.
Respect our speaker.
Yeah. All right. So here's my presentation. Reality is fake, and we'll never know.
Oh
my God.
Oh no.
I'm
scared. I'm scared.
Next slide. So what is reality? So in essence, reality is basically nothing, but it's also everything. For as far as I can remember, reality has been a thing. I thought it was gonna be a fad, but it kind of just kept going. It was mostly just the kids at first, but then like adults and everyone else just started doing it before I really realized that everyone existed, and it was kind of weird. But that's enough about what reality is. Next slide. Memories. All right, so people mostly judge reality by what they remember, right? You remember that everything you have is real, and so it was real. That's reality. But what if you just got those memories, huh? It could. This could always be your first memory, and you would never know.
Not now, bro. Not now.
Memories don't have a start or a beginning. The thing is, you remember things because you remember them, but have you always remembered them? Or maybe it just started. You don't know, and you'll never know.
Todd.
Next slide.
Yo,
I'm scared.
So people like to prove reality based on science, but the thing is, science is part of reality.
I like where this is going.
Science works on rules, but rules are also part of reality, and rules can be made, and rules can also be getting rid of. The thing is, these are the rules we've always known, but how do we know they've always been that way? Gravity, the sun, water, race, all that stuff could have just started right now.
Oh my god.
So what if the rules were different? What if we could just change it? Or what if we've already changed it and we don't know? Because again, reality could start at any moment. Next slide, please. So this is what I think.
Oh
Trust nothing. Because every second could be the first second. You don't know. I don't know. No one will ever know, and there is no way to judge it because the only thing we have is reality. And if we use reality to judge reality, it can always change. Next slide, please. And because of that, isekai can be real. It can be you. It can be all of us. But reality is always changing. Reality can be anything.
Oh my god.
You had me in the first half, bro.
Wow. Next slide, please.
He said,
Oh my god.
This is from a different presentation. Could you move on to the next slide? Okay, that was the next presentation about reality.
No, go back. No, don't go back.
We got you in 4K. We got you in 4K.
I got
What the fuck was that?
What was that?
Subscribe spelled wrong.
I hope you guys liked it.
Oh my god,
Hey,
that was
hey, bro.
That was
Hey,
amazing.
bro, when I call you later, you better answer the phone too, bro.
You better put me on the three dial on that shit, because what the fuck was that?
Three-way call.
I feel like D'Angelo just did all the
Someone's been
drugs.
someone's been a little.
He just did it.
No, it's Phil.
Yeah, all right. Dean, I'll be pulling up at your house later. Okay.
Oh, cool.
God damn it.
He
told me not to look at it before, and I really tried not to, so that it would be more of a gut punch.
I mean, that was just an error. That was for a different presentation.
Yeah. Yeah, it still was on your computer, though, you know? Like, you made that slide for something.
Sure it was.
All right, our next speaker. If you have questions for Hats Off Media,
several.
maybe go take a walk and then dump them in the chat.
All the questions.
We should fear him.
Yeah.
Question 1.
And don't let him get too close to you because he will trip you. Our next speaker is Harriyanna Hook. Harriyanna, who are you?
Hi, my name's Harriyanna. You can just call me Harry for short, or you can call me Nickel, or you can just call me D Captain because I am the captain. And I like to make content based off nostalgia and family and children's entertainment and all the issues I find within those spaces. Also, I think it's important that I note that I am currently in school for African American Studies is my minor. So yeah, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I study this shit.
All right. You ready to start?
Yeah, and like y'all can talk if y'all want. Like, I'm cool with it.
All right.
I know it's Carrie in here. I know Carrie got some words. Your dragon Thomas struck my favorite pastime. Today, I am giving a presentation about Miraculous Ladybug. A lot of people know me for like making Descendants content and also Miraculous Ladybug content. So yeah, we're gonna pick one, and I decided to pick Miraculous Ladybug. So today's presentation is why Eon from Miraculous Ladybug being a robot hurts so much by Harriyanna Hook. Okay, next slide, please. Who is Harriyanna Hook? Okay, that's me. That's breast baby me. And then that's me. I'm really cute. You see that. I'm the captain. I have no first mate because no one is worthy of being the first mate. I have a second, I have 3 seconds, I have a third, I have a fourth, I have a fifth, I have a 50th. No one's worthy of being first. I have a pirate ship. There's 90,000 people on that ship. We're gonna have to get a bigger one soon. People are starting to fall off. And I like to make content based off nostalgia and family. Hush. I like to make content based on nostalgia and family and children's entertainment and all the issues I find within those spaces. And when I say that, I cover the topics of racism, misogyny, homophobia, fatphobia, transphobia, and how they are present in children's media, because people tend to think that it is okay to throw shit like this in things that are supposed to be shown to children. And no, I rebuke that. So yeah, I'm ready for the next slide. Okay, what is Miraculous Ladybug? It is a show with a lot of problems, okay? It is a really, really bad show. It's a show that's so bad to the point where it's great. Yeah. But basically, Miraculous Ladybug is a show about a group of teenagers in Paris coming of age while they deal with a supervillain preying on their negative emotions. It's actually really fucking creepy because it's this old-ass man that gets into their brain in every single episode, and it somehow always has to be someone who's associated with his son. And he preys upon their negative emotions, and he does that so he can try to attract these 2 superheroes named Ladybug and Cat Noir so he can steal their miraculouses, which is the thing that gives him power, so he could bring back his wife who is in a coma. So, the show has really great ideas. It has great characters, horrible execution. Because of that, this show is just a product of misogyny. Because straight white men are writing this show, and it shows poorly. It really, really does show. It's camp. It's camp. Okay, next slide, please. This show is problematic enough. I guess you could tell from what I just said. Then, racism. Okay, so we gonna get into the racism aspect. I have a whole video about this, so I'm not gonna spend too long on this slide. Racism. There are white voice actors using black accents. A lot of the people of color in the show are very, very stereotyped. There's a skin lightening problem because the black characters' skin colors are always changing. Like, Alia is like 3 shades fucking lighter than she used to be now in this season. I don't get that shit. And it's very distasteful jokes. There's like a lot of jokes in here that are just very misogynistic. And it just doesn't come off across as well. It's just very, very distasteful. All the people of color on this show get done very dirty, especially the women of color. So yeah, the show has a really bad misogyny problem. Too many of the girls are pick-me's. The only adult woman in the show that's like present most of the time, with the exception of the teachers, she's hella pick me. Like, she's literally fucking killing herself over a man that's trying to bring back his dead wife, and she think that she keep doing this shit, he gonna want her. Justice for Natalie. The female characters are also just really horrible to each other over men, because there's a character named Marinette, there's a character named Lila, Chloe, and Kagami, and all of them are fighting over this little white boy who is just clueless about everything. So yeah. And all of this is because there's no diversity on the creative team. Like I said, the show is written by straight white men. And I'm not saying that straight white men can't write people of color and LGBTQ characters or women for the most part. It's just this group of white men just do really bad at it. And they need to learn how to do better, but they refuse to. And every time we give them criticism, they catch a fucking attitude. So yeah. So I said, men that don't know how to write women, and the fandom doesn't make any of this shit better because they see how the production team behind the series backs a lot of this stuff up, and yeah. So this show has this fandom has a racism problem, and this show has a racism problem, and a misogyny problem, a really, really bad one at that. So next slide, please. Who is Aeon? Aeon is the black girl of the show, and I'm gonna explain that later. Okay, she was introduced in the New York special Heroes United. I know it's called United Heroes, but fuck the New York special because it was fucking horrible. Okay, so I misspelled it on purpose. She is a New York superhero. She goes to Armstrong High School. She's from the Queens, and her superhero alias is Uncanny Valley. So you see right here on the left, that's Aeon. Isn't she adorable? And then on the right, that's her as Uncanny Valley. We gonna get into the problems with that later. She's really great at reading people. She's very, very nice, and she means well. So next slide, please. What's weird? She's a robot. Yeah, we finally get a black girl that actually looks black on this show, and she ends up being a fucking robot, and she ends up causing a lot of problems. And her creator is white, and that just don't sit well with me. I'm like, why was this white woman in her house building a black girl? That just didn't sit well with me. I understand the show was trying to be more diverse, but that just didn't look good. It's weird. It looks really, really weird. And when she's in superhero form, she goes from black to white. And the reason it took me so long to finish the New York special, because last year when I started watching it, I saw that she turned from white to black, and I said, what the fuck is this? And I turned it off and never went back until like a few weeks ago for this. So yeah, and she was also murdered on screen. Badly. Like, she was murdered. Like, it was brutal, and it was fucking atrocious. So next slide, please. Why is this hurtful? Okay, Aeon is the closest thing we got to a monoracial black girl on this show. She's dark skinned, she has kinky hair. She looks like a lot of, like, you know what monoracial black girls look like. She looks similar to me when I was little before I got my hair relaxed, even though I'm not as dark as she is. It was nice to see somebody that resembled me and a lot of the people I grew up with. Because I grew up in a predominantly black area where there weren't really many biracial people, because there weren't really, like, you know, other people there. And she turns out to be fake. So we finally got a black girl that actually looked black, and it turns out she's not even a real fucking person. And I go back to Alia, because Alia is basically the token black girl of Miraculous Ladybug. Alia don't really even look all that black. Alia is very racially ambiguous, okay? We couldn't even confirm that she was black until the team behind the show confirmed that she was black. And then we take a look at her parents, and we were like, first of all, her daddy is not black. Her mama is. I don't know what that man is, though. So... yeah, Ollie is biracial, and Ollie is the closest thing we have to a black girl on the show, and she don't look black. Okay, so the two black girls got mistreated during their time on the show. Ollie gets treated like shit all the time. She's not voiced by a black woman. She's always the butt of the joke. She's basically a mammy to the main character and a whole bunch of other characters, and she's basically turning into a magical Negro. She's turning into a magical Negro. So yeah. And this also symbolizes how society sees black women as objects and not humans, because Aeon doesn't act like a person because she isn't. And as I mentioned, that Alia is a magical Negro. Alia is one too. It's just very distasteful that they don't really see us as regular people. And this isn't the first time I've really noticed it when I'm watching media. It's like the black girl is like extremely unrealistic, if that makes sense. So black characters are there to just help their non-black characters, and that's basically what Aeon's purpose was. Her purpose in the movie was just to get the non-black kids together. It was really stupid. Don't watch Miraculous New York, y'all, okay? It's ass. Okay, Alia gets treated bad enough, and Aeon wasn't any better. So next slide, please. Okay, it's the 2020s, and many black characters in children's media are created by white people are still terrible, okay? And a lot of it's not getting better. I know it's gotten better, but then we have shit like this. Like, we have Craig the Creep, where the black representation is amazing, and then we have fucking Miraculous Ladybug, where it's just ass, so yeah. It's beyond miraculous. It's just a kids media program. For example, like a total drama. Everybody in there was just a fucking racial stereotype. Descendants, where all the black women were literally villainized, and then Jessie, the black girl, was just kind of like a sassy sci-fi type character, and the Indian kid of the show was just a walking joke. It was a Pooh 2.0, okay? So my suggestion is to just write black characters like normal people. We are just like you. Stop using black girls as a punching bag, because that was the most brutal murder we have seen on Miraculous Ladybug. We've seen people get hurt before and like that, but when she got hurt, she was like this close to like not being revived. It was very unsettling. Also, stop using well-known stereotypes to create us. That goes to Alia. So yeah, stop trying to make her the overly sassy black girl. Please stop doing that shit. It's very unsettling. Stop putting black characters in your stories only to help their non-black counterparts, because literally all the black kids in the show are just there. It's weird because both of the main characters in the show, Adrian and Marinette, they both have a token black friend. It's weird. It's really, really weird. And I noticed they did the same shit in High School Musical. And things like this will continue until creatives see black people aren't objects, okay? Black people are just like me and you. Please stop acting like we're something extraordinary or we're less than. It's never in between. We're just like y'all. I'm tired of this shit. Next slide, please. And thank you. If you like this presentation, I do a lot of shit like this on my channel where we just talk about race in children's media. My YouTube channel is called Harriyanna Hook. All social media is Harriyanna. I'm literally fucking everywhere, okay? Just type in Harriyanna and it should come up. harriyannahook.com is my store's website where I sell like pop culture merchandise, really cute stuff over there. Underneath that is the website for my show called The Progenies. It's a Descendants fan series. We basically are trying to fix all the fucking race issues that were in Descendants with this show. We work really, really hard on it. Please go watch it, okay? And then I also have a Patreon, and yeah, that's that. Thank you for your time, and I always say this: have a good night.
Woo!
Yes, Sirski.
Awesome.
Go.
Great presentation.
Great job, Harry.
Very cool. Very light.
Oh,
Very
that's
good.
Thank you.
Yeah. That what you were talking about is a major yikes for me.
Yeah, well, I make white people uncomfortable every day on my channel, so.
No, that's my goal in life.
That's my specialty. I make white people uncomfortable on purpose.
Oh, that's
so they'll do better.
Well, you did your job then.
I love the
Yeah,
rainbow of
we want y'all
clapping
to do
hands
better.
emojis in chat.
Can I say one more thing real quick? Can I just say one more thing? I get like so many like emails from like people's parents telling me, "Thank you for teaching my kid about race because they don't learn this shit in school." And I'm like, "Oh, you're welcome." Okay,
In reality, what do they learn in
that
school,
sounds
though?
amazing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's lethal.
Yeah.
Anyone who gets messages like that are doing God's work.
Yeah, I'm a pirate princess. I'm not a pirate princess for nothing, so yeah.
Not learning unless you're uncomfortable.
So you're Fenna. Okay.
I'm a pirate princess. Yeah, people know when that show
Okay.
came out, people sent it to me and they were like, "That's you."
Nigga said,
He made you about that show.
Harry, a pirate queen.
You're a pirate's baby.
All right,
What?
our next presenter is Kavi.
Kavi.
Yay!
Yo.
Hi. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, my name's Covey. I have a YouTube channel. Right now, all my videos are currently about Infinity Train because that was like my obsession for several months last year. But I'm gonna be making some more videos soon. I've got some amphibia stuff in the works. And also, I have a Twitch channel that I would like to plug. Currently, I'm playing through Deltarune, and I'm doing kind of like voice acting with the characters in that. So that's been fun. And I also do like discussion streams. So I'm going to be doing like weekly discussion streams as the new amphibia episodes are coming out. So if you want to talk about amphibia, hit me up. I'm always down for that. Yeah, so I was struggling for a while on what I wanted to talk about for this presentation. I kept going back and forth on did I want to do something serious? Did I want to do something fun? And then I kind of just decided I was going to just talk about myself because that's what I know the most about. Although after Hats Off's presentation, I'm not so sure about that anymore. But we can go ahead and start.
Jesus.
Go ahead and let's get started, Kiki. Cool. So yeah, I wanted to talk. So I'm trans, by the way, for those of you who don't know me. And I wanted to talk a little bit about like funny and weird things that I did like as a kid that didn't make sense at the time because it was really weird or like out of character. But now they finally make sense after I realized I was transgender. So oh shit, my microphone. Sorry, give me 1 second.
You're good.
That was trippy.
Oh, good.
I move my hands around when I talk, so I knocked the
Oh no!
Oh
plug out of my mic. Oh, I feel
that. That's a bad sign. Done.
Okay, I might be back now. Okay,
cool.
It's good now.
All right, yeah.
You're
So if
good.
you want to go ahead and go to the next slide.
Let's do it.
So I first kind of figured out I was trans around when I was like 20 to 21. And I'm also greatly interested to hear if anyone who is like queer relates to any of the stuff I'm going to be talking about. But right now I'm 27. That's what I look like right now. I just had surgery like 2 months ago. So I kind of like figured out I was trans around 2021. I like did a lot of trial and error with like my clothes and my hair and like trying out different names and pronouns and all that stuff. I was really fortunate to have a trans support group in college that helped me figure myself out a lot. And as I kind of learned more terminology and made more friends in the community, I was slowly able to kind of piece it together. Also, I love seeing all the trans rights in the chat. You guys are awesome. Yeah, we can go ahead and go to the next slide.
No, you.
But yeah, so these are kind of the topics I'm going to be touching on today. Like kind of before I figured out I was trans, I was very much like a tomboy as a kid. And then I was like hitting my peak awkwardness when I was in middle school. And then I went through kind of like a hyper feminine phase in high school. And then in college is when I like eventually kind of pieced it together. And I'm going to talk a little bit at the end too about some characters I related to, which should be kind of fun. So this is mostly like a fun presentation. And like I said, I would love to know if any other queer people like had similar experiences or relate to any of this. So yeah, we can go to the next slide. Just a quick disclaimer before I get into it though, these are just my own experiences. Like every trans person has a different journey. I just kind of realized that like the kind of mainstream trans narrative we tend to hear is like the person who like figured it out when they were 5 and then like knew ever since they were young that they were like the other gender or stuff like that. And that's just not like what my experience was. But all that to say that this is not like a trans checklist. You don't have to like match all of these criteria to be trans. And also like girls can do some of these things too. I just wanted to put that out there just as a disclaimer. This is just my own experiences that I'm going to be talking about here. We can go to the next slide. All right, so part 1, I was definitely a tomboy kid. I was like very boyish. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. I liked toys for all genders. I liked a lot of like Legos, and I did play with Barbies and stuff too, but I tend to prefer to hang out with like other boys my age, which like, you know, isn't that weird, but it's weird enough. Like a lot of little girls prefer to hang out with like, other girls usually, but I don't know. I prefer to hang out with a couple of my guy friends. And this point I have here about like preferring to read Hardy Boys over Nancy Drew, I find that particularly weird now that I look back on that, because Nancy Drew is objectively better than the Hardy Boys. So the fact that as a little girl, for some reason, I preferred to read the Hardy Boys just doesn't make any goddamn sense. So I thought that was really weird. I really loved video games as a kid. I know that like, you know, any gender can love video games, but I loved video games. I was especially really obsessed with Pokemon. And I also, as I was growing up, I grew up Hindu. I grew up in a Hindu household. My parents are from India. And my favorite Hindu god was Krishna. And I want to tell you a little bit about Krishna. Maybe another like better Hindu person could tell you something like more profound, all of the great things he did. But this is what I remembered of him when I was a kid. And we can go ahead and go to the next slide. So all I really knew about Krishna was that he was a rascally little kid, kind of like a little bit of a menace. He liked to steal butter from the women in the town. He was kind of known as a troublemaker. And then as he got older, he was like a total player. He had wives and like a ton of girlfriends and stuff. And like, keep in mind, like I was thinking about this as a young kid, like an elementary schooler, being like, yeah, that's my favorite god, the one that steals butter and like gets a lot of women. And that's just kind of weird for a little girl to pick her favorite god that way. So yeah, that I just, you know, looking back on that, it makes sense now. Now that I know that I'm trans, it makes a lot more sense. So,
Yeah, totally
we can go
normal
on to the next slide.
cis straight girl behavior, liking
Right,
dudes who have a ton of wives.
Right? That's totally normal cis girl behavior. All right, we can go. Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit about my middle school awkward phase. I know a lot of people have a middle school awkward phase. It's not anything that's like exclusive to trans people, but I just want to point out that like my middle school awkward phase was like, I feel like it was more awkward than normal people, but I could talk out of my ass there. We can go to the next slide. So I wore like a lot of athletic clothes. I did sports when I was younger, even though I wasn't really good at sports, but I wore like jerseys, like my soccer jerseys, just like casually, and like a lot of just graphic design t-shirts. And I wore my gym shorts like just normally, like outside of gym class. And I feel like I didn't think that was weird at the time, but like as I got older, I was kind of like, that was really weird of me to do. Why did I do that? I should have just worn normal pants. I really didn't get along with like some of my friends. I like butted heads, especially with like friends that I had disagreements with. As I think probably a lot of us can relate to, I was really into video games and books and anime and YouTube as a middle schooler. I was in middle school in like 2007, so like that was like, you know, when everything was sort of starting to kick off. And I really hated getting pictures taken of me. I have kind of figured out that this is a common experience that a lot of trans people have, that they really hated when they were younger and like presenting as the other gender. Like they really hated getting pictures taken of them. So I absolutely just hated cameras near me and would like always run away whenever someone tried to take a picture of me. So I feel like that was kind of weird behavior, because I feel like middle school girls these days like to take pictures of themselves, but I absolutely hated it at the time. We can go to the next slide. All right, and then part 3, I want to talk my hyper feminine phase. This was something that I absolutely just failed at doing, and you know, during the time when I was younger, it was just like really a hard time and struggling to like fit in and stuff like that. But now, like looking back on it as an adult, I could be like, oh, this makes a lot of sense why I acted like that. And there's some kind of funny things in here that that I think is very weird. So I'm going to touch a little bit on that. So we can go to the next slide. So I tried to fit in with my feminine friends. I had like one of my friends who had like a major glow up between like middle school and high school, and she like became really hot, and I like felt really out of place. I like tried to wear makeup, and I don't know if any of y'all like remember, there was kind of, I can't remember if this was like Last FM, but it was one of those websites that like people could submit anonymous questions to you on.
Oh, that's
and
Ask FM.
Yeah, Ask FM. That's what it was.
I had one.
I had one too.
I got bullied from someone who like made fun of my makeup like on that website because I didn't know how to wear makeup. I like just looked like a clown, and I got bullied for that and felt really bad about that. So that was fun.
Ask FM was terrible.
Yeah, it was really terrible. I don't know why people let teenagers on those sites. Yeah, and Formspring too. Yeah, it was absolutely terrible. I was like way too vocal about liking my boobs. Like it was like fine, I guess, like at the time it was something I kind of joked about with my friends. But now, like looking back on it, I was like, why did I talk about my boobs so much? Like as a high schooler, like it's just very weird. And kind of like the funniest one that I thought was like just the most bizarre behavior for like a normal cisgender girl. I got into a debate this one time with my friend, and it was actually that friend who was a little bit more awkward in middle school and then had like a major glow up and became like really beautiful. I had a debate with her once about like, if one of us were forced to get a sex change, which one of us would it be? And my argument was that she should get a sex change because I had bigger boobs than her. And like looking back on that, I'm just like, why was that even a conversation? That doesn't make any sense. We can go to the next slide. Some other kind of weird things that I did. I used to be in a dance class, and sometimes our ensemble was all girls, but sometimes we did dances that were like, they had like male parts, and so the girls would kind of dress up in drag and like male costumes. But I would never want to do the boy part because, like I said, I was really insecure in my femininity, so I would like never want to be masculine at all. I always wore a black hoodie. Like I literally actually, like until recently, like until I had surgery, I pretty much always wore a black hoodie. And I kind of found out recently that this was kind of a trans phenomenon, that a lot of people just like wear hoodies and sweaters, and that's kind of how they get by. And then when I was dating a guy in high school, like my friend group had guys and girls, and I was like dating one of the guys, and the guys would often have like weekly or like monthly like game nights and like boys nights. And I would always actually hang out with the boys for their boys nights. And I would say like, oh, I'm just hanging out with my boyfriend, but I really just wanted to like play Smash Brothers with my friends. And like my girlfriends didn't want to play Smash Brothers, so I had to hang out for boys nights. And then like I found this out recently as well too, that apparently like a common feeling that a lot of people get when they experience like non-binary dysphoria, they have this like feeling of like wanting to escape or like wanting to go home. And like that was something that I really felt when I was younger. And I found out recently that that's something that like a lot of non-binary people kind of feel before they're able to put their experiences to words. And so like one time, like in high school, I literally like wanted to run away from home. So like I broke my window screen and like jumped out the window of my bedroom. I obviously did not think it through. I ended up having to like go back home, and I got in trouble with my parents. But like it was just a really weird, random thing that I did that didn't make sense at the time. And then I also dated a guy in high school who later came out as gay, and I feel like that's just very funny.
I did that too.
Did you really?
Honestly, I did a lot of these things, and it's not surprising because I'm also trans.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so funny. I'm feeling like you said always wanted to go home. You blowing my mind right now. Like I'm just sitting here like, oh my god, it's all the pieces. They're going together.
Yeah. The pieces.
Yeah, totally. I read that like in an article somewhere, and I was like, holy crap, that is like literally exactly how I felt. Like it was mind blowing to me how like perfectly that fit with my experience, and it didn't make sense at the time because I didn't have the words for it, but like now it totally makes sense. All right, we can go to the next slide. So like I said, I kind of figured it out in college. I was kind of 20 to 21 when I first started like questioning and putting the pieces together. Like I was on Tumblr, so that really kind of helped educate me on a lot of this stuff. Cool. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So it really did kind of feel like piecing together like a puzzle. So like I mentioned earlier, I started experimenting with like cutting my hair short and like wearing just different clothes. One really great way to kind of like dip your toes into like trying out different genders and different gender presentations is with cosplaying and role playing. So I would cosplay characters, I would role play male characters. I would role play like girl characters that I was like role playing as trans, and so like that was a really kind of safe way, right, to kind of experiment with presentation and that kind of stuff. So and like I said, there was a lot of stuff that I learned on Tumblr. There was like one friend that I made through Tumblr who is a trans girl, and I related to a lot of like her experiences, but like in my head I was still kind of like, oh, I relate to this a lot, but it doesn't apply to me because like she's a trans girl and like that's just not who I am. And so yeah, but it kind of eventually fell into place and I pieced it together. And like I said, I tested out names and pronouns in my trans support group, and I spoke to counselors. So if you are ever questioning, if anyone watching is ever questioning their gender, I highly recommend talking to counselors and talking to a support group, because that was like literally the thing that helped me figure it out eventually. So big shout out to support groups. All right, we can go to the next slide. All right, so this section's going to be a little bit quicker. These are just like characters that I either related to or I really wanted to be. I would love to hear if any of y'all know some of these characters or relate to any of these characters, especially kind of the more obscure ones. But yeah, I would just like love to hear your guys' reactions if you guys know any of these characters. We can go to the first slide. So when I was younger, I read the Song of the Lioness series. That was kind of the first book series that I like ever got into when I was a kid. And this was about a girl named Alana who lived in medieval times, and she disguised herself as a guy to become a knight. And there were some very relatable scenes in that book, let me tell you, that now that I look back on, I was like, wow, that was kind of like my first trans awakening, was reading that book. And I'm really excited to see someone in the chat does recognize Yellow from the Pokemon Special Adventures. I'll admit that Yellow, even though she was a girl who disguised herself as a dude, that's not why I related to her. She was actually like a very, you know, sweet and caring character. I didn't actually relate to her that much. But the reason I really wanted to be her was because she had like a romantic like subplot with Red, who is like the main character, and I was like in love with him when I read the manga. So I wanted to be her just so that I could be with Red. That I will admit, that's the real reason I wanted to be her. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, so sad boys from books that I really related to. You might sense a theme with some of these characters. A lot of them have like really shitty families. But yeah, Klaus from A Series of Unfortunate Events, I just like loved how much of a book nerd he was. I like wanted to be that smart. I'm still not that smart. I was never that smart. But these were a couple sad boys I really related to. I was also really into Harry Potter, which is really, you know, it's unfortunate now that JKR is like such an awful turf. It really feels like a betrayal because I was like so into Harry Potter as a kid. So it's really unfortunate. But yeah, fuck turfs.
Yeah.
We can go to the next slide.
Preach. All my homies say turfs.
More sad boys from books, but this time classics edition. I really, love him or hate him. I really identified with Holden Caulfield and Catcher in the Rye. I am sorry, y'all would have hated me in high school. I was that insufferable. I also really, more so like Nick Carraway from The Great Gatsby. I really identified with like F. Scott Fitzgerald. I was, like I said, I was really insufferable in high school. I really wanted to be him. I was really into that like 1920s Parisian aesthetic. I also found this screenshot as I was looking for images to symbolize The Great Gatsby, and I'm wondering if any of y'all have played The Great Gatsby NES game, because I was obsessed with that in high school, and I want to know if anyone else.
What?
There's an NES game.
I played it. I played it.
But
Really bad. It's really
Man.
bad.
Yeah,
Now that
it's-
I've seen this,
and
I
to be-
felt like since games were off control today.
Clearly, these media executives have had practice.
To be
It's so
perfectly
bad.
clear, it was never actually on the game, like that you play it on your browser. So, but it was like in the NES style. So.
I've heard of the book, but
I just sent you
and
guys
the
a link.
movie, but an NES.
Okay, so it's not an official one.
No, it's not official.
Yeah,
It
I'm
was like
confused for a second. That's
Oh.
awesome.
Yeah, no way that could have been official. That would have.
Yeah, it was like it was like fan made, but it was actually like it had some bopping music in it. Not gonna lie. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, Kiki found it. They found it in the chat. That's amazing. Okay, we can go to the next slide.
Mommy, why that man?
Some video game characters that I also really identified with as a kid. So Vivian from Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door. If any of y'all have played that game, it's amazing. It's like original Japanese.
Kavi, can you repeat that last sentence? We lost you for a sec.
Oh, yeah, sure. So Vivian was actually trans. She was a trans girl in the original Japanese version of the game, and it got censored when it got translated to English, which is unfortunate. But I really liked her always, and that was part of the secret reason why. I also really liked Daisy. I don't know. I feel like queer
Yeah.
girls just liked Daisy, and I
Yes,
feel like that was the
princess.
thing. Let them know. I feel like no one straight likes Daisy, so that was.
Oh, hold
Wait,
hold up. I'm
Hey.
Asian. I love Daisy. I love Daisy.
All right, we can go to the next slide.
Rebuttals.
All right, so I am obsessed with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's one of my favorite TV shows of all time. I really wanted to be Spike, who's like this really awesome, badass, like evil vampire who like is super sexy and like mysterious and stuff. But I was actually more like Willow, who is like a mousy nerd and like the sidekick. And if any of y'all are familiar with the show, she's also a huge lesbian. So another clue to my queerness. We can go to the next slide.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's go. For both of these, I love
Some
it.
anime characters that I also really related to. This was kind of more like in college when I was getting into anime and like first kind of realizing like, oh, I might not be cis. These are just some non-binary icons that I really related to. Haruhi Fujioka. Again, like I don't have that much in common with her. Like she's really smart and like doesn't really care what people think of her. I'm like the exact opposite of that. But I was also in love with Tamaki, so I really related to her in that sense. And of course, her whole like attitude towards gender. She's always kind of like, I don't really care what people think of me. And I really related to that too.
Yeah, I feel Haruhi.
We love Haruhi on this channel.
Yes.
I think Kiki, just thank you for getting me into Oran High School.
Oh, I'm glad you love it. That's awesome.
Yeah, Oran was definitely one of my favorite
Bruh.
animes in college. It's such a classic. And then of course, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is like one of my favorite all-time animes as well. And Envy was just a character I really like vibed with. Even when I first watched the show, I was like, I feel like I really relate to this character, which I don't know, maybe I should have sought help for that earlier, but look, it's okay, I did too. Yeah, but they're just such an awesome character and they're very obviously not. So I really love that for them and really related to them. So we can go to the next slide. And then, of course,
Zuko.
I would not be here if I did not relate to some cartoon characters. These are just a handful. There's honestly so many cartoon characters that I like really related to and like really either felt like I had a kindred spirit with, or like I wanted to be them, basically. But these are some of the characters that I felt like I really related to. So like one thing I really want to point out here is like Ron Stoppable, like that show had so many awesome female characters. And the character that I latched onto was like freaking Ron Stoppable. So, the guy whose best friend was a naked rat. So totally normal straight girl behavior to like kin Ron Stoppable. And also Danny Phantom and Zuko, like I said, there's kind of a theme with like shitty families with some of these characters. But I really just related to a lot of their experiences, and also like had huge crushes on these characters when I was a teenager. So it was one of those things.
Same for the others.
Yeah. It was one of those things where it's like, do I want to be with them or do I want to be them? And now that
Yeah, that's
yeah, and now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, it was definitely both. So... and Dipper Pines too. Like again, Gravity Falls just had like so many great female characters, and I like latched onto this little nerd who read books or whatever, right? So yeah, so these are all just like really huge hints, honestly, to like my transness. And while part of me does kind of wish that I figured it out earlier, I'm also really glad that like I wasn't an out trans person in high school, because like, you know, I went to high school between like 2009 and like 2012, right? Which is like just when gay marriage, it was before gay marriage was legal, right? So it was a really hard time to be queer. I didn't know too many queer people. So on one hand, I wish I could have figured it out earlier, but on the other hand, I'm really glad I wasn't out and trans in high school, because that would have been a nightmare.
Seriously.
But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the end of my presentation. But yeah, in conclusion, I'm hella trans.
Yes.
There were all the signs. There were glaring red flags all throughout my life, but I didn't figure it out until I was like 2 decades into life. But it just goes to show you, it's never too late to figure it out, and things will make sense that didn't make sense before once you figure it out.
Let's go.
Yeah, thanks so much for listening.
I love this presentation.
You did great.
That was awesome.
You did really great.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great.
This was so fun. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you
for coming.
With that one.
Yeah, I'm so.
Oh, thank you.
I saw you
Yeah, I
do
just
Infinity Train stuff.
I do Infinity Train stuff.
I've seen you talk with Leia a lot. Actually.
Yeah, we're both really we're both really into Infinity Train. I actually got to hang out with her in person last week at the Infinity Train like gallery event.
Gallery
You met Leia? I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, it was really fun. She's awesome.
Yeah, they met that little Infinity Train gallery thing.
Yeah, it was super cool.
That's
I want to
incredible.
meet Leia so me and them could just go back and forth about Miraculous.
Kavya,
I
we
wanna
have
be
so many of the
roundtable.
same experiences. It actually is insane.
That's incredible. I love that, and we need to like sit down and chat about it.
We really do.
I can honestly relate to this, but it's more like Ace thing. It's an Ace thing. as
For
well.
sure.
Is it weird that I'm a cisgender heterosexual woman? I'm like, is it weird that I can relate to this? Because it's like my entire life, because of like my interests, because I liked a lot of things that boys like, and I never really filled out. I always had like a flat ass and like no boobs. I've always was called like a boy growing up. So it's like I felt like I could relate to this because I never felt
Isn't
like I
that
was
like gender
a woman
non-conforming
till
or something?
Yeah, you know, Harriyanna, I feel like I know a lot of women of color who have had like similar experiences, because especially with like Black and brown girls, I have like an Indian friend who kind of had a similar experience. They get like really masculinized, you know, as young people. So I feel like, I totally hear where you're coming from. And I feel like that's like just a really unfortunate experience for a lot of girls of color.
Yeah, and like the picture of American femininity is like very white.
Yeah,
and in a certain way, and if you break out of that, then you're like seen as undesirable. So
yeah,
even though
that's
I
part
am
of like
non-binary, like I definitely also had that experience, you know, when I was living as a cis teenage woman. Like I definitely felt a lot of the same things.
Yeah, totally. And like that whiteness too was definitely a big part of like why my femininity failed so hard because like I couldn't live up to that standard.
Cause like who was cause like Kavi's one of my only Indian friends. Like who was telling Indian girls how to put on makeup on the internet back then? Like nobody. I went to high school at the same time as you, so I definitely relate on like being glad that I figured out who I was like a little bit later, like
for sure
in college, and like didn't have to go through that experience like in my home environment. Because if I had gone through that in my home environment, it would have been like much worse than going through it like with my partner and my friends around me in college.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say also as a cis black woman who has very broad shoulders and is tall, I play around with my femininity and masculinity presenting. I literally shaved my head just for funsies. So I feel you, Harriyanna.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, because I remember when I was like a teenager, I was like so obsessed with like growing out my hair really long because I thought that like people would stop like trying to call. I always got called a little boy. I still kind of get comments like that, and it still like bothers me. And the main reason why I wanted to grow my hair out so long is because I didn't want people to like assume that I was a dude. Like it's a lot. It's bad.
No,
yeah,
totally.
basically
I had
like
waist length hair in high school, and I just like hid behind it like until I went to college, basically.
It's so weird because I love short hair. Like it took everything out of me not to cut my hair short. Just then when I got it done, like
yeah.
And it's like I love to wear like baggy clothes and like sneakers and like street wear like that. And it's like because I like dressing that way growing up, people always just told me you're not a woman, you're not a girl, you're a boy. And then it didn't help because I did like cheerleading and dance. And then like y'all hear the way my voice is. It's not like your typical like high pitched squeaky like girly type voice. And my voice was deeper than a lot of dudes too, and they didn't like that. It's bad.
I was told my voice is too high, and I had to like put bass in it.
Honestly, Harry, I literally feel you. Like you guys can literally hear how I sound, and I've been bullied so hard for how I sound.
Yeah,
I hate it so much.
Yeah, the like quote unquote normal picture of femininity is like such a narrow window that you have to fit into to be accepted. It's honestly fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
As another deep voice
basically,
it also goes for masculinity too. It also goes for masculinity too,
people
because
that's never heard me talk before, they come to my YouTube channel and they be like so confused. They be like, I didn't know your voice is that deep. I was like, shut up. Like, I'm aware of how I sound. Like,
it sounds
that's
feminine
why I'm
enough
so
to me.
surprised that I get so many compliments on my voice, and I'm like, y'all like that? Okay.
Whew, all right, great presentation, Kavi. Definitely very thought-provoking.
Thank you.
Oh shit, the next presentation is me, and this is not thought-provoking at all. It's very stupid.
Can I be real for a second? I was gone for the last.
Oh, maybe
hour.
maybe that's the levity we need.
Yeah, all right. This I was inspired to do this after the first presentation night I attended. And I just wanted to be dumb. So that's all that I have for you, and some of you guys might not even get this, and I'm sorry. I'm going to start this off by saying that I'm sorry. What the fuck did you just fucking say to me, you little bitch? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on Al-Qaeda, and I have over 300 confirmed kills.
Yeah.
I am trained in guerrilla warfare, and I'm the top sniper in the entire U.S. Armed Forces. You are nothing to me but just another target. I will wipe you the fuck out with precision the likes of which has never been seen before on this earth. Mark my fucking words. Right. You think you can get away with saying that shit to me over the internet? Think again, fucker! As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of spies across the USA, and your IP is being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot! The storm that wipes out the pathetic little thing you call your life.
What?
You're fucking dead, kid. I can be anywhere,
Oh my.
anytime, and I can kill you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hands. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed combat, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the United States Marine Corps, and I will
true.
use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable ass off the face of the continent, you little shit.
Oh, jeez.
You're fucking dead, kiddo. Thank you.
What the hell was that?
Have you guys never seen the Navy Seal Copypasta?
Never seen that copy
Well,
pasta?
if you know, you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
I think it was familiar.
Kiki, we
Like,
need.
it's-
I need to have a word.
I don't know what that
Right.
was, but that certainly was something, all right.
My favorite part was the monkey. My favorite part was the monkey.
Yeah,
image.
guerrilla
That was my
warfare,
favorite
showing a
part.
real gorilla.
monkey.
Yeah, I definitely just aged myself. I am 26 years old. I was around for early internet memes, but yeah.
I remember that copy pasta.
I'm 26 as well, and I don't
I'm
remember
25. I remember.
Wait, yeah, I'm 27. I remembered all of that. So.
I'm 23 and I know it.
Yeah,
That felt good.
I knew all
I'm
those.
19
That
and I
was
know it.
I don't know this. I'm
The Cascade era of
Shut up, baby. I
YouTube.
know it.
Age is fake, but I know it still.
All right, if you
Oh,
have any
relatable.
questions for me about my supreme skills, drop them in the chat, and our next speaker is Kerrifique.
Sick.
Hello, hello.
Who are you?
I am, well, I'm me, that's it. But I am a very slow YouTuber, very slow, not consistent at all. I don't even know what YouTube is anymore.
Yeah.
Valid.
True.
But I am an artist, so if you want to see my art, you could go to my Twitter. My
Fantastic art.
my slide is it's not funny, it's whimsical. Not really a self-depreciation, but I don't think I'm a funny person, but I am whimsical. So here we go. What I think of Sonic Forces and why I expect.
Oh, boy.
All right,
Let's
go.
Really good.
Talk
Let's
to
go.
him.
Let's go.
Talk to these niggas.
All right.
Talk to
It's
these
the
niggas.
case of getting curious about it, and I played it with my younger brother. Like literally, I think this week. This week I literally played it. Like before, I had no topic, and luckily, I got reminded, or else I would have completely forgotten about it. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna talk about this, and this is the best worst thing I have ever come across. So I'm gonna talk about some few parts that stuck out to me. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so apparently they say the storyline is dark, but it's really hard to believe when the characters are making like whimsical and witty comments. The music doesn't match the mood of misery, and the villains are not as threatening as they seem. And like, I mean, it does have death and it has violence and it has the word torture thrown in, but that does not mean that it's dark. For example, what makes Owl House and Amphibia dark is some of the imagery or the implication, or like, you know, some of the symbolism that it has. That's what makes it dark. But we get none of that in Forces. And remember, in Adventure 2, Eggman blew up the moon as a threat. That's dark. Because it shows that if he doesn't get what he wants, it would not be the moon. It would not be the moon again. All right. Next slide, please. Tails. Tails pissed me off in this game, okay? For a genius, he's an idiot, okay? Anyway. It's stated that he lost it, right? When Sonic got captured. But what did he lose? His will to live? A tool to fix one of his gadgets? Apparently, it was his mind. He lost his mind. How am I supposed to believe that when he's fixing Omega normally, and it doesn't imply that he's not there? Because when you say you lost it, or when you say someone loses it, that means they went nuts. They're just a shell of their former selves. What they should have said is that he fell into a depression, or something similar. That way, when we see him working on Omega, it'll look like he's trying to take his mind off of losing his best friend. Or, if they wanted to sell the lost it bit, they could have made someone approach him and he just addresses them as Sonic. That way, it can show that he lost his mind. And then, not even 2 seconds after, he's cowering at the lowest form of Chaos, which is Form 0, when he fought Chaos 4. This Vulpine is weak. Weak, useless Vulpine. Next slide. And then, Amy. She didn't lose it. She didn't lose it at all. She should have been the first one to lose it when Sonic got captured. When it was mentioned that he was tortured, oh no, he's tortured. No emotion in her voice. She didn't cry. How the hell am I supposed to believe that she's obsessive over Sonic when she's not crying over him?
That's right.
Really?
Tom.
Let's go.
Listen, I would have turned a blind eye if everything she mentioned was Sonic in every cutscene. I would have turned the cheek just for her. Because that way I know she misses Sonic. But not once. Not once. Not one comment. How am I supposed to think that she's obsessive over Sonic when she doesn't make one comment or at least some kind of feeling that she's tortured? Which is the next one? Next slide, please.
To the streets. Oh, look at
Oh my
God.
god.
Yo. Not Sonic.
Why is by no man, I can't see that.
Listen, it was mentioned that he was tortured for the 6 months he's captured, but he has no visible scars, no bandages, and no kind of lethargy or kind of weakness. This guy is making witty comebacks. If he was really tortured, he would think twice flapping his lips, because he would get either electrocuted or whooped or whatever. But none of that happens. And you're telling me that this is a dark game? Really? You're telling me this is a dark game? And then his character is the most dumbest villain that I have ever seen. Ever. Because he wants to kill Sonic. Yet he releases him from his shackles. Why would he do that? That is the most dumbest thing that he could have ever done. I guess he just skipped Villain Class 101. Because had he attended Villain Class 101, he would not have released Sonic, okay? He would not have released him. Stupid. Dumb. Zabek is dumb. Stupid.
That's right.
Next slide, please. All right. So, if they wanted to really sell the bit that it was dark, they could have at least, in this game, make Sonic less of himself, especially after he got defeated by Eggman and the clone villains. Because, as we've seen, Sonic always wins and he always overthrows Eggman. So at his defeat, he should be angry, at least in this story. Because, we know that he's, a laid-back guy, but he should be serious enough to hold off on the witty comebacks and cutscenes, or even in battle. Would it be weird to hear Sonic declare revenge against Eggman or want to destroy him? Yeah, definitely. But it's something that would at least make me question if it was a Sonic game, and or if a different team made it. And if he's still that laid back, chill, witty Sonic from start to finish, then the game cannot be dark. And again, being quote unquote tortured doesn't count, especially if he doesn't act like it. Next slide, please. All right, Infinite. I love his design so much. The moment I saw it, love at first sight. But he is infinitely wasted potential. Okay. They're trying to say that he has a tragic backstory. But what's tragic about his backstory? What, him getting his ass whooped by Shadow and being called weak? Boo hoo, boo hoo. Oh my goodness. He got kicked down and called weak.
Tell him, Carrie.
No. All right? Okay, listen. It kind of makes him, it's valid enough to make him a petty villain, but it's a stupid reason for him to discard his entire being and break down over it. It doesn't make sense. Because this guy is the leader of the Jackals. He's technically powerful in a sense. But what would have sold this sequence was that if he was trying to become the leader of his people. And like maybe if he had a brother or friend, or the friend was close to him, they were heralded as the strongest. And they believed he was like inferior to them. And then when Shadow wipes out his team before he can prove himself worthy, then he's allowed to ball like a bitch and become a different person. Okay? But here's the thing. Shadow's an ultimate life form, so he's lost before he's even ever done anything. And then one thing that also kind of bugged me is that Infinite is believed that he's a robot, but the characters don't find that out ever. Like no one mentions it. They don't find out that he's not a robot. All right, next slide.
Oh.
Oh,
Knuckles.
Oh, my boy Idris.
Idris, yeah.
Knuckles as General. I'm sorry. That's the most dumbest thing that I've ever heard. Knuckles as General. And the one thing that proved that it was stupid is that his operation cost them 80% of their troops, and that is a huge percentage. This is what happens when you make someone who is reckless in charge of an army. It would have made sense if it was either Silver, Amy, or Vector, because they seem more sensible. They seem more tactical and rational in a general sense. But for rational people, as I believe they should be, they didn't make an argument against the operation, or at least have a fallback plan. That way, when anything fails, then they can go to plan B or C or all the way to Z. Okay? And apparently Shadow couldn't defeat them, forgetting that he has limiters. So if Shadow, who has limiters, can't defeat them, what did Knuckles think would have happened? Knuckles should have just been a troop, then a leader. All right, next slide.
Whoa.
All right.
Sauce.
All right, the game is terrible. More than 06.
Damn.
Before you
You're spitting.
Hold on.
That's a bold statement, but I respect it.
It's
Hey,
as aesthetic as the chili dog I made, I think like 2 weeks ago. It's as pathetic as the chili dog I made. And 06 is so bad, it's practically good compared to this. Because here's the thing. Stuff happens in that game, but nothing much really happens in Forces. Eggman supposedly takes over the world. He doesn't enslave anyone to make more robots for him. And he doesn't even try to gather anyone to collect the Chaos Emeralds for him. Infinite is supposedly an intimidating villain. He leaves and never returns without solving his backstory. Buddy, which is the Avatar, gets his team wiped out. He never gets to have his revenge. Tails gets attached to Baby Sonic, who they retconned, because apparently he's like Sonic from another dimension. He gets attached to Baby Sonic for no reason, and there's no emotional attachment. There's nothing for us to say that, oh, that makes sense why he doesn't want to leave. He thanks Baby Sonic for quote unquote everything he's done, but what exactly did he do? He just just be in like a few rounds and then stand there till the pretty. That's it. The troop members were useless. Unless they're Sonic or the Avatar, they're just standing there twiddling their thumbs and kill everyone on the team.
That's right.
Like, listen, at one point it's like we have to buy Sonic some time, and then immediately after, oh, weak ass team, weak.
Lame man. Nigga.
yeah.
Niggas folded, right, bro? Niggas folded.
Right? So, all in all, I feel like Sonic Forces was trying to go for a mixture of dark and lightheartedness, which is like, a good show that did that was Steven Universe. They had like whimsical stuff, and then, it would lead into like some kind of dark plot line that would sometimes leave your mouth hanging open. And they failed at that miserably. They failed. They failed. And you want to know something? When I started playing the game, actually no, when I finished playing the game, I was I was like contemplating, right? But not because it was bad or anything. Hush, Luna. Hush. Sorry.
No, she said, "Oh, you still recording that shit?" She said, "Let me say something."
Let me speak my opinion.
Like, yeah, I was contemplating, not because it was bad or anything, but because I wasted 4 hours of my life playing a shitty game, and I'll never be able to get that 4 hours of my life back.
Yep.
I can tell you really
anyway.
like the game.
No, the game sucks. I will never touch it again. The most regrettable thing that I've ever done.
The game belongs to
Well,
the streets.
That's literally all I have to say about Sonic Forces. Thank you all for listening.
So what I got from it. So what I got from it.
I realized that awkwardly animated. I forgot to put your presentation in here. So, Tariq, do you need to go so you can do your other commitment?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, and then awkwardly animated. I'll put yours up last, and you can be the last presenter. I'm so sorry about that.
All right.
Gary, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
When are me and you gonna go rescue our kids from the rich white French man?
Listen, we need to hop in call and talk. We have to talk.
When are we gonna rescue our children?
Listen, when are you free? When are you free?
I'm free whenever. Doro and Destiny need to be saved. I can't do it no more.
Okay, you know what? Tomorrow we gotta talk. We have to talk.
Okay, we gonna get our kids tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, we have to talk.
All right. If you have any questions for Carrie, drop them in the chat. And our second to last speaker is toonrifictariq.
All right.
Who are you?
Carrie about to make a
pretty good.
1 second. Hang on.
Oh,
You know vibes, man. Come on. I'm not always on time, but I'm never late. You heard? You already know the vibes. You know what I mean? I'm not always right, but I'm always real. You understand what I'm saying? TONRIFICTARIQ, head of the offbeat Kiki fan club, Family Guy apologist, and totally not 2 hours late to sketch the rhyme. We hit it. And we gonna do the thing. We gonna do the presentation.
And I can't wait for the next trip so I can trip you. So dumb.
How long did you practice that?
It was all off the cuff, all off the fly. You know what I mean? I'm not always right, but I'm always real. First slide, let's get it.
Great.
This is 10 Family Guy episodes in the past 10 years that you probably don't care to see, but you should. Or not. This is a presentation. I'm not a cop. All right. Let's get into it. Next slide, please. For the sake of simplicity, I will be reading this slide in the voice of Joe Budden.
Oh my god.
Season 19, episode 7, Wild Wild West. Welcome back to the Joe Budden podcast. Here are a few of my nearest and dearest friends. Rory is not here. Maul is not here, but I think Parks is still here.
In the episode, well, I'm not doing that the whole time. In the episode Wild Wild West, this is the one where Quahog needs a new mayor because Adam West passed away. Because Adam West passed away in real life, and they make his character, they retire his character a couple seasons before this, but then they decide to give the town a new mayor. And the way they do it is they have Peter go out and seek Adam West's cousin, Wild West, who is voiced by Sam Elliott. This one is really good because it has a really great atmosphere. There's a lot of even though it's not directly a Western episode, but they go to the West to go find Wild West, and they do all of this really interesting stuff. It has a lot of those Western vibes. Has a really great song at the end. Sam Elliott and Seth MacFarlane singing together is really, really great, and it results in a very sweet ending. It's easily in my top 10 in the entire series. Excellent. Okay, I will be reading this one as D-Dub Man to review your life.
Hey man, Dog Bites Bear from season 16. It's episode 11.
All right, I'm done. I did an okay video on this one a couple years ago. This is the 300th episode. This is the one where Brian gets drunk and chews up Rupert. So Stewie goes to Vermont to scatter Rupert's ashes. This is the first one that made me look at the show differently. It's paced really well. All of this stuff like actually means something. I know one of the people's criticisms with Family Guy is that like they just kind of do a whole bunch of unnecessary stuff. But here, every like even down to like some of the first jokes in the episode, everything kind of comes back, and it all kind of accumulate. It introduces a lot of like really interesting concepts just about Brian and Stewie's relationship and Stewie's relationship with Rupert, and it got to me because it actually held the emotion, which was something that I wasn't expecting. The ending is really beautiful and it gets me every single time. It's great from start to finish. And this one is also another top 10 for me. It really means a lot. I like this one a lot. Next slide. No voice here. I'm not doing that no more. I ran out. I'm not really that versatile. Season 17, episode 16. You can't handle the booth, man. People hate this one, but I fucking love it. So this is the one where, because Dan talked about it in his amazing presentation, but Family Guy is one of those things where it establishes that the characters aren't exactly people. They're like actors, and they're still a family, but they also put on a show. That's just like, it's like that Behind the Laughter episode of The Simpsons, but it's a whole show about that. So in this episode, the cast of Family Guy do a commentary on an episode that actually never existed. So the crew of Family Guy created a whole episode that was meant to be spoken over, and then they have the characters do a commentary over it. And I can't really say much about the episode without giving all of like the really like funny stuff about it away, because it just fucking implodes on itself at the end, and it's so funny. But I just think even if you come away not liking this one, I think the format is interesting enough to where you'll get something out of it. Okay, next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. Customer of the week, season 19.
Oh,
Yeah, season 19, episode 15. Everybody I showed this episode to loves it. This is the one where Lois tries everything she can to be the customer of the week at her favorite coffee shop. I think this is the most interesting episode of Family Guy because it is insanely character driven. It follows Lois and it's like her slow descent into madness. Everything she goes through is like really believable, and it's played straight. And it's not one of those things where like you have another character come in and say, "Hey, you kind of wilding out. Why are you doing that?" Nah, it's just her the whole time. And that's what makes it really, really interesting. And like, I don't want to give away the ending, but the ending I Googled like literally for months trying to figure out if it was a parody or something, but I don't think it is. And it's wild to me because they do a really, really great job with like the cinematography. Like everything about it looks very specific, so that's why I thought it was parodying something. But it's not. This one is really great. It's also hilarious. There was a joke in it that killed D'Angelo when I showed it to him. The one with when Meg says so like, why is mom talking all this time? We giving Seth's voice a rest, and then all of Seth MacFarlane's characters just come out and like nod.
I've seen that clip before.
Spider-Man one.
Oh yeah, this is also the one that has the entire. Peter says, "All right, on the count of 5, everybody say their favorite Spider-Man," and then they all say different Spider-Man. So like I think like Stewie's arguing for like Miles Morales, like Spider-Verse, and like I think who's arguing for Toby? It's like Chris, like, and
no,
then
they were arguing for movies specific. They were arguing more for just the movies, though.
No,
they weren't arguing.
They were arguing.
No, they were doing the actors.
My nigga, you talking to me? You talking to me?
And Brian wasn't even talking about Spider-Man.
Yeah, Brian's quote was, Brian's quote was Affleck the best Batman? No, but he had the best Batman body. Like, it's so stupid. Wow. Good episode. Good episode of TV. Next slide. That's a good one. This is the next slide. This is the episode directly after Dog Bites Bear. Family Guy had a really great run in the 16th season. So this is season 16, episode 12, Send in Stewie, Please. This is the one where Stewie goes to a child therapist and vents about his life. This is pretty much the Family Guy equivalent to like Free Churro from BoJack or Helga on the Couch from Hey Arnold. They've done bottle episodes like this before, but I kind of think this is the best one. I know a lot of people think about like the Bank Vault episode with Brian and Stewie, which is very cleverly titled Brian and Stewie. But I do think that I like this one a little more because There's a lot less like with Brian and Stewie, it's interesting the entire time, but it takes a while to get to all the really interesting stuff and all the really like character motivated stuff. But this one just kind of dives right into it. Almost everything that Stewie says in it tells you a little bit something different about him, and it's storyboarded really well. A lot of people don't really like how Family Guy looks. I think that's kind of dumb. I think Family Guy looks gorgeous, and if you watch this episode, you'll see that because they realize they can't do shot reverse shot the whole time. So they really play with the camera and they do a lot of really interesting stuff. The entire thing is shadow because there's only 2 characters. It's really great. And there's no cutaways. It's totally straight to the point. Next slide. Stewie's first word, first episode of the last season, season 19. I think it's funny that Family Guy just started its 20th season last week and no one cares because The Simpsons already has 30 and nothing is impressive anymore. You know how many damn cartoons run for 20 years now?
Simpsons did it.
In this one, Stewie says his first word that everyone can understand, and it's fuck. Lois spends most of the episode trying to figure out where he learned the word. It's kind of like the Rugrats. Remember how like after the second Rugrats movie where Chucky says no and objects to the wedding, which is some wild shit if you really think about it. But Chucky, some wild shit. Chucky says no and objects to the wedding, and the next episode after the movie is all the kids saying, "Why are the adults just like so obsessed with Chucky saying no?" Like, and it's just because they've been talking the whole time. But that's the first word to break through. And with Stewie, it was just kind of this thing where he felt such a very strong emotion that it was strong enough to break through and everybody just kind of heard it. There's some really great acting animation in this one. One of my favorite shots is in the slide, the bottom picture of Stewie with his like really wool eyes after he hears Lois swear. Is really like, it's really great. I really like looking at this one. And I think the way that it ends is really sweet again. And I think the resolution is sweet, but I think because, you know, like these Fox shows have like this like weird 4th act that kind of lasts for like 40 seconds now. And I think the 4th act is probably the hardest I've ever laughed at television because it's so stupid. It's I watched it with D'Angelo before, but it's the one with the where you just like check this cat out. He just spun you like a 45. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. But it's really funny. It's really funny. It's so funny. But just the fact that like it ends like the story resolves really sweet and it has that really funny ending shows the duality of this episode. And I think it's really great. Next slide.
So they watch Family Guy now.
I'm glad I'm breaking through to somebody. Got you on my side. Season
breaking
15.
through to me too.
That's good, man. Family Guy supremacy. Let's do it. Season 15, episode 4. I'm coming, Steve. I'm coming, Blake. This is called Inside Family Guy. I'll be honest. I think that this one is on my list primarily because I'm just more so fascinated about the concept. But I do think that it's still a good episode of Family Guy. And this one, Family Guy, again, is a show recorded on the Fox lot, and Peter gets replaced by David Spade. I really like this one. I like this one a lot. It's kind of reminiscent of that Behind the Laughter Simpsons episode, but you do a different spin on it. It kind of runs like a featurette done in like on like the extras of a DVD or something, or like I don't know. Every time I think about that, I think about that one Fresh Prince episode that's not even an episode of Fresh Prince. They just go back. They just give Will Smith a camera and make him go backstage and like talk to all the actors. I don't know why they did that, but it kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Next slide. All right, season 10, episode 23, Internal Affairs. In this one, Joe cheats on Bonnie with a new cop at his job. And an interesting bit in continuity because there's an episode a couple seasons before, I think, or maybe a season or 2 before, where Bonnie is thought to have cheated on Joe, and it is here where after Joe cheats on Bonnie, that's where he finds out that she didn't even actually cheat on him. So now it kind of just makes him look even worse. And I think I like this one a lot because it plays the Joe and Bonnie stuff like really straight, and they take it really seriously. And I think what's cool about that is that Joe and Bonnie have always been like, everybody on Family Guy is a joke character, but they've always been joke characters. Like, well, not always, but like, you know, at a certain point where they started making fun of Joe, because Joe was awesome at one point, but then they started making fun of him.
Yeah.
And when they started making fun of him, when they started making fun of him, Joe and Bonnie's relationship like was more of a joke than anybody else's relationship in the show. And I thought it was cool that they kind of stepped out of that and really like worked to they like gave them a backstory, and I think the backstory is really sweet. And I think that it like the way it comes back in the end is really clever. And it always shocks me that this episode ends where it does. If anybody sees this episode, they might know what I'm talking about. But like they end it in a spot where like I feel like a normal show would end it, but like I didn't expect Family Guy to do that, and they do it, and I thought it was really nice. It's pretty good. Next slide.
Family Guy.
Family Guy. All right. Forget Me Not. Season 10, episode 17. Out of all of these, I know the title of this thing was something really long and convoluted that I don't feel like repeating. But I feel like this is one of the ones that most people watching this maybe have seen. This is the one where Brian and Peter's friendship is put into question. The next morning, Peter, Quagmire, and Joe wake up in the hospital unsure of who they are. I always really admired how this one was put together. Peter and Brian were in the center of Family Guy for years until they just started writing them with Stewie. You always got a bunch of episodes where Brian and Peter did a whole bunch of stuff together, and they really had a genuine friendship. And Brian was at first, you know, you think about those early Road 2 episodes, and Brian kind of operates as like an uncle for Stewie. Like, you know what I mean? Like it even kind of takes a while for Brian to even call Stewie. He calls him kid for like the first couple of seasons. You know what I mean? Like they didn't really have that friendship came really later, and Brian's purpose was to be the voice of reason for Peter. The joke behind Brian was that he was the only person in the family that functioned like a normal human being, and he was a dog. But as the show went on, they started to focus less and less on that, which is fine. But I do think that it's cool that they bring it back here to really try to figure out whether or not these two are actually friends or if they just live together. Next slide. Follow the money, baby. Follow the money. This is the last one. It's the last one. Steve, Blake, Janelle, I'm coming for you. Don't worry about me. Season 16, episode 4. And this one, Carver gives Chris a one-of-a-kind dollar. He spends it, and we follow the dollar's journey throughout everyone in Quahog. I think this one is really clever. I think it might be the best concept they've ever done, honestly. You follow the dollar bill, and you get to experience it through like all these different lenses of all these different people in Quahog. It's a really great way to stuff in all the characters. Simpsons kind of did this literally only like once. They do stuff like this sometime where they do like something like Trilogy of Error, right? Where they show like the entire family. I just watched that 24 minutes episode a couple hours ago. And that's another one where like everybody kind of has something to do. But I think Family Guy does a better job at like finding really big stories that give everybody in the town something to do. Because they do that a lot. And this is a great example of that. If you just want to see all of the characters, I think the weirdest thing about this one is that Seamus wants to go out with Meg. It's pretty weird. I don't know how I feel about it because I don't think Seamus is actually human. But yeah, you know, I think I have one more slide to kind of accumulate what Family Guy really is all about. So if you just click the oops. Thanks for having me. Thanks for listening.
That was an awesome presentation.
Yeah, great job.
It's just stuff. Yeah, same year, same show.
You wife.
Tariq, you've made me genuinely want to check out a lot of these episodes,
Yeah.
which I never thought I'd say about Modern Family Guy.
I'm really enjoying Modern Family Guy, like the cat episode.
As someone who
I love that cat
Family
episode.
Guy,
Yeah, that was so good.
What other episodes?
Family Guy rules again. It's
so
cool
good.
now.
Yeah.
Some of these more modern episodes are just they're so good.
They've been hitting.
I just want to.
I'll take your word for it and check it out sometime soon.
I just want to preface it with, before I go, I just want to preface it with, I understand that like, because of the kind of show that Family Guy is, and like, you know, a lot of people have like strong emotions about it. Either way, I don't. This wasn't me trying to like, here's why you should watch Family Guy. It's like, nah. If you think about giving it another chance, I think that these are good places to start because I do think that. I ain't saying the show is perfect now. Nah, nowhere near so. But I do think that they do a lot of really interesting stuff that they don't get a lot of credit for. And I think they do a lot of really interesting stuff with story. They do a lot of great stuff with their characters. They tell a lot of really great jokes. Phenomenal music. It's animated really well. And people always call it lazy or stupid. And I don't think that's fair, because that would imply that it doesn't take a lot of skill and a lot of precision to make the kind of show that it is. And there's a lot of very, very talented people behind it.
I think that's the kind of perspective I respect more than any other perspective.
Thank you. Thank you. Watch Family Guy, watch The Simpsons. Good night.
Good night.
Have fun at Sketch the Rhyme.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bonnie never on time, Janelle phone always dying, but you know how to do. We sketched the rhyme. I'm out.
Don't let
Let's
Johnny
go.
steal your job.
All right, everybody. So that was our last presentation for the evening. So I think with that, we are going to sign off. I'm sure we're all pretty tired. It's been a long evening, a lot of presentations, a lot of awesome content. I have everyone who's presented channels and or Twitter accounts in the description. Please follow them. Please give them your support. Please let them know how much you loved the presentations that they made. And we will see you again this winter for Presentation Night 2, Electric Boogaloo Winter Break Edition.
Oh, sweet. I get to talk about time.
Yeah.
Thanks very much again for having us, Kiki.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait till we
Thank
have
you guys
it.
all so.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you to all the
Thanks for
amazing
having
creators
me.
who joined us tonight. Some of them had to leave us already, but I really appreciate you guys participating. Like, this event obviously would have been nothing without you, and you all did amazing. Thank you.
This would have been nothing without you.
Yeah. Thank you for having us, Kiki.
Yeah. All right.
Good job.
Well, I'll see you guys in the ether. Follow everybody who presented, and we will see you on the internet soon. All right, everybody say bye. Bye, guys. Bye. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night, y'all.
Bye now.
I'm trying to see about that.
Check out my
food,
blog.
that after party food. Where's that?